Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I'm talking to you. Would you look at who isn't canceled? Folks, you better call whatever authorities you know, whatever higher power you believe in, and tell them to get on the situation right away, folks, because I am taking over the internet and I cannot be stopped. Today, I am doing a double broadcast. Tonight, on that late night Counter-Apologetics, the United States champion of Word Wrestling Entertainment, that's me, yours truly, will be talking about the idiocy, the pure stupidity, the utter ridiculousness that is this claim that there is some kind of joy to be found in slavery. Yes, that's right, folks. I said the joy to be found in slavery. Absolutely fucking ridiculous, unbelievable. I see Karen Bennett is in the house. I know he'll be tuning in tonight to Late Night Counter-Apologetics to hear about the joy of slavery. But before that, I have got a very special broadcast coming up for you this afternoon. Well, I will be preparing a presentation for the Biology and Mathematics Educators Institute, folks. That's right, I said the Biology and Mathematics Educators Institute has asked yours truly, Pocket Locker, to come teach these biology and mathematics educators all about that digital evolution. It is time to do science for money, aka it is time to indoctrinate children for that sweet, sweet. Let's start the show.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some about that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, then won't find what we got.
Y'all know it's time for some word wrestling. Y'all know the champ is here. That means it is time.
Homosexuality should be a crime.
For sports. We're going to turn this debating, this conversating, this programming,
They ought to take
all of
all
this.
the
It's just one
homosexuals
wrestling
and put them all on a
entertainment.
boat and give them enough gas to get halfway out in the middle of the ocean.
Show me what you got, or else you can shove it.
So there's no way to stop me. There's no way to stop the truth.
No way to stop the truth.
This isn't preaching, this is hate speech. It's both!
Sport!
Because we can purge out all the sissies, purge out all the fair weather Christians, purge out all the weaklings.
All the weaklings.
Because we're supposed to be treating them lovingly and respectfully. Even though the Bible says they're filthy and vile. I mean, I know some of you guys are enjoying it. So don't act like I'm all alone up here. Some of you thumbed up some of those comments too, didn't you?
Don't act like it's just me.
I'm just saying, look, you know, hey.
Hey.
This is for Peter W. Yeah, I'll take some calls.
Might as well.
Let me in there. Let me show Doug how it's done.
Let me get in there and show
flag-waving phony
Doug how
Christians
it's
are
done.
thinking that right now. Come on, Peter. Back up your words. You accused me of being basically a misogynist. Say it to my face.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Peter, what's your problem with me?
What's your major malfunction?
Oh, you're joking. You do this to me on my channel and on Rebecca's Bread of Life channel.
Come do it to me on my channel, Peter W.
Beating up women.
I treat women and men equally. I beat up on both of them. You're the sexist. Those poor babies, those little women, we gotta treat them.
Well, I think that you tend to interrupt women with a little bit more freedom than you do men.
You think so?
Look at all the interviews I've done with men and all the interviews. I would say that.
Oh, yes, I have it all on a spreadsheet all the time.
All
Okay.
on the spreadsheet.
I have it all.
Somebody keep a spreadsheet of when I insult people. I'll be so honored if that
What if a
happens.
meteor was coming to hit the earth and was going to wipe out mankind and the world was doomed?
Uh-oh.
But we
Somebody's
could
been
send a
watching
rocket
that, don't
to
look up.
Another distant planet.
Somebody's
and
been
start
watching a little Don't
evolution
Look Up.
all over again on that planet.
Okay.
Should we do it?
With all due respect, what the f are you talking about?
I figured that would be your answer.
Guys, do you think I'm out of new nano clips? You guys think I'm out of new? No, of course I'm not out of new nano clip. I'm champion. What kind of silliness is that?
Hi, welcome to Tim and Eric Awesome Show.
Tim and Eric Awesome
Great
Show.
job.
Hey Tim, notice anything different about me?
Oh, did you get a new belt?
Nope.
New haircut?
Nope.
New pants?
Nope.
New socks?
Thank you, but nope.
New?
Nope.
New?
Nope.
New?
Nope.
New coat?
Nope.
Nope.
New eyes?
Nope.
New nose?
Nope.
I
New
don't know
shirt?
what
Nope.
Buck's seen.
New hat?
There's no hat.
No hat.
I love you
pockets?
guys.
Nope.
I got Lena's here, Cameron's here,
Get a
Randy's
you see a new,
here.
Read a new book?
Nope.
New shirt.
YouTube punk
new man.
is here. The
No.
congregation is gathered.
No.
The ushers are in the
Have a
building.
new ear.
Nope.
Did you shave?
The pulpit is
No.
live.
You got a new umbrella at home?
Thank you.
What do you
No.
get?
Invisible suspenders?
No. Thank you, but nope. Thank you, but
Can
nope.
you guys- do
Thank
you guys see something-
Nope.
do you guys
Thank
notice something
Nope.
different about
Thank
me
you,
today?
Nope. Thank you, but nope. Thank you, but nope. Thank you, but
New pants?
no.
Keep guessing.
New umbrella?
Keep guessing.
No.
I really
You got
do
a new
got
book.
something for y'all today. I got something
Yeah,
very
but
new
that's
to
not what I'm
show
talking-
you.
No.
When
New
I do
pocket?
my entrance, I'm going to show you something brand new to the broadcast.
No.
I promise you that.
Oh, extra
I
pleats.
promise
Yeah.
you that.
Nope.
New jowl?
Nope.
Nope.
Get new lips?
Nope.
Is that a new gloss?
Nope.
I don't know. Jeez, I don't know. New umbrella?
Nope.
New foot?
Nope.
Get your nose entrances expanded?
Nope.
Nope.
Did you have your ears podded?
Maybe.
Oh, you had your hair low.
Nope.
Nope.
You got a new knee.
Nope.
This is new, right?
No. But thank you for all those
Definitely
compliments.
Well, tell me, what is new?
Tim, I got a third ball.
There it
A
is.
what?
You know, like a third testicle. It's
There
a
it is.
3T scrot.
What'd you get that for?
Raises your pizzazz levels, your energy, your libido.
Hey now.
And it has a more masculine, kind of a sexy look to it.
Hey
Improving your
there.
man
Hey
self.
now.
Put it right in the middle.
You know,
My
balls
third ball.
are underrated. I know a lot of
Love
women
that third
out
ball.
there who really do love balls. You know what I mean? They will really appreciate that third ball. You know, that third ball will get a lot of attention if you know what I'm talking about. They would be doing a lot to that third ball. You know what I'm saying? Doing a lot to that third ball. I'm not trying to silence you. The bot is trying to tell you, look, bro, you gotta get those upper level permissions. You gotta get into that approved user list, you know? It's all right, guys, I got one more for you before we start the show. I got one more for you. Actually, I guess I got two more for you. Let's do this one. That mic's a little loud. It's a little loud. The question of the moment is, can I get an amen, Kenny?
This is nuts. So behave, Kenny.
I wanted to ask you something.
Okay.
You had a true relationship. So I guess my question is, how did that start? Like, was there a moment? Did you have what we would call...
The
You
feeling
can
of the Holy
juggle with
Spirit?
3 balls. That's what I'm talking about,
Where,
YouTube punk.
you know, the scales came off, and you're like, wow, I see this.
How are you supposed to fit
As a
all
Christian,
three
you
in your
believe in something called
mouth?
sanctification.
You're supposed
That
to do your
grow
mouth
in
stretches every
knowledge,
morning.
and you're constantly looking at the Bible
You gotta
in,
stretch.
in a real and more accurate
Go to
way.
like a mouth
Right,
yoga
right,
work
right.
work group, work class group, shop work.
I guess let me word this different. Like when you
Somebody
start
needs to make a
like,
full-length
I'm not
Kenny
this is
banger.
Really resonating with me, and then at some point there was like
Look at Doug's
illumination. In
face.
other words, like, wow, okay,
This
now
editing
this
is so
makes
good.
sense. So you have now, do you believe this? Do you believe?
What's up, Tux TV's
No, I can
in the
explain that
building?
naturalistically. It's just as you mature, you understand things
Lack
better.
of practice. It
No
always
God
comes down
required.
to a lack of
Give me a
practice. That's why we're
maturity
doing this
to
show
you.
right now.
Give me
We
a
practice.
pinpoint. Give me.
That's why I
what-
broadcast
what
if there's zero
was the
people
default?
watching. Why does he
There has to
broadcast
be
for
a
zero
default.
people?
Something
Because
like
it's
that.
practice,
This is a
folks.
sham.
There is no one point because it's a process. Just like
I got a
Christians
secret
will
for you guys,
describe them
dude.
coming
Guys,
to Jesus
secret for
as
you
a
guys.
process.
I
There's
just
not one
did
point I can
a
point to and
30-minute
say,
stream
this is
that
the
zero
issue
people
that caused me
watched.
to leave
Why?
Christianity.
Because I wanted to
Doesn't
check some
exist.
sound things, guys.
And then when I did,
Kenny,
It
I
was
really don't want to hear
practice,
your
in other
testimony
words.
again.
I have a practice
Whoa,
channel
whoa, whoa,
for
whoa.
practice
Have I ever
streaming.
said that the experience wasn't real for me?
oh yeah, you did.
No.
Yeah,
No.
no.
The attribution of what
That's why I'm so
caused the
confident today.
experience is not
I
real.
did a
2 plus 2
full-blown
here is
practice
4
stream.
in my book.
If somewhere within the Bible,
Oh, here
I
we
would find
go.
a passage that said 2 plus 2 equals 5. I wouldn't question what I'm reading in the Bible. I would believe it, accept it as true.
Kenny,
God,
you are
God,
so far
y'all
behind.
say some
no,
dumb
Kenny,
shit
I,
as Christians.
No,
Listen,
Kenny,
it's easy.
no, you listen. This is my channel, not yours. Say that out loud.
Can I
If
get
you
an
want to
amen,
talk to
Kenny?
me, then you have to release this whole idea that you have any control or power here.
You do not. Got it? So if I say stop preaching, you stop preaching.
So Doug, you don't think for 1 second that's a bit arrogant? I mean, don't you think that's do you not
Is
think-
this
you don't
pastor
think-
online?
don't you
Yes, it's
think
Kenny.
don't you think
This
that
is
you
Kenny.
don't
We're gonna
think
have
that
him
you
on
don't
Hot
think
Program
that
very
we're
soon.
we're
What you're
subject
trying
to?
my
to
new
do,
friend,
Kenny, is
Kenny.
you're trying to see, this
He
is
knows
why
that
Doug's the way
women
he
shouldn't
was
be
taught the
talking
wrong
out of
Christianity,
place.
right? That's
Shouldn't
what
be
you're trying to
over
do.
talking the message. Can I get an amen, Kenny?
No, sorry guys, I'm not taking any more callers.
Guys, I am taking callers. The pinned comments are how you call in. Now, if you're an atheist, you can call in and chill out and say what's up. And if you're a theist, you can call in and try to convert me, bruh. But you're probably scared. You're probably too scared. Please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. And there's a lot of competition. The most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high. Wait till you guys see what I am about to debut right now. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look. What does it do, y'all? It drives the girls wild. I got the move. chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go? It is a double broadcast day because I am not your favorite YouTuber. I am not your favorite Twitch broadcaster. They're lazy. I'm better. I'm your new favorite right now. I make them shiver. These get scared. I'm about to bust they brains. They see them dumb. I'm here to save them. Yahweh is stupid. I'm about to beat him up cause I'm a sexy boy. Check it out, folks. I gotta take this off. I'm just a sexy boy. Oh my goodness. I'm not your boy. I promised you something new, and the champion shall deliver. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the. First off, folks, can we get a load of the tights? Woo! Look at the crosses. Look at the crosses on the tights. Look at the tights. I'm just a sexy boy. Oh my goodness. I'm not your boy toy. Those other YouTubers can't even lace my tights. They can't even put my tights on. Oh, look at this. Is that a brand new robe? Is that a new robe? Is that new vestments? Oh, dude. Oh, when they ask you does the curtain match the drapes, you tell them you gotta find out the old way. But the robe matches the tights. God damn! I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome, everybody. I can't even tell y'all, man. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. Honestly, I'm on another level. I mean, when you're the Word Wrestling Entertainment United States champion, your name is on the marquee facade, folks. Your name is in lights, okay? So, as you see with my name in lights, with Jewish Space Laser in the house, the whole crew is here, folks. Yes, finally, your boy Pocket Locker has some new vestments. Oh, it's so beautiful. I feel lovely in the purple and black robe. I really do. It really feels very Pocket Locker. It's very on brand with our theme. We've got awards, some pocket change. I see Rebel Nazarene is here. I guess he's making his rounds for the day. You know, stream hopping as we are wont to do in this community. We're going $1 million to Cameron for being first today. $500,000 to Lena. And of course, $250,000 to that KCA Randy. The rest of you can stop watching the stream right now because you're pretty much losers. You pretty much didn't make it into the first 3 people for the money, so you might as well stop watching now. Yep, that's how it goes. That's how it flows, guys. That's how it flows. All right. As you should know by now, your boy Pocket Locker is here commanding the battle station, which should tell you that it is time to get in airplane mode. I'm talking about this my big brother, nigga. No, we're not doing that song. That's a deep cut. We're going with the intro song. Definitely smoking. Whoa. Come on, Screen, work with me.
What's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jet skis, we wildin'. Put the bowl is a party on the island.
moment of silence.
So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flock.
Gather around in the spirit of fellowship, folks. Say hi to your friends. Say hi to your neighbors. Touch your neighbors. Say, neighbor, how you doing?
Days in red roof for my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing.
So guys, I gotta tell you, I went to the dispensary yesterday, right? And I got 2 ounces of some finely ground up weed. I'm talking about some Space Cadet shit, right? And then I took what I had left and I just mixed them all together. So this right here is a very unique pocket locker blend. It's literally never been smoked in the history of the planet before. And the effects are totally unknown. You should not try this at home. I'm a professional. You should not try this at home. Folks, we're gonna get right into it because we've got so much going on today. Like I said, we've got 2 broadcasts to do, which means 2 worship services. All right, but I can handle it. I'm a professional. I got this. All right, let's get into that MJ interlude. Definitely smoking. By the way, pull up a second tab because we're at 9 people right now. If we get to 10, I'm dropping 10 million pocket change on everybody. That's just how I get down. I'm having too much fun.
Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning, I might lay with you. In the afternoon, I play with you. But I know I'm never tripping.
The leader of the Choom crew, motherfucking Obama himself, is in the building.
She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing with.
Oh, we made it! We made it to 10 viewers! We did it! We did it! Let's do this right now! Let's do this right now! Appreciate y'all. We're back at 9, but it's all good. It's all love. To all the viewers, 10 million. But what if I'm on Jay Bundy? What if I'm on Jay Bundy instead of Pocket Locker? We have a powerful cumulative case. 10 million everybody on Jay Bundy as well. Let's get it. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. All right. So as you guys can see, I really wasn't fucking with you. We are actually getting ready to make a presentation for this biome conference that's happening. My mic sounds loud as shit. Let's turn it down. All right. I actually have a... maybe I want to turn the gain down. Do that. All right. I actually have a presentation that was provided for me by one of my close colleagues. All right, so we're gonna use this as like our kind of template. We're just gonna kind of edit one of these because this is a situation where it's kind of like I'm giving a presentation on behalf of a Lena. I love it. That's what we got the emoji bombs for.
I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory.
Love it. I love it. That's how you flex around here. You flex by showing you got plenty of pocket change to spare. All right, here we go. All right, so I'm on the Avita Ed development team, and this is like a presentation about our software. And so I'm gonna try to update it for Avita Ed 4 and let's see what it says, right? It's probably a basic, let me pause airplane mode. Go with a mode. The only thing I don't like is I don't like the fact that this player doesn't have a volume control on it. It gets kind of, that irritates me. All right, guys, but let's do something else instead. Let's do, that's Rebecca's stream. We could check that out at some point. But let's do like a little lo-fi real quick. Should be pretty easy to find. Do this. Turn that down. God, why are these bots everywhere? These fucking bots, man. They're just goddamn everywhere. Spamming emotes. See, they did the same thing, right? They got their bot out here trying to stop people from spamming their chat. It's a real problem out here. It was a so-so stream. I heard there was a flat earther in there going kind of nuts. You know, oh, you know what? That was what's his face? Rebel Nazarene. Rebel Nazarene, you need to call in over here and talk some of this flat earth nonsense. All right, let's see what this looks like, and then I'll start editing it and see what I want to change. All right, so use it. Also, let me see if I can get some dates here. Like, because I kind of want to see whichever one is like the latest, and I'll do that. We'll edit the latest one. That's in here. These don't have dates on them. Report out, Avita Ed, intro poster. Oh, because this is a workshop. All right, let me see. How long is this damn workshop? All right, let me see what this whole workshop thing is. Title and abstract. Guys, I don't even know how long this workshop presentation is. Lord help me. All right, let's go biome. Because I just remembered that they're doing their... Let me see. Oh, Lord. All right. Let me go back and see where they're here. Group. I just don't know how long this all right, you know what, let's say I have the materials and then do it, and then I'll shoot them a quick email. There's been people sending me reminders, so I'll just shoot them an email. All right, it's a workshop presentation. All right, let's just do this. This is probably, I guess Louise, I'm sure Louise sent me everything, but I'm not sure. I guess I just have to do this. I thought I had to do like a thing in the fall as well. All right, let's just go through this and let's see what else Louise sent me. She sent me, all right, this is the 2020 stuff. Oh, this is 2020 stuff, so that's great. That's perfect.
intro poster. All right, I'm just gonna probably use hers and then, all right, here we go, guys. This is the high overview. EVITA-Ed is a free browser-based digital evolution software program that allows the user to observe evolution in action. You've gotten a few to admit that drowning babies is okay. They need to. They need to just say it's okay because God did it in the Bible. And I noticed somebody else, let me try to think of what the name was. Doug had a guy on the other day, right, that he's had on a few times, and he was squirming on Poof or Drown, like absolutely squirming on Poof or Drown. I think it might have taken him like, 20, 30 minutes to eventually come to, oh, well, if it was just about my preference, but I don't really want to say my preference because it isn't, it was just this whole song and dance. Listen, I just think we gotta let people know up front, dog, your religion makes you say shit that's ridiculous. This is the Lena approach. Lena's like, look, I'm gonna just hop in your channel real quick, tell you you're a fascist, try to see how you deal with that. Most of them can't handle it. What's up, James Apperson? Thanks for coming through. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm working on a presentation for the Biology and Mathematics Educators Institute, which I have to give on Tuesday, I think. I'm gonna leave this fine because this is kind of our current aesthetic, even though I think it's god awful. All right. Here's the EVITA-Ed workshop schedule. Oh, she gave me here's the schedule. All right, so apparently it's an hour and a half. Great, that's what I'm committed to doing on Tuesday. Didn't know. And I'll probably just cancel my Monday meetings and do this instead. All right, no worries. I can just pull an hour and a half workshop out of my ass. I teach EVITA-Ed all the time now, so. All right, so a brief introduction for 10 minutes. Then a review of the exercises, time to play, class level results, 5-minute intro, 8 minutes playtime, 2-minute analysis. What? 25 minutes. And then what are you doing? Oh, they do the exercises. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And then using EVITA-Ed for student research. And then what's next? Okay, got it. All science education reform emphasizes developing a comprehensive understanding of content, developing science and engineering practices. Why am I having so much hard time with this lo-fi volume? Yeah, man. All right, yeah, we're trying to do some laid back stuff. It's a little weird to go from counter-apologetics to deep in the science education, but we're gonna see what happens. We'll see how it goes. So right now I'm just trying to give myself a high level overview of what Louise did with her presentation, and then between today and Monday I'll change it because I think I only have to give them the abstract and the title. Integrate course concepts and competencies throughout the curriculum. Focus on student-centered learning. We've done all of this. Next generation science standards. I guess I could talk about this. So this is Louise's kind of spiel. What she's doing here is setting up our basis for using EVITA-Ed. She's giving them the overview of the workshop schedule. Then she's trying to give them a high-level thing, which all science education reform emphasizes a comprehensive understanding of content, which EVITA-Ed helps you do, right, and develop science and engineering practices. Then she's going to go, all right, the next thing we should take a look at is the next generation science standards, right? And here they are, right? Asking questions, developing and using models, planning and carrying out investigations, analyzing and interpreting data, using mathematics and computational thinking, constructing explanations, engaging in argument from evidence, obtaining, evaluating, and communicating information, right? And EVITA-Ed actually allows us to do all of these things anytime we do an EVITA-Ed exercises. That's because it's designed with this type of design our exercises with the next gen science standards in mind, because Louise and Rob and me, like, we're evolution education people, and that's how we designed it. It's not an accident. All right, and then she's talking about her class. I have a different class. Let me put in some notes, maybe. All right, here. Let's do this. Let's enable the editing. Why are you not letting me do that? That's real weird. All right, now let's save as. Let's browse. There should be a place for my presentations. I think it's the documents. Presentations. Biome workshop. All right. Avita Ed, let's just say Biome 2022. All right. Now we can go ahead and save this and do whatever we want. There's a lot of changes to the aesthetic I'd like to make, but they're not so important right now. So this slide, I'm just gonna add some notes. Insert comment. That way it's like more obvious. All right, let's say change and make about Darwin's Law. Darwin's Law is the class I teach. I actually almost taught, I think I've been a TA for this iBio 150. That's Louise's class. I was thinking about teaching that class, but then I decided to teach with Rob Pennock instead. All right, so let's do this. This is what Avita Ed looks like. I should take this from Avita Ed 4. I think this is taken from 3. All right, let's put a comment there. No, that's supposed to be, all right, save that. God, I hate the way Microsoft does comments. All right. Make sure this is Avita Ed 4, not 3. Control Enter. Reb Nas, that's a great question. How old are you? I think Rebel Nazir is troubled. Because at some point, I start to feel like we're dealing with people who are intellectually troubled. Like, no joke, right? Like, at some point you gotta wonder, like, really? Like, if you really think this, I think it becomes fair to say, like, this person is dealing with some serious psychological, emotional, otherwise manifesting itself as intellectual challenges. Because I mean, it's just like, okay, if you guys think like we didn't evolve and the earth is flat and Jesus saves, I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, you know, and I just hope you get help. Because it's hard for me actually sometimes to even believe that people genuinely believe these things, as opposed to just being trolls on the internet. All right, same thing. This all looks fine. She's just showing, this is the population viewer. This is the setup. This is where we configure our dishes. This is the organism viewer. I guess we're using screenshots. I might replace these with, you could put a little video here to show an Avidian reproducing. Yeah, then she goes through the lab book. Okay, exercise 1. Yeah, there's no way in hell I think I'm gonna do. Because this is so much data. Although it's nice to give them a high-level overview, but this is a lot. But then again, I guess it's an hour and a half, and they're not students. All right, so you go collect some data. All right, so then there's these times in here where you go collect data. And then I have the worksheets online, so I could work through this tomorrow, like getting them the worksheets they can do. I just think this is a lot, and if it just ends up being too long on time, I'll just cut it. And I actually think I might just do one exercise and then do like a little can thing where I just show them what we expect them to get from the other ones. All right, that's not a big deal. If you send me a link, I'd check it out. I would check it out. I'm leaning towards more like exposing people's stuff like that. If I could find stuff like that, that's great. Cause I just, I guess part of what I feel like is that a lot of that community exists solely based on taking advantage of the goodwill of other people, right? Like, I've been thinking about this a lot. I actually want to pause the music for a second because what I'm about to say is really not that chill. But like, I kind of been talking about this a lot, but I want to mention it anyway, which is I think we make a big mistake when we keep treating people like they're so smart. And I know that as somebody with an education and you know, went to grad school and I'm an academic or whatever, it feels like it's easy for me to say that, but I think it's exactly the opposite. Given the position I'm in, I know that it probably comes off as very condescending for me to say this, or like I'm just talking down about people who don't have the same level of education that I do. But that's kind of my point. Right. The example that comes to mind is I always say, like, if I listen to, let's say, like Dr. Josh Bowen or Dr. Kip Davis talk about evolution, right? They're really, really accurate. Like, they're really, really good, right? But even so, even though they know what they're talking about and they can describe the process really well, they would always be like, nah, I'm not really an expert in that field. Like, it's not really my thing, you know? Very humble about it. And even though, like, I've learned a lot from them and learned a lot from their field, I could be like, oh, I know this thing about, you know, Hebrew history or whatever the fuck the topic is, right? I'd be like, oh, it's not really my area of expertise, right? Because I don't have a PhD in that field or whatever the fuck, right? That's how most people are. But these fuckface apologists, right? Somehow they know why the evolutionary biologist's wrong, and they know why the historians are wrong, and they know why the language experts are wrong, and they know why all the expert theologians are wrong, right? And when you continue to treat somebody like that, like, oh, you're making reasonable arguments, or you're making a really good point, or, man, I'm so glad we had this conversation. It's like you're telling a midget that they're 7 feet tall. That's what you're doing. The rest of us can see that this person is a fucking midget. They're 3'5", okay? And you insist because you want to feel like a nice person, because you don't want to be mean, right? You insist on telling them they're 7 foot tall so you can feel nice about yourself. And it's fucking bullshit. The truth is they're dumb as fuck. And if they want us to treat them like they're smart and they want our respect, they should fucking earn it. I'm not fucking religious. I'm not gonna fucking, you don't deserve my respect simply because you breathe air. Okay? If everything that comes out of your mouth is hot garbage, I think you're an idiot. I don't think anybody's intelligent till they start making intelligent points intelligently. That's what it takes. That's called a fucking demonstration. You have to actually have a good idea, and then you have to argue well for that good idea. If you step outside the bounds of good reasoning, good evidence, so on and so forth, fuck out of here. You fail. You fail. If I were your professor, you're in my science class, you get a fucking F. Okay? Because you just did not meet the standard of quality work. All right? And I'm about done ranting about this. It just really irritates me. And this is more of a criticism on the skeptics and the non-believers and the people that I think are really smart. Y'all got to stop letting these people pretend that they're on the same level. They're not. It's inherently anti-intellectual, and it's the Dunning-Kruger effect times 10. Yeah, it's super serious. Oh, he threw Sai a bone like that the other night. Granted, way too much credit. Yeah, that's why the Robs of the world and the fucking William Lane Craig. I hear people say this all the time. I heard Matt Dillahunty the other day talking about how, oh, William Lane Craig, oh yeah, he's a super smart guy. Yeah, I think he's a real smart guy. No, you don't. You're lying. You're fucking lying. You don't think William Lane Craig is smart. You don't think anybody who would get up in public, debate Christopher Hitchens with the Kalam cosmological argument is an intelligent person. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. All right. This is cool. This could show you guys like a high-level overview of the Evita lab book. Also, I'm going to be hopefully streaming my class this semester. My class is called Darwin's Law. And we go through this sequence. I introduce my students to Evita Ed. They do exercise 1, which is about random mutation and genetic drift. They do exercise 2, which is about the nature of mutations, whether they're directed or random. Exercise 3, which is about selection and trait changes in a population. Exercise 4, which is about genetic drift. I've actually done an exercise that they do as well. I've created an Evita Ed exercise based on my dissertation research. And so my students do that exercise as well. So yeah, I'm just gonna jump in here and start changing stuff. Let's save this as, we're just gonna start saving some versions here. Let's go with, we'll go with 0 since I haven't done anything to it yet. All right, and let's get in here and start changing shit. I don't have all day. All right, so let's start up here with the class thing. All right, this is the end of it. She just goes through the exercises and then some summary stuff. All right, this is easy. This is gonna be easy as fuck. I just gotta make sure I get a good night's sleep the night before and that I have high energy. And then I'm just gonna cut this down, like, because I don't think in 90 minutes I want to try to get through 4 exercises. Louise is really good at this. I'm not as experienced. I'm not gonna try to do that much. I'm trying to look for that one where I put the note. Here we go. It should be up here. Here we go. All right, let's, what is I gotta look up the thing for our class, like the course stuff for our class. It should be D, documents, teaching. I'm looking up, here's what I'm looking up, y'all, the syllabus. That's what it's called, the syllabus. Darwin's Law. Here's our syllabus from last semester. Nope, that's not it. Here it is. All right, and our class is normally called Lyman Briggs. They might change it, but whatever. I'll go with LB 492. All right. All right. See, her class is from DNA to populations, but she uses digital evolution to teach evolutionary theory. It's what most of us do. All right, I gotta edit this though. Why is this not like a... So that's a text box. Why isn't this doesn't feel like it's a text box. Or is there something else? Yeah, there's something else laying on it. All right, there we go. Let's get rid of that. There we go. All right. Lyman's Briggs, LB 492. I don't think our course has like a subtitle or anything like that. The backup instructor is Dr. J. Bundy. I'm really the co-instructor, but that's all right. All right. Learning outcomes. Here we go. The goal of our class is for our students to explain empirically and philosophically the evidence for evolution as a universal law of nature. Uh-oh. Did I just give the game away, y'all? Did I just reveal that universities actually pay me to indoctrinate children, to teach them how to explain empirically and philosophically the evidence for evolution as a universal law of nature? What? Does that mean extending even beyond biology? What? Does that mean you can use evolution to help explain the origins of life and the origins of the universe? No love from my soundboard there. Hoping for a little bit of oh, there we go. There we go. Uh-oh. Whoa. But the cream will rise to the top. Will rise to the top. No, I was looking for this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Theist. That means my job is you're fucked. Oh, that means this has been a slow burn to the land of you're fucked. Just a walking fish. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, Gutsick Gibbon is Erica. Yeah, she's dope. What were y'all saying about Erica? Yeah, she's another what we call motherfucking professional. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Pocket teaches Darwin's Law. I use that money from the government to teach Darwin's Law. Let's say evolution as a law of nature. There we go. I just gave our class a subtitle. Evolution as a law of nature. That's what I teach. Darwin's Law. I teach it with Rob Pennock. Yeah, you guys are fucked. All right, guys, we're gonna take a little detour because I want to smoke some weed, and I feel like a lot of my folks are here. I feel like James is here, and Lena, and YouTube Punk, and Nano. So I wanna get you guys. I wanna hype up this coming semester, guys. I'm gonna be teaching Darwin's Law with Rob Pennock. All right, and I want you guys to know who the fuck Rob Pennock is, right? All right. Pennock, Tower of Babel. All right, so this is one of the books we teach in my class. It's called Tower of Babel. You guys check this out. That's right. It's called Block. Don't ever do that. And what are you doing? Barnes and Noble. Who the hell wants a Barnes and Noble picture? Guys, I got to be honest with you. Sometimes the searches, I like the searches more on Google. Call me crazy, but Google does things a little nicer, like this. Like it just pulls it up. Boom. All right, so this is the book that I teach in my class. It's called The Evidence Against the New Creationism. See, that's laying all my cards on the table, folks. I actually teach this book in my class with the guy who wrote the book. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do for the cold hard cash. All right, and let's read about him on Wikipedia. All right, he's a philosopher of science who works on a VITA digital organism project at Michigan State University, right? I work with AVITA. This presentation is about AVITA Ed, right? It's the educational version of AVITA. You guys connecting the dots? You guys connecting the dots? I'm the motherfucking evolution guy. That's me. That's what I do. And I teach with this crazy fool right here. All right, and look, he was a witness in the Kitzmiller versus Dover Area School District trial, testifying on behalf of the plaintiffs, and described how intelligent design is an updated form of creationism and not science, pointing out that the arguments were essentially the same as traditional creationist arguments, with adjustments to the message to eliminate explicit mention of God in the Bible, as well as adopting a postmodern deconstructionist language. Pennock also laid out the philosophical history of methodological and philosophical naturalism as they underpin to science, and explained that if intelligent design were truly embraced, it will return Western civilization to a pre-Enlightenment state. All right, so there's my cards laid out. This crazy person, Robert Pennock, is my teaching mentor, and he's a crazy person. Also, he just bought me a 75-inch screen with NSF money and an 8K camera and a new digital mixer because he's awesome and he loves me. And he is trying to help me take over the internet for the cult of the flying man. All right? So that's what we do. That's what we do for the good old money. You watched our whole long video the other week about Donnie and Donnie's deals. She really tore him and his clan up. Who's Donnie? Donnie, I need to know about Donnie. Rob is the worst. Rob is the worst. Guys, I'm trying to get people to understand that Rob from Sentinel Apologetics, which I'm only telling you which channel it is so that you can unsubscribe. I think he should delete his channel because his arguments are trash. His whole presentation is awful. But worse than that, he's just the most boring. He's just the most boring. Like, he's so boring. Like, at least people like Kenny, you know, and Rebecca, you know, they're good broadcasters. They got a little fun to them. They're kind of interesting, you know. You know, they're good streamers. We're glad that they're around, even if we don't agree with them. But Rob is just the worst. Just the worst. So bad. All right. So what our students do? Nah, I don't engage non-life STEM majors. Nah, I engage the hardcores of the hardcores. It is a senior seminar for Michigan State University's Lyman Briggs. You always gotta double check to make sure I don't misspell Lyman Briggs, you know, because it makes me look bad if I misspell Lyman Briggs. See, it's the Residential College of Michigan State. Basically, I teach at a special science college at Michigan State for science nerds. It's like a special little residential, see, it empowers students to change the world through a deeper understanding of science and math and society. So they like live in special dorms and they take special like science honors classes, right? And I teach one of the senior seminars for the ones who are about to graduate. So basically I teach them evolution too late. That's the truth. The truth is I teach them evolution right before they go to med school. Right before they go to med school and stop caring about science. That's what I do. All right. Residential. It should be lowercase. Residential Science College. Students, here we go. We're just gonna copy that and copy this thing right here, our learning outcome. They do that. They do that, okay? That's what they do. They do the thing. Give me some paste options. What? Come on, PowerPoint, work with me here. Yeah, but I don't want that paste. I want the other paste. I want the cool one. Yeah, the one, there we go. There we go, that one. I want that one. And then we get rid of that, and there we're good. And we're good. Hang on, we need to, and then, yeah, they use Avita Ed to carry out research. My students do the same thing. Let's say original research. All right, and that's my course. So that's you know, it's a teacher conference, guys. It's for biology and mathematics educators, all right? And so you've got to share your bona fides with them, as we say. They've got to know that you're like a real educator, that you're really a biology teacher, you know, that you're not one of those flag waving phonies, that you're a legit educator. You know, I'm on the Vita Ed development team, folks. I know you think all I do is run an atheist church, okay? But I don't take from my congregation like that right now. The atheist church thing is not a full-time job. You see what I'm saying? My full-time job is I'm a researcher and an educator. And then I run the church in my spare time, which is why I no longer have any spare time. You know, that's how that goes. That's how that goes. All right. That's how it flows. Actually, speaking of that's how it flows, do y'all want to listen to some R. Brown? Yeah? Yeah, you definitely do. Oh, was that what you were thinking already? Yeah, I know. I hooked you up, though. I hooked it on up, because I'm good like that. In the name of the spirit of doubt here, we're going to listen to some of my favorite YouTubers. All right, let's get into some R. Brown. That's how it flows, guys. All right. Wait, nah, that's too long. Nah, it's too long. Way too long. Yeah, let's get some more. Let's finish this. Nah, I think we watched most of this one. All right, let's go get another one. Who really cares? Let's just find oh yeah, I PragerU, baby.
Oh, guys, yeah, hi.
I was getting the weekend started a little bit earlier.
I'm ready.
We're getting the weekend started.
I took a couple Blue Chew. Very similar to the way that CK Louis does. All right, guys, let's drop the attitude for a second here because, you know, we got a little rule on this dumb.
You guys, you know, Lena, I'm so glad you guys see it. You know, the hard work that I do, you know, it's really funny, actually. I was having this meeting with my advisor the other day, and we were laughing. We were having some jokes about the getup and the outfit and the attires that I wear. basically the level of detail that I pay, I was letting him know I appreciate being able to come to work meetings in my full garb because I need to because of my intensely demanding schedule. And I basically said to him, look, Mike, I work incredibly hard at making it look like I don't work hard. And he was like, you do. He said, you really do. And I felt validated in that moment. I felt like my advisor saw me for the person that I truly am, working hard at being ridiculous. It's harder than it looks, folks.
Is that if something shows up, I just ate an apple, sorry. Let's clear it out. If we get something on this channel as an ad or some kind of recommended,
all right, it's a Digital Evolution software program. It's built from anybody. Some of this I got to get to you guys in case. Yeah, I got to get used to my Avita Ed spiel, guys. You're gonna be seeing me teaching a lot of Avita Ed. And I've got to explain it over and over and over again because there's always going to be new people. All right. So Avita Ed is a digital evolution software program. And it is built from a research platform which is known as Avita. It runs in a browser. And it allows students to design experiments and test evolutionary hypotheses. Now, folks, I'm going to give you guys what we call in the real world here of programming. We call this live programming. When you have a live audience and you don't pre-build everything up, you just do it from scratch. Okay. I'm gonna reveal to you guys right now, unprompted, unasked, unscripted, how stupid theists sound to me when they say, can you show me evolution? But can you really show it to me? Can you prove you can't see evolution? You can't see it. I don't say it to them because honestly, it would just make them look so dumb that I feel bad for them. But I could literally just go to a random search engine, type in Avita Ed, go to Avita Ed. Oh, look, it says the beta is released. Let's check out this, whatever this beta is here. I could take an organism. Oh, let's go with this one. It's called the ancestor. Let's just drop it here. All right, cool. Let's just run it. Up, oh my goodness, look at that. Look, the population fitness has increased. Up, oh my goodness. Up, folks, this is a problem. They're evolving. Oh no. I think that took us less than 2 minutes. And evolution is happening in front of us. Oh my goodness. That's not good. That's definitely not good. Well, so much for that argument. That's literally how fast it works, folks. That's literally my job. Like literally, we use a computer. See, here's the counter-apologetic for you guys. This is why they deny digital evolution. What happens is they give you all this fucking bullshit about how, oh, well, you can't see a frog turn into a prince or whatever the fuck, right? And nobody claims that that's how evolution works, right? We claim that, you'd see it through the fossil records and the geology and the blase and the flavonoids with the fucking history and the DNA. You guys know fucking evolution works. I don't have to explain it to you guys, right? All right. Now, then what they say, though, but the fundamental process, you can't see it, you can't observe. And then we hit them with the fucking digital evolution, and then every single time they deny it. But if you guys know about like the LNCA lab, I just graduated from the LNCA lab. Let's show the people a little Rich LNCA swag real quick. All right. This is Rich LNCA. He runs the long-term evolution experiment. Right. All right. This is the longest evolution experiment in history science. Right. I just did this. I was in this lab. That's where I did my dissertation. Right. And then my current advisor, Mike Travisano, at the University of Minnesota, right? He's the head of the department, right? He also was in the LNCA lab. So back in like the 90s, he was in the LNCA lab. And then I was in the LNCA lab. And then I went to his lab. You see how we keep it all in the family? You see that? Because I'm an expert in experimental evolution. So when I get out of one lab that's like the world's leading lab in experimental evolution, I'm like, where the fuck am I going to go now? I had to go find me a proper mentor who also could be crazy and understands experimental evolution. So I went to work with this guy. All right? So look, folks, the point is, though, this lab isn't all about this E. coli experiment. It also is an EVITA lab, because EVITA allows you to observe evolution much faster than you can in E. coli. The point being, even Richard Lenski knows that digital evolution is some badass shit, right? Which is why the entire time I spent in the Lenski lab, I would tell people, it doesn't say long-term evolution experiment with E. coli on the fucking door. It says experimental evolution, motherfuckers. Anyway.
With it gets a, we do this on them.
That's my current rant. Thanks for attending my TED Talk. Actually, you're watching me prepare my TED Talk.
And we look at them and we say,
thanks for watching me prepare my TED Talk.
So today I got a beautiful video suggested from a place where I get most of my news, which is called PragerU.
All right, so as you saw, it runs into browsers,
University.
allows students to design
Accredited?
and test evolutionary hypotheses.
Probably.
Uh-oh,
Good
theist,
information?
you're fucked.
Definitely. I actually got accepted to Prager University, which means every time...
Yo! All right, y'all, no joke, but I got into PragerU too. Did any of you guys out there get into PragerU? Rebel, did you apply to PragerU? I could imagine that PragerU would be the type of place I'd run in a Rebel Nazarene around campus, right? Because PragerU has that big, you guys know the PragerU campus? Come on, guys, I don't believe I got to show you guys these things. Do you guys not know how to use the internet? I got to show you guys how to use a computer. All right, guys, look, PragerU campus. All right. Wait, where's the picture of your campus? Is this the campus? No. Where's the PragerU campus at? All right. This is going to tell us where the campus is. Think better, live better. Right. Where is the campus? Campus. Is it under communities? Where's the campus, though? We're going to go to Prager. Guys, we're all going to PragerU. Where's the campus? All right, about us. Discover. About us has to tell us where the campus is. About us. PragerU, come on, tell us. Where's the campus? We promote American values through the creative use of educational videos that reach millions of people online. Serving all ages, our content offers a free alternative to the dominant left-wing ideology in culture, media, and education. Whether you're searching for a deeper understanding, new perspective, way to get involved, PragerU. No. Guys, let me show you how it flows. All right, I went to this weird college, right? It was called Penn State University. As you'll notice, it's a land grant, a top-ranked research university, right? And it's Pennsylvania's land. See, this is the campus. You can see the campus right there. You see this in lots of commercials and stuff. All right, then I went to Michigan State, right. Notice again. There it is. There's that campus and the football team and all the typical trappings of a college. All right, now I work at the university. Can't really spell that well. I'm a scientist. I don't really have to spell. Spelling's not what scientists do. All right, there we go. There's the campus. All right, but PragerU, right? PragerU's got it. The story. Uh-oh, guys. Oh, is there no campus? Uh-oh.
Can you open one of the videos? You got accepted. You're in. I'm in class now. So this documentary, as the young people are saying nowadays, rocks.
For fentanyl, You're seeing hypodermic needles, all kinds of evidence that says this is not a poverty problem. This is something else entirely.
That's right, something else
and
entirely.
All the cities in crisis have one
all right, we got some screenshots. That's
housing
cool.
first.
Weird.
The housing first
Weird.
model is premised on a very
Oh, you guys
simple
want to see
and
some
almost
reproduction? They're like, Jay, that Evita Ed, that isn't real evolution. There's no, you programmed in the mutations. You programmed them in, didn't you? You told it what mutations to have. You told it because you're a programmer. First off, guys, let me ask you a question. Be honest. You could be honest with me, chat. You could be honest with me. Even if you don't put it in the chat because you want to spare my feelings, be honest. Do I look like the type of motherfucker that would actually take the time to program evolution into an evolving system? Like I would really sit here and design a computer program to evolve in a specific way. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I'm very busy and very lazy. And when you put those two things together, I call it efficiency. I don't just walk up to my colleagues and be like, hey, I'm very busy and very lazy. I say, hey guys, I'm very efficient with my time. Okay, that's the code word. All right. And then what happens is, so what we do instead is we just let evolution. So look, I'm gonna show you. Look, we go to the organism viewer. All right, we take the ancestor, we drag it over, and then it runs, right? And it's just running, no instructions, and boom, it just copies itself. It copies itself. Maybe there'll be a mutation. Maybe there won't be a mutation. Maybe it'll change. Maybe it won't change. I don't know. But would I sit here and code it in here? No, we wouldn't do that. Look, offspring genome, look, there's a mutation. See where this Z went ZC, it now goes ZI. All right, reset it. Run it again. Oh, guys, I bet you it'll have the same exact mutation in the same place because we coded it in there. We told it exactly where to have that mutation. Wait, it doesn't have a mutation there. Wait, it has a D instead. Wait a second. Try that again. We had to code it in there. It's got to do that same D or the I thing. It's definitely going to have the same. It's got to have one of those mutations. They definitely coded it in there. Oh, an X. Oh, none of them were at the same location. Are those mutations random and not coded in by the experimenter? Oh. Imagine that. The theists don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I guess logically plausible probably is logically plausibly probably fucking moron.
Intuitive idea that if you're homeless, the problem
logically,
is
plausibly,
that you need
probably,
a house.
You know?
And so to solve homelessness, we should merely give people homes.
Listen
There's
to
an
the
idea.
Background music while they're talking about giving homeless people homes. Listen to the background sound.
It's being pushed from the top down.
The program, as I understand it, was started out of New York for the very severely chronically homeless, believe in the 80s and 90s. And
oh, damn. Did Chris Nolan design this? Is the Joker on his way over?
Uh-oh, we got a question, folks. Pause. Somebody has stepped up to play our favorite game, Ask a Biologist. All right, and Rebel Nazarene asks, so where did the original information that replicates come from? Nazarene, is that really your question? All right. Let me explain something to you. Number one, we don't know. All right, that's number one. Number two, we don't care. And number three, in this system, which is so great because it proves evolution works out of the box, no need to get all hung up in your biological feelings, worried about cells and molecules or any of that. What you have right here is this is called a copy loop. All right, it's a copy loop. If we go here to the settings and we turn the mutations off, all right, now there's no mutation rate. Oops, didn't do that right. Whoops, oh, done. All right, cool. and we reset, you'll see that now there's just no mutations. So this copy loop, what it does is it allows the organism to just make copies of itself. That's all. It just copies itself. It copies itself. That's all it does. That's all it does. See, no mutations. It just copied itself. You could reset it, and you could run it again. With no mutations, it's just gonna keep copying itself. So basically, what we have, folks, is what we call a basal self-replicator. Okay, it is a single genome capable of self-replication, but it does not do anything else. Matter of fact, all of these little C's it has are computer instructions called NOP-Cs that don't do anything. So basically, we have a system where there is no information. Other than the ability to replicate, the genome contains no information. But through random mutation and natural selection, the information evolves into the genome de novo, meaning it wasn't there before the experiment started, and it evolved fresh during the experiment. Oh, that's such a defeater. Oh, it's such a defeater because it means we don't even need to pre-program in any information. We just take a little replicator, we drop it in the virtual world, then we let the evolution do the rest. Guys, I told you I'm lazy. I just set up the experiments, and the computers do the hard work. They do all the evolving and all the stuff. They do all the things, and then they show me the data, and then I tell the government to give me this. So I can do this.
Homelessness is to give homeless people affordable homes.
And yes, I do it with government funding. Government funding.
Yeah, there's a lot of research that suggests that's pretty much the best way to deal with homelessness.
PhD in science is the study of God's creation. Amen. Wow.
Why don't we just give them a house and not deal with all of the problems of picking them up, putting them in jail, putting them in a hospital, doing the rest of it? Let's find a central place.
Yalloway? Who's Yalloway? Hallelujah? Is that Hallelujah?
What's actually causing people to be homeless?
Listen, it's Hallelujah. And you don't spell it like that. You guys got to learn how to spell your sacred words. You spell it like that. That's a good one. There's like hallelujah. I don't know. There's a couple, but that's my favorite. All right. Then you got the alleluia, I think, like that or something, right? Guys, you guys gotta, there's the other one. Hallelujah. That's the one you were looking for. Hallelujah. Don't be sticking that misspellings around here.
It's overwhelmingly problems with mental health and drug addiction.
So this documentary is about 22 minutes long. You could watch it. It's free.
All right, we saw some replication.
It's free, but you do have to get into PragerU. Okay. Do I think you were able to pass the Prager bar? Probably not, bro. There's basically just two assertions in this documentary. Well, as you could see.
All right, so this exercise, you make predictions about the frequency and number of mutations. As you saw, they're random, though, so your predictions don't work out.
But besides that, there's really two main assertions.
Collect your individual data.
One is that this housing first, quote unquote,
compare
policy
it with
doesn't
a partner.
work. It's a huge failure. Housing first doesn't work. And the second thing is the reason people are homeless is because they're drug addicts. That's it. That's pretty much. It's 22 minutes.
I think I'm going to do more introduction, less exercise. I'll stick with exercise 1. All right, then we'll go to exercise 2.
And
our mutations directed.
If you're going to put somebody in housing and you don't provide any type of services for them,
yeah, you analyze class data.
No anything for them. You just stick them in the house just so you don't have to look at them.
Insert class data. I've got class data to pull
How
from.
are we really helping?
This guy rules. PragerU is always good at finding people who will say this stuff, but I love that of just like, somebody's homeless, you're just gonna stick them in a house? You're just gonna stick them in there?
You're just gonna put them in that house like
You're just
that?
gonna stick food in your mouth? You need a drink of water? You're just gonna stick a drink in?
You know, I didn't want to do this, Rebel. But you've been talking. Hang on, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. But Rebel Nazarene, you've been talking a lot of trash in the live chat. But I am here to let you know that if you want to go one-on-one with the Great One, all you need do is click on the pinned comment in the chat. In other words, I believe, truth be told, you have been ducking and dodging a one-on-one encounter with the United States champion. If you think you have such good arguments and evidence for your pathetic God, then I suggest you step up, you call in, you make your case, and if you're successful, not only will you have successfully challenged the United States champion, I will send you $100 of my very own personal money right now. But I have a feeling you're scared. That deep down inside you are very, very scared because you know that you don't have good arguments. You know you don't have any good evidence. You know I will make a fool out of you. And I gotta admit, that's probably the smartest choice you've made in quite a while. See, I noticed, but they call in over on Bread of Life, though. See, they'll call Rebecca, right? Because they know Rebecca's gonna be a little theist friendly. A little nonsense accepting. I will lay this smack down, hit you with the sweet sin music, lay you out, and then it will be over. And I'm here to tell you, you don't want none. You don't want none. He's scared. He's scared. Very, very scared. Turns out Rebel Nazarene is not such a rebel at all. Rebel Nazarene is rather tame. Rather, I'll just chill here in the comments where I can talk trash. I'll just chill here in the comments where it's safe, where no one's messing with me. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't buy it. I think the Nazarenes are a bunch of phony balonies anyway. You know? One of those dime a dozen flat earth sects, you know? Oh, the Bible is God's word. No, it's not, you fool. You know it's not. You don't buy that nonsense. You've seen too many globes to buy that nonsense. Woo! Brought it out of me, YouTube punk. Brought it out of me, YouTube punk. I didn't, you know. I just want to fight. I got to be honest with you guys. I'm looking for a fight. I'm looking for somebody to call in and give me a challenge. I think I've intimidated all the theists too soon. I think they're all scared. I don't want them to be scared. I want them to step up and take the challenge. Why are they so scared? Is it because they know their God's not going to help them? Is that why? Is it because they know their God's not going to show up and prevent them from sounding stupid? Ooh. All right, guys. Well, thanks for attending promo time. That was fun. What is happening to my mic here? Let's turn it up there. Now I'm volume friendly. Now I'm back to sounding loud. I'm okay with it now.
There. So the first thing to look at is does
Thank you, YouTube Punk.
this idea first of all, what is this
he's
idea
backstage.
of housing first?
He's backstage.
Are you aware of what that means? And long story short, what housing first really in practice means is build affordable housing. Build affordable housing build housing that's not just like some
I don't
tent or
buy
something,
it.
where people can actually live who are chronically homeless. And
I
there
think
you go.
these scared theists aren't backstage.
California,
Let's
San Francisco
see.
from just a couple months ago. And they say,
Let's see what they're talking about. Where'd my other tabs go? Jeez, maybe I need the link. Where's the link? Maybe I need the link. I need the link or something. I don't know. I can't even pull up my own. Can't even pull up my own video. Thought I had some browsers going. I must have closed them all out. Oh Lord, y'all. What am I doing? Here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. All right. There are no scared theists back here. All right. There are no scared theists back here. All right. All right. Also, let's mute the stream. That's really loud. All right. So, what we're going to do, I'm going to go over to my other computer and set it up. Stop bluffing. All right, let me see Rebel Naz. Let me see this. Let's get this Rebel Nazarene thing going. And also, who said that Rebel Nazarene has a PhD? Where did he say that at? Did he say that? Did he say he got a PhD? He doesn't have a PhD. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. All right, let me, I can let him in. Oh, I know what it is. I'm on my other computer. All right, I want to use my other computer, so let's do that. Let's get in here. And, yeah, let's do that. All right. And then on this computer, give me 1 sec, guys. All right, all right, I don't see anybody in the. I'll create a link for him if I don't see him in here. I didn't see him back here. All right, I don't see anybody in the. I'll create a link for him if I don't. All right, that is loud as shit. Oh, that's because the thing is on. All right, great, fixed it. All right, there was an echo. Sorry about that, guys. That was from my microphone. I thought that was weird as shit. All right, let's see. Join the stream. Poker Yoo-Hoo Pocket. Waiting for host. All right, it says waiting for host. I'm the host. Why is it not letting me in? All right, let's do this instead. Let's, close all. Hang on, let me get you guys the right camera. Sorry, I got to switch devices for this. That's what's taking me a minute. I'm not coding on the same computer. All right, let me, let's get rid of that one. Disconnect. Keep the changes. All right, great. Now, put this up for you guys. Not that one. All right, guys, we're getting ready to take some callers. Apparently, I don't know. I think they're scared. I don't think they're actually gonna call him. We'll see. We shall see. All right. Let's go with Google Chrome. Me. Let's restream. Continue with Google. I was logged in already. So if you guys are like, why weren't you logged in already? I was logged in already. I don't know what the hell happened over here. I think I closed all my browser tabs. All right. Yep. All right, here we go. Start with studio. Who's in here? There's nobody in here. Oh, Rebel Nazarene is in here. All right. Let's make sure our audio settings are good. Nope. 3-4. Good. Here we go. All right, let's go to the bass. Actually, I kind of want to keep the view we're at right now. But let me get this other one set up, and if we're gonna do that instead, we'll do game capture there. All right, we're good. Full screen. All right, Nazarene, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yo, what's good?
How you doing, man? Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for letting me in 10 minutes later. That promo was kind of anticlimactic, don't you think?
I'm not really. No, I think it was pretty good actually. It was kind of funny. It's how it's mostly, yeah. You guys are all little talkers. You guys are mostly scared. So I am impressed that you called. I'm giving you that. Mostly I have to cut promos because people are too scared to call, and then they call and they're too scared to turn on their cameras.
I never turn on my camera. It's not just you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like in general, like it's easier to make ridiculous arguments where you don't have to worry about people knowing. Like I put my real life out there, so if I say ridiculous stuff on the internet, like it's not hard to find me, right? So you guys say whatever the hell you want, but then you hide behind, these cameras. What's up with that?
The time I joined Pine Creek stream, because he uses Whereby, I'm used to StreamYard. Because he used Whereby and I was driving my car, I just set it up with my Google account. My full name showed up on his stream, and I was talking to Flower.
So one time, your full name showed up. I'm just saying. I just think y'all are scared though. I just think there's a really good reason why people who make ridiculous arguments that are unsupported and unfounded routinely don't show their face on camera. I just think there's a significant correlation there. We do this a lot. We do this almost every day in this community. So you're not the first flat earther who won't show your face.
Jay, you got you got 66 subscribers and 8 people watching, bro. I'm not worried about anybody finding me, bro.
So that would be definitely so small of an audience that's so insignificant that you're definitely not afraid to turn your camera on, right?
No, it's obviously not for the reason that you're portraying, which is somebody's gonna find me. Clearly,
are you that ugly? What's the real reason then?
Yeah, my avatar right here is a lot more appealing than what I look like. Let's go with that.
All right. So did you also tell us you have a PhD? Did I get that right?
Yeah.
In what?
In science.
No. All right. So you clearly don't have a PhD. So are you? I heard earlier you were a flat earther. Is that a real? I think you're a troll, Rebel. I don't think you believe this stuff. I got to be honest with you.
I don't identify as a flat earther. No, I'm a man created in the image of God.
Not buying it. I don't think you buy that.
What, you think I came from a rock or something?
No, I just think you're a troll. I think you think this is fun, which is fine. I'm having fun. I don't mind. And I got to be in the mood. Sometimes I'm not in the mood for a troll, so I might just hang up on you out of nowhere. But other times, I think trolls are good practice, for non-trolls. Okay. But no, I don't think you think the earth is flat. I don't think you're a biblical Christian. I don't think you go to church.
I don't go to church.
Why don't you go to church?
Because there's nowhere in the Bible that says to do that.
Flag waving phony.
You want to tell me the scripture that does?
I don't think I have to. I mean, honestly, I think there's so many that speak to the essentialness of community and how they're to treat one another. I think that's all throughout the Old Testament. Like, we're such a social species. Like, I don't think there's a good theistic or non-theistic case for that. Like, this idea that there's some sort of really super powerful worldview that determines how we should all live, but somehow you should live it in isolation and not intentionally in community with others is like,
I never said I live in
that.
isolation.
You can miss me with that.
Wait, what happened? I never said I live in isolation.
Yeah, well, I just think I'm just not into the Christianity of one. Like, if you have that one person Christianity that doesn't think you should go to church or whatever, then it's like, okay, cool.
By church, I assumed you meant just your average local Sunday building church.
Yeah, how do you identify as a Christian and you don't go to church?
I have an online ministry I joined.
Not buying it.
You think I'm lying?
Yeah. I mean, maybe not lying, but like I don't see you as a serious Christian. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just being honest with you. Like, when I see somebody like Rebecca or Kenny, like, I think that, or like people in my family. The other thing is, you got to remember, I used to be a Christian, right? So part of what I hear is like, I'm not just coming from an atheist perspective. That's what's different about me. I really was a Christian for a long ass time. And I walked in this faith trying to find answers, right? And so part of what I'm trying to do with people is identify who's a sincere Christian that can sincerely help me find the answers I went looking for and couldn't find. And what I hear is a lot of like bloviating trolls who are just trying to make arguments. And like, to me, I don't even think that, like, to me, it's like I just put you in a certain category where it's like, oh, this is pure entertainment. They don't take their faith that seriously. They're just trying to argue and rattle people up online. They don't, living the Christian life doesn't mean a goddamn thing to people like this.
So why are you making a bunch of assumptions about me instead of like?
Because I want to.
Talking to me about what I originally came on here for, and like getting to like,
you do this shit to me all the time, so why not?
Like what?
You do this all the time. Tell us what we think, tell us what we feel, tell us what fucking science is and evolution is. You don't fucking ask us what we believe and ask us shit, right? And I'm not just being honest with you. I'm just telling you I think you're a troll. Like, I'm giving you an opportunity to convince me you're not a troll. You're not doing a very good job is what I'm saying. Yeah. So far, I'm unconvinced that you're not a troll.
The YouTube chat is a very limited way of expressing yourself.
All right, well, go ahead. Tell me all about your faith and your upbringing and the way of the Nazarenes and what's the real? What do you want to talk about?
Well, first, I wanted to see which one of your beliefs you wanted me to debunk first.
You can't debunk my beliefs.
The idiocy of evolution.
You can't debunk my beliefs. I don't think you can do that.
Or the ridiculousness of the heliocentric globe Earth. Which one do you want to start with?
Yeah. This is what I mean. Like, these are non-starters.
I hope your audience sees this.
Yeah, they do. They see it. Trust me, they see it.
For example, wanted me specifically to come on here and debate you about this, but you're just completely dipping and dodging, avoiding this.
Okay. All right. So what are we supposed to be debating?
I guess we can start with evolution since you're the
expert. All right. Let me give you my honest opinion on this. You want my honest opinion on this? If you think that evolution is worth debating, you are a moron. And you are definitely not. If I polled 100 evolutionary biologists, I would be really surprised if I found 3 who are willing to debate you about this. Really shocked. Because what we've determined over time, right? There are people I will like have this conversation with, but they're not trolls. They're mostly like people I like more than I like you, that I think it's worth having the conversation with because, they've got some sort of, deeply reasoned or like well put together sort of attacks that I find interesting to deal with. But in all seriousness, I just can't take people seriously who think that there's a good reasoned or evidence case for whatever their fucking theistic belief is, and then think there isn't enough evidence to support evolution. Like it's just you wanna debate. You think there's somehow a debate to be had about literally the most well-supported scientific theory in the history of biology. So you are in such an anti-scientific place when we start that I can't take you seriously. So if you want to have the conversation, we can have the conversation, but I don't think there's anything to talk about because you're so far beyond convincing that it's not up to me to convince you that evolution's true. It's up to you to figure it the fuck out. At this point, you're so anti-reality that it's now up to you whether you want to be a serious adult human being and grow the fuck up or not. If you do want to grow the fuck up, right, what you would do is you would put your religious bullshit aside. You would go study the actual science. Like you would read scientific papers. You would take a class. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be honest with you. In your situation, you can't do this on your own. This is if you really believe that evolution is something to debate, you can't. I'm sorry, you've demonstrated that your self-study skills are insufficient. So you need to take a biology class. And it needs to be at a public university. It can't be no fucking PragerU bullshit. It can't be at some fucking privately funded Christian college. You need to go down to like a serious, like, community college or state university. You need to enroll in a real biology class, and you need to figure out where you went wrong. Okay? And until you make that kind of effort, I'm not going to take you seriously. Because seriously, like, it's like a person who calls me and they're clearly having a fucking hallucination or they're clearly delusional. It's like, look, I'm willing to have all types of relationships and conversations with you, but you got to get help. And if you're not willing to get help, then you're beyond what I can do for you. Because literally, you're not one of my fucking students, right? If you were one of my fucking students that came into my class with this in the fucking fall coming up here in September, I just fail the shit out of you. And understand something, I would be in the right to fail you because what you're saying is not scientific and you're wrong. And where you get to have this little bullshit audience on, shut up, this is my channel. I don't have to let you talk at all. I don't have to be nice to you.
Is it a conversation or a lecture?
No, it's not a fucking conversation. If you come up my channel with some anti-evolution shit, you come into my channel with some anti-evolution shit, you're lucky I give you fucking space on my screen. You guys want to be tough? You want to tough talk? You want to big dick people? Let me show you how it's fucking done. You're a clown. And as I was saying, if you came into my classroom with this bullshit, I would fail you. And you could appeal to the dean, the fucking administrators, the fucking president of the university. Nobody would have your back. There'd be nothing you would do because you'd be on fair footing. You'd be in a space where your fucking bullshit isn't gonna cut it. And you'd be assessed on your ability to deal with the scientific evidence as it is fucking presented to you. And you clearly can't, and I'd fail you. And I'd enjoy it, I would love it. And I would love giving your classmate A's who earned it. Now say some reasonable shit before I boot you from my channel with your fucking ridiculous. And you're lucky I let you talk in my chat. What do you want to say?
Well, I'm just surprised, like, why
Don't be surprised. Get over it. Say something intelligent.
Whole WWE style promo.
Because I felt like it. Say something intelligent. Rebel Nazarene, make your case. You are not making a case. You were just telling me you don't like my style.
You weren't letting
I'm mean to you.
I never said that. I don't
Go
like your style.
for it.
When did I say that?
You just critiqued my promo and the whole WWE thing.
I didn't critique it. I'm just repeating.
I got a better question. Why did you watch
all?
all of that if you thought it was so ridiculous?
Wait, you kind of roboted on me. I don't know what you said.
Why did you watch it if you thought it was so ridiculous? Like you said, I got like 8 viewers. There's like 1,900 other channels you could be watching, right?
I never said it was ridiculous.
Oh, okay, cool. So then I'm glad it's not worth. So I'm glad we agree that that is not what we should be talking about right now. I'm waiting to hear your anti-evolution. I don't hear any good arguments against evolution or against a heliocentric universe. Do you really think these are reasonable things to believe?
Yes, I do.
Why? Why? Answer the question, why?
Because I've seen the scientific empirical evidence that proves so.
What? Show me. Show me. I missed it. I didn't see it. I didn't get it. Could you link it in the chat here for us?
Well, speaking of that, I do have over 24 documents from NASA and the U.S. military that all claim the Earth is flat and
Great,
stationary.
sweet. Share your screen and show us. We'd love to see them.
Oh, can I share my screen on here?
Yeah.
I didn't see an option where I could.
Yeah, go ahead. Share your screen or send me a link, whatever to let you do, man.
I actually had a bunch of tabs open and I closed them thinking I couldn't.
No, go ahead. Show. If you can't, you could drop them in the Discord. I'll pull them up.
Wait.
We'll check them out.
Wait. So do you know if I can or not? Because I know on StreamYard that I can.
Normally you can. You're like an invited guest. I don't know. Let me see. I'm in the full screen mode, so I don't know what it shows for guests. Let me see. You should be able to. If not, send me a link in the private chat and I'll pull it up.
Well, it would be multiple links, but I do have screenshots of from the papers that are making these claims, and if you want me to send you that, it would have to be through Facebook Messenger.
All right, you can send it to me through Facebook Messenger. That's fine.
Okay. What's your name? Jay something?
Jay Bundy. BUNDY.
Jay Bundy?
Jay Bundy. BUNDY. Yeah.
What's your picture? There's a lot of those.
I don't know. It's like a science-y thing or me playing drums. Let me see. You said Facebook?
Or you want to maybe it's easier if you find me.
Yeah, hang on a sec. Let me just pull up my Facebook. Oh, come on.
Wait. Oh, okay. You know what? Oh, I see. I think you enabled it now. I do see a share screen option.
All right, go ahead. Share your screen.
Okay, let me get to what I was talking about. Just give me 1 second here.
This should be a treat.
Yeah, actually,
y'all, we're about to look. I ain't even gonna tell you. I ain't even gonna hold you, Rebel Nazarene. If you are true to what you say, you're about to make me rich and famous. You will become my favorite person because I will take what you're saying, get that shit published, take the scientific credit, get my Nobel Prize, and be on my way to get my dick sucked by like a whole bunch of women. Oh, y'all can say what y'all want to say. If I get this evidence that the Earth is the center of the fucking solar system, y'all. Oh, bitches are sucking on a dick. Oh, we could skip all the formalities, all the niceties, oh no, I'm gonna make the world. No. Skip all of that. Blowjob time. Here we go. Amen. Hallelujah.
Yeah, amen, Jay. I got my screen shared. If you can, if you want to enable it.
You about to show us some porn? All right, let's see.
No porn bombs for me, sir.
That's good. All right.
Actually, in fact, I haven't watched 1 minute of it since 2 years ago when I first came to the faith. So, all right.
You became a believer yesterday, basically.
Sure. That's
all right. Let's go ahead.
2 years ago. Yeah. So here you can see at the top it says NASA.gov. Okay, and these are if you want proof that these are from legitimate governmental sources, I can pull up my email and I can go to the links. But for right now, I'm going to show you the screenshots because these papers are hundreds of pages, and so we'd have to flip through a bunch of different ones. Okay, so here in the summary, we see it says this report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a what? Flat and non-rotating Earth. Okay, so it's talking about flying airplanes. And then we see the same thing in the conclusion and within the same document here. This is back from 1987, Army Research Center, National Aeronautics and
Bro, you're not really this stupid, are you? Go back to the beginning. Go back to the first part. Read the sentence again.
This report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat and non-rotating Earth.
Right. This report documents the derivation of a model for an aircraft flying over a flat Earth. You with it? You with it? When they wanted to construct the model of the airplane flying over the Earth, right? So what they did was, for the sake of the model, they used a flat Earth model to help them develop the math for their equations. Next piece of evidence, because this is fucking horseshit and proves nothing. Do yourself a favor, and I mean this sincerely. Don't ever show this to another person so long as you live as evidence of flat Earth. It's embarrassing. Next piece of evidence, please. This is trash. Next. This gets an F. Anything from this report gets an F. Next thing. Next piece of evidence. This is trash. Bye. Next.
Well, this one doesn't.
You're asking a biologist. This is my classroom. This gets an F. Next.
This is the next one.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's in the conclusion now, because that was in the.
It's the same place. Linearized model. I'm not reading anything else from this paper about a linearized model. This is about a model. This report derives and defines a set of linearized system matrices. That is a name for a series of mathematical equations. It's a system of matrices for a rigid aircraft of constant mass, stationary atmosphere of a flat, non-rotating Earth. It is a model. And it is not even about the evidence of the Earth being a flat. It's about aircraft model. It's a model to make equations about how airplanes fly. You can't be this silly. Nazarene. You either here are your two options. No? You follow my instructions to show me you are at least capable of following instructions, or I go tell the registrar that you need remediation before you can take my class, that you do not have sufficient scientific background to even be in my classroom. Those are the two options. You follow my instructions, or you do not have. You can't. I'm sorry. Some people can't even sit in my class. You gotta have a certain. You gotta know enough science to even make these type of arguments. Your last paper showed that you're not ready for this. I'll give you another shot. You get 3 pieces of evidence. Show me the absolute 3 best pieces of evidence. Because if they're all of that quality, I'm not listening to anymore. You got 2 more pieces of evidence. Think long and hard and go for your best shit. It's called an elevator speech. You don't get to give people fucking 3-hour presentations. It's not your channel. You got to go with your best shit. Don't bury the lead.
How do you deal with this, where this is in the Army now? It has it right in the title. And my question is, why would they make a model that doesn't reflect reality?
Oh my goodness.
In fact, why would they make a model the complete opposite to the true cosmology? Like, what purpose would that benefit them?
Bro, because that's how modeling works. When you make a model of something, you simplify certain things so that you can focus on how other things apply. When you have an Earth with a round Earth and the gravitational pull and all of the fucking shit, like, that complicates their shit, right? So they just like, hey, look, for the purpose of figuring out how planes get from point A to B best, we're just going to work with the model like we're flying a damn plane over a sheet of paper, okay? And so right now, that's what we're doing for this model. And if you really want to know why they did that, you should ask the motherfucking researchers. But I'll tell you what it isn't. It isn't evidence that the Earth is flat. That's what it's not. So is this your next thing? Is this the next best thing you got?
Yeah, this is just a little bit of a different angle. You see down here at the bottom, it says daytime sky intended for measuring the brightness of the firmament. Have you heard of this word before, and do you know what it means?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
This is actually a McToon file, funny enough.
A McToon file? What the fuck is that supposed to mean to me? This is nothing. This looks like a dissertation defended. It's just telling you, hey, look, at some point back in 1957, somebody defended this dissertation. In it, they there was a firmament. Go back to the part that says firmament. I can't even read it. There's so many. This font is awful. One of these was a visual photometer of the daytime sky intended for measuring the brightness of the firmament. Yeah, it's just a word they used for an instrument. It probably is not even referring to a biblical firmament at all.
But it's talking about the daytime sky. That's the context here.
Right, and so they're probably using that term as a shorthand for whatever it is that they're measuring with the light. This is what I mean. You guys do a fucking internet word search, and then you find one little thing, and then you're like, this is it. You can't even. All right, go find me the passage in that paper where they explicitly state that they're referring to firmament in the way it's used in the Bible. All firmament means, it's a noun. If you look it up, it's literary. It means the heavens or the sky, especially when regarded as a tangible thing, right? Thunder shakes the firmament. So basically, there's a secular use of the term firmament. Since these guys actually are dealing with the physical mathematics of the motherfucking sky and shit, they like actually use the term firmament because when they talk about the lightness coming from the sky, they're referring to a tangible thing that they've got photometers and shit to measure. So here they are doing some science shit, and y'all come, you're like, hey, these scientists used our word once. Nope, isn't even your word. It's just a word that has a use that happens to also be in the motherfucking Bible. The Bible used it because the word had usage beyond the Bible. The Bible didn't make up words. And I'm the fourth one down. You see the one that says postdoctoral researcher, which means not going for your bullshit? The fourth, that one. That one. There you go. That's me.
I think we can be friends.
Yeah, of course we can be friends. I need crazy people to come and try to tell us this shit. This is how we expose you guys. This is how we show people that what you say is science is not science. And when you point to science, you do so really badly. And this is the problem I have with you guys. Like, what you should be able to do, if you were correct, is you would be able to show us well-reasoned arguments, and then you'd be able to argue for them using good science. What you guys do is total bunk, and that's why it's rejected by all scientists. Because I hate to tell you this, and this is going to be the part of this that I think you probably find the most difficult to deal with personally, right? This is the struggle that you guys have personally. And this is some shit that I know you're probably not going to accept, but it's true. Whether or not somebody can convince you of these things doesn't change the fact that they're true. In the words of Neil deGrasse Tyson, another person who actually knows what the fucking universe looks like and will tell you that the motherfucking earth is round, okay? And that evolution happened, okay? Because he's an excellent scientist. He will tell you the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. And what you religious people got to get through your head is that the same thing applies for biology and the origins of life and the origins of the universe. These things are true, independent of whether or not you believe them. So your monkey ass can run off and say, I don't believe in evolution and evolution is bunk and you can't debunk my. It doesn't matter. You still evolved, and we have the fucking proof. We have the fucking evidence. So you can not believe it all you want. We have the evidence. And we're not going to believe you until you can give us better evidence than we already have. And you can't. And what you need to do is stop being so fucking arrogant and accept that you're wrong about this. God damn, it's painful. Painful that you can't admit you're wrong. And you're wrong about evolution too. So you got some creationist intelligent design evidence too? Because even the fucking courts have even acknowledged that this shit isn't science. When will y'all accept the rebuke? When will you accept that you're wrong? How much evidence will it really take?
I would ask you the same question.
All right, cool. Good. Thanks for calling in. You proved you're not scared, but you proved not. Dude, you fail. Because I'm a professor. And part of being a professor now is I don't have to listen to people bloviate about bullshit. I get to say, your shit is not scientific. Honestly, you would fail my class. But I'm too nice of a person to do that to you. And I don't believe it's right. Right? So here's the deal. Here's the truth. If you were in my class with this bullshit, I would literally go to the dean and tell them you can't take my class. I would tell them you need remediation, that you do not have sufficient scientific background to even be in a senior level seminar. You are proving the point that me and Rob often say. We are lucky sons of bitches because we teach some motherfucking spectacular students who are seniors at one of the best public universities in America, and they happen to be in the Lyman Briggs Honors Science College, and they show up ready to fucking do the damn thing. You're just not ready for the level of conversation we try to have in this community. I'm just being honest with you. Right now, it'd be like kicking a midget in the face. Like it just wouldn't make me look good. Like I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance to hit me with 3, and you just showed me like you don't get it, bro. You don't know the difference between a model and somebody explaining reality. You're nitpicking off of titles. You're trying to drop the authority. Oh look, this comes from NASA. This comes from the Army, bro. Like that's just not how science works, bro. Like you're just not good at this. I'm just telling you that you're just not good at this. It's like if you come to the court to play basketball, we give you the ball, we let you shoot around. Like you just suck. Like you're just not good at this. I'm trying to keep it real with you.
But how about the fact that bodies of water at rest always find their level and lay flat? Nothing?
Nothing.
What? What do you mean nothing?
Nothing. Nothing.
Well, you can't get a body of water to curve, can you?
Bro, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's
No,
it.
answer my question.
I'm trying to answer your question. Your question.
You're just saying nothing.
Your question, yes, nothing. Your question misses the point. The local scale of me pouring some water here in my fucking mug, right? Right. And actually, the shit is curved. It does go with the curvature. I just can't perceive it because my eye, I'm not that sensitive. But look, the scale is total. This means nothing compared to the fact that we live on a round globe. If you think, oh, because you guys can't get water to curve in a swimming pool means the earth isn't round, again, bro, you're not up to snuff. Like I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Like I'm not gonna play this game where I sit here and try to like Google for an hour and how to debunk flat water. Like I'm just not. Like, bro, that's just not gonna cut it. I'm trying to tell you. You need somebody who's gonna tell you the truth. What you like to get away with is these silly little word games. You went to some flat earther bullshit website where they've got these little, hey, we've got these little argument tricks for you. Try this out on them. I bet they won't know what to say. And I'm telling you, they're all dumb. They're all bullshit. None of them are doing shit. Bro, if the earth wasn't round, scientists would be saying it isn't round. Like I said, science is too competitive and scientists don't like each other. Because science is too competitive and because we don't like each other and we're competing for limited resources and jobs, we would all blow the whistle on the shit because we would win a lot of money. If we could be the guy that actually got some real published legit research, you have not shown me a single piece of peer-reviewed scientific literature in a relevant field that says the earth is flat. What? You literally haven't. No, you didn't.
I literally just, no?
Bro, you showed me that NASA used flat Earth for a model. I don't give a fuck about NASA's model building. No, it shows nothing. It shows that NASA used the flat Earth for a model. I mean, literally, that's what I'm saying. If you don't get what I'm saying to you, when I say that means nothing because it's NASA building a model, and you don't understand how that makes it that is not evidence that the Earth itself is flat, then like, bro, like that's what I'm saying. You're not ready for this. That's what I'm saying to you. You're not getting that. Like, I'm sorry, I can't keep doing this. You got to show me that you understand what I'm saying, or else I'm not gonna waste my time. You don't get to. I'm not gonna play your silly little fucking word games, Nazarene. You're not that smart. That's your problem. You think you're a lot smarter than you are. That's the truth. You don't like it? Fuck off. I don't give a shit. You're not as smart as you think you are. You're not nearly as smart as you think you are.
Okay.
Okay, and stop with this joke that you have a PhD. It's embarrassing. Don't embarrass yourself that way.
Okay.
Okay. We're good? Gave you some good advice. Go take a science class.
How about the fact that gas pressure has to be contained and can't exist next to a vacuum?
Right. Oh, look at that. Ooh. I'm just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. boy. All right, y'all, I got to get back to work. That was super fun. See, I got to just let the "you're a stupid motherfucker" out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't keep bullshitting with these people. You know, if I'm a donate real minutes of my real life to some bullshit like that, you know, you just got to keep it 100 with them. Like, they're really just not cutting it. They're just not cutting it. Yeah, you're just not cutting it. You know, you got to do better than that. You got to do a lot better than that. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Anybody else want to call in? I'll keep this up. You guys want to call in? You know, let me know. Somebody else calls in. In the meantime, I'm gonna get back to my work over here, doing hard things. Catch up a little bit on the chat real fast. Let me, I want to pull my screen back up though, so let me put that screen back up so I can get back to work on my presentation. You know, Rebel Nazarene could call in another time if he's got something better to come with. That just wasn't very good, you know? Sometimes you got to hear people out and tell them, sorry. Sorry, that isn't very good. Sorry, your cleverness is not that clever. But this is something I noticed, right? When I really started to get into this stuff, and it's something I gotta be honest with you. I figured this out way before I started actually doing any sort of counter-apologetics or anything like that. So in some sense, I kind of started doing this content with a loaded deck because I really was a Christian looking for the evidence. And I know they don't believe that. I know they refuse to accept that or whatever the fuck. But it is really true. Matter of fact, I can keep that up on the other screen so I can see if somebody calls in. And then over here, I want you guys to go back to the laptop. All right, let's get that going. Automatic. There we go. Dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Cameron. Don't fall for that trap. Because as you could see, right? Look, the science is never good, right? It's never good. This is why I always ask them for this shit, because it's never good. But I honestly don't think you should waste your time chasing down the rabbit hole of their fucking evidence, because it's just never good. It's always some out of context bullshit. And while you may think, well, then, you know, we should just check it down and lose it. It's like, give them like I did. Give them like, say like, give me your best, you know, 2 or 3 things. And then when that's bullshit, you know, you don't have to waste your time with the rest of it. Because it's essentially Gish Gallop, right? And here's the thing is like, they're not fair. They're not fair. And you know this before the conversation starts, right? Because everybody that takes a fair assessment of the evidence comes up with the same conclusion. So what are the chances that Rebel Nazarene is that one uber genius who is just happens without any of the fucking proper training, without any of the ability to actually argue like a reasonable person, just so happens to be the one person who's figured out why the entirety of science is wrong? I mean, come on, guys, right? You don't really have to take that possibility seriously. And I know a lot of you are fucking out there who are Bible nerds, and you also happen to be philosophy nerds in this community. And you're like, well, you don't know that that's metaphysically impossible. I don't give a fuck if it's metaphysically impossible. Y'all niggas have heard this motherfucker talk in the chat. You know this motherfucker doesn't have any fucking answers. Come on now. You know this motherfucker's stupid as shit. And if you act like I'm not being charitable, I'm being fucking charitable. I listen to him. I let a motherfucker who's in my chat talking anti-evolution, talking shit about my job, talking shit about my work, talking shit about flat earth, come in the chat and actually gave him the opportunity to present 3 pieces of evidence, and he couldn't present a goddamn thing worth a goddamn thing. So don't tell me I'm not listening charitably. I gave that motherfucker all of that time, and like I said, line up 100 biologists, I bet you not 3 of them would give him any time, and I bet you the 3 who wouldn't give him that much time, right? Because when you're talking to real scientists and motherfucker who's do this for a living, telling us that you don't think evolution is real and you don't think the earth is really round or you don't buy the heliocentric model, they're non-starters. You're non-starters, and you've given an actual professional scientist every reason in the world to not talk to your ignorant monkey ass. And it's like, I critique my colleagues because I keep trying to make the argument like, hey, the fact that a significant percentage of our population doesn't even believe in evolution is like a real problem that we as evolutionary biologists should care about. And we should be out here trying to do something about it because it's really sad and it's important. Like we're never gonna get to a population that has an evolutionary worldview so long as this many people, don't believe in evolution. But almost invariably, they tell me I'm wasting my fucking time because these people are immune to evidence and there is no amount of evidence that will convince them. If they were convincible, they'd be convinced already. And motherfuckers like Rebel Nazarene are the reason my colleagues continue to say it's a waste of my time. Now, I'll continue to disagree with them and do what I do, but that's exactly why they say it's a waste of time. Because a person's willing to be that stuck on stupid is beyond repair. Just get a high power infrared camera and see everything through Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, I mean, everything we look at shows us around fucking Earth. We have had image after image after image, picture after picture after picture. I get so heated, Nazarene, because you refuse to play fairly. You guys refuse to take anything seriously. It's all a fucking game to you guys. And to be honest with you, it reflects a lot of bullshit privilege in the world. Like, you're either ignorant as fuck, which is sad, but most people who are that ignorant don't boast in their ignorance. So somebody as boastful as your dumbass has like a pretty decent background, you're probably pretty comfortable, not really too worried where your next meal is gonna come from, right? And you can afford to sit around and argue flat earth conspiracy on the fucking internet all day without it having any fucking consequences for you. But in most of the real world, an education is fucking hard to come by. And good information is really difficult to get. And figuring out what to do with it and how to use it is a fucking struggle. And most people are undergoing that struggle genuinely. They're trying to get a clue, have a clue. And they're trying to let people who are experts, who are educated, like educate them and teach them. You want a dose of humility? How about stop spewing your flat earth bullshit? And when you come onto the channel of a fucking evolutionary biologist, how about let the evolutionary biologist teach you some shit about evolution? Instead of you coming on my channel to debunk my area of expertise. See how wrong you were from the beginning? See how wrong-headed your shit has you off rip? Imagine my evolutionary biologist ass going on a motherfucking chemist channel. Hey, I'm gonna call in and debunk your chemist ass about the fucking nature of molecular bonds. Kind of fucking arrogant shit would that be off rip? Like, And so what pisses me off is that there are people who are really living in ignorance and they couldn't get an education. And that has terrible consequences for their lives, the lives of their loved ones, and everybody else in the fucking world, unfortunately. And then there's, you know, the rest of us who just have to deal with that, you know? But then there's willfully ignorant motherfuckers like you who just refuse to get a clue. And yeah, it pisses me off. Because I just think of you as like the lowest of the low. Because you take all of this shit about our human intelligence and you take all the hard-won work of real human beings that it took to figure all this shit out. Do you know how hard it is to get monkeys up in space with a sophisticated enough camera that they could turn that sumbitch around and take a picture of Earth's round globe ass in the middle of fucking orbit? Right? Think about how, you see what I'm saying? Most of us, when I say those words, that moves most of us. For most of us, that does something to you, right? To think about all the fucking science and math and engineering that it took to safely, you know, get our monkey asses a motherfucking camera in orbit, right? And these flat earthers who are like, well, can you show it to me? Like, yeah, we can show it to you, right? Right? I could pull it up right now and show it to you. But again, it won't matter, right? It won't matter. It won't matter. It just won't matter, right? Literally showing these motherfuckers satellite images of a round Earth just in one ear and out the other. Like it doesn't fucking matter. Satellite Earth from space. Look how easy it is, y'all. No bias, no nothing, just what does Earth look like from space? Look at all these images. Any of these depict the flat Earth? Right? Right? So this is what should piss us off. It should piss you off, right? Because this is a motherfucker who says you're stupid, right? This is a motherfucker who says, oh, you buy into that heliocentric shit? You're an idiot. You think we evolved? You're an idiot. They're calling you a fucking idiot, right? But this is the evidence staring at all of us, right? And they don't give a shit. So fuck them. And fuck being nice to them. Nazarene, you're welcome in my chat because that's how this community is. Where people who I fundamentally disagree with are welcome here. And you can call in again if you want. But I'm going to be honest with you. You're a fucking idiot. You're really dumb. Like, I really think you're dumb. And it feels good to say that I really think you're dumb. Rebel Nazarene, I like to see my chat engaged with you. Because again, we're just practicing our chops. But in reality, like, none of us take you seriously, bro. None of us. None of us. Like, we could maybe clip some shit from this, maybe like with a little nano magic, right? We could get like some funny clips that we could use out of conversations with you, right? But none of us take you seriously, Rebel. Like, none of us take you seriously. Although I do want to catch a quick break. I want to catch a quick smoke break before I get back to my presentation. So I'm gonna throw on that whatever we were watching. Let me pull it up. Actually, I'll check out a little bit. Wait, no. Yeah, I was doing Aaron Brown. Where did my Aaron Brown go? All right, I'm gonna just pull it up from my history, yo. I ain't even gonna bullshit. I ain't even gonna hold you. All right? Still don't know what that means. But it's what the kids say. It's what the young folks are saying these days. I ain't even gonna hold you. All right? Also, I had 10 people watching this stream, and there are 7 watching right now. 5 people watching my stream. Don't insult me. I'm big time. I'm fastest rising counter-apologist on YouTube. All right? It's a very, very slow. By fastest, it's like one of them complex functions, you know, where it's logarithmic and it looks like it's starting out really slow. It looks like it's starting out super slow, but it's really just uber slowly creeping towards a mass acceleration that just blows people's minds. Coronavirus viral, folks. I'm telling you.
Not only does housing first
I'm going COVID.
but the evidence shows that it can work for even the highest need population of people experiencing
let's
homelessness.
smoke some weed.
So what's so funny about PragerU is that their whole thing, you know, they're stuck in this thing of
also, by the way, guys, I also want you to know that it really is all good. Like, Rebel Nazarene, I mean this sincerely. Like, what's cool about this community is like, I think of all of us as YouTube friends, right? And it's like we're gangs, right? And you're like in the rival gang, right? And if there was no rival gang, I wouldn't have anybody to shoot at. You know what I'm saying? So I think you're dumb. I think you're a fucking idiot, you know? But you're my YouTube friend, you know? And I definitely wouldn't ever want anything bad to happen to you. I do hope you take a science class. I'd love to hear about it. It'd probably change your life if you took it seriously. I really mean that. But yeah, like, this is good for me. Like, when I go talk to my colleagues next week, I'm like, hey guys, I'm doing some really great science outreach, and and I mean what I said about my students. My students are amazing, but they're very privileged in their own way, right? They're all very fortunate to be in that situation that they're at Michigan State, and so the people I interact with, God's about to come on me. The people I interact with in this community, I would never get to interact with in the classroom, and so I really do value that. Because it's a total different perspective, and I like it to be wild, you know? As an evolutionary biologist, I want to talk to the flat earthers. I remind myself of that all the time. If you're a flat earther, or you're a young earth creationist, you know, I do think you're a fucking moron, but I love you, you're welcome here, and I want you to holler at me, okay? Let's talk about it. Let's be buds.
Individuals in the private market. If
we can talk trash about each other and still be friends.
Would be
okay,
so perfect.
That's my point.
So providing some kind of
shout out to Rebecca. Rebecca knows that. I talked a lot of shit about Rebecca.
It's pretty much the only thing that works.
Look,
all right.
Look.
But Prager.
Look, I feel bad. I want an example. Rebecca, you's a stupid hoe. All right, Rebecca, that young Earth creationist makes you real dumb, Rebecca. You're really stupid. All right, love you. Holler at me. Let's schedule a hot program round 2. We're going to be on your channel, too. Love you, Rebecca. Good buddies, all right? There you go.
Another idea. They have a better idea, which, and by the way, check out the music. Check out the background music on this part.
We know how to fix this problem. And the good news is that leaders across the country are doing just that.
Here we go. Homelessness is not an issue in California. It is.
Yes, Rebel, you get it. You get it. Come talk to me, you scared. Also, you're a troll. Get the fuck out of here. Rebel, you get it.
I do not allow
hypocrisy is fun, baby. I just want to sin.
On our sidewalks anymore.
I just want to sin.
So what this guy did, he was the mayor of San Diego, and PragerU was like, here's the solution. Here's the solution to homelessness.
And y'all, he did step up to the challenge, right? I cut a whole promo on him.
If you're homeless, you can't.
I called him out,
one of the big problems for Prager.
He was waiting for me in the backstage. All right,
they're driving.
I'll give you that.
But what they did instead is they set up basically like FEMA camps.
I'll give you that,
like
Rebel
giant,
Nazarene.
Like, tent things for people, and of course, all this is to avoid the real problem, which you're gonna see is actually way clear here, which is to avoid the real problem, which is housing. The problem of housing in this third world, of a country we live in, where the national anthem is.
Oh, that flag!
So that's the solution.
Oh, that flag is so sexy.
Make it illegal for homeless people to.
I dropped some currency on him. He stepped up to the challenge, folks.
Basically, make them go to these like FEMA camps.
And I was tough on him. I was tough on him. But he kept his composure and he hung in there. I appreciate that.
The problem is getting worse.
You want to draw someone in and you want to help them get off the street. Are you aware? So what they do is they just say, well, we're just going to allow the drugs anyway. And now you have all these people that are staying in shelters, that are staying in navigation centers, that are living in tent encampments using in massive quantities.
Pause the stream.
Meth, fentanyl.
This is the troll stuff I'm talking about, Rebel Nazarene. Why do I keep falling for this trollness? Do you really think evolution is a fabricated Masonic and Kabbalistic theory? Bro, let me show you what biologists look like. Like, I just showed you guys what biologists... Come on. This guy... Does he look like he's in a... He look like he's in the... That's my teaching mentor. He looks like he's in a cabal to you. Is this guy look like a Kabbalistic degenerate to you? Oh my goodness. Playing in their demonic labs, making silly Instagram posts with their grad students. Oh yes, I've been wanting to get one of these lab coats. Yeah, where do I get that Zach Blount lab coat? That's yeah, Google Lens. Let me get that lab coat. Hey now. Wait, you got to get the whole thing in there so that it'll see that it's a lab coat. Wait, it's big. No, I need the whole lab coat. There it is. The whole thing. There it is. Give me that. Come on, Google. Okay, Google. Nah, y'all don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, those guys wearing those tie-dye lab coats, they're evil. They're in an evil cabal. They're down there at the Masonic Temple.
Heroin, crack cocaine, the city sanctions their drug use within that city-sanctioned site.
Look, Rebel Nazarene, we're trying to think about the homeless plight right now.
My tax dollars are going towards someone else using cocaine? I should be using that cocaine.
God damn it.
So this guy, Tom Wolfe, I found a couple other articles about this same kind of topic, and this guy seems to talk to anyone who
Oh
will
my
listen.
goodness.
He's an advocate on the side of I'm not sure
the people we have in this community
pernicious and delicious here, which is they're just tying together.
You guys are allowed to time out trolls like Rebel Nazarene if you need to, you know. It's up to you guys. I don't need him timed out. He's fine. I mostly just ignore him. But if you guys ever need like just a little break, you know, just a little Rebel Nazarene break, I get it. It's cool. You guys are mods. I trust your discretion. If you want to be friendly, you can be friendly. But if you guys don't want to be friendly, I'm like, hey, look, I was thinking about this. I just want my mods to understand something. Like I said, I'm gonna start making some how to mod videos so you guys know how to mod this channel. But I generally treat mods like I would treat TAs, which is like my starting point is if one of the mods bans you or times you out for something, they probably had a good reason to, and so my hunch is normally just to trust their discretion, you know. And maybe they were just in a bad day. Maybe YouTube Punk was just in a he felt like banning you mood. You know, maybe he was just quick on that trigger and he was grumpy and he just felt like banning you and you didn't do anything wrong. But YouTube Punk's grumpy once in a while. You know, you don't fuck around. You shouldn't have been fucking around. If you weren't fucking around, trigger happy, YouTube Punk wouldn't have banned you. It happens.
But they're tying these together, and
you can always send me an email and request an unban.
Doesn't work.
But like I said, I generally go with my mods.
Are addicted to drugs.
My judgment is their judgment. It's efficient.
Homeless.
I'm not lazy.
So how do we
it's
solve
efficient.
that?
It's efficient.
They're addicted to drugs, though.
And so he works in this issue of your tax dollars are going to subsidize these disgusting people.
Like
if
my
you're
science.
Talking about the
paid
housing
for by your
giving
tax
homeless
dollars.
people houses, the taxpayer thing doesn't work out. This is from the CBC, and they're talking about the success of Finland, who does the housing first thing. Not only, and we're going to see that there's a bigger problem going on here. If you watch this
Cameron,
channel,
pause.
you might already know what
Cameron, I don't. Guys, chat. What do you think, guys? I don't know, guys. Let's take a poll. Let's take a fucking poll. We got to take a fucking poll. You know, There's only one truly scientific way to settle this, all right? With sufficient data and sufficient replication and definitely sufficient sample size. I mean, such a huge audience like mine, which is definitely just a cross section of humanity. Such a great equal representation of how the human population is divvied up, so to speak. We gotta settle this via a poll. All right. I wish Restream let me do polls. We're gonna do a poll on Pocket Locker. All right. Hopefully most of you guys are on Pocket Locker. I don't really know what channel people are on actually, but you should be on Pocket Locker. So do polls on Pocket Locker. All right, let's do a poll. All right, here we go. I'm gonna open this poll up. No, we're not gonna close that poll. We're not gonna do that poll. We're gonna do a new poll. Open the poll. I keep doing that. I don't mean to do that. Sorry. It's confusing me, guys. It's confusing me. I gotta add a poll. Where do I add a poll? Polls. Normally you go to profiles and then you add one. Complete. Maybe I gotta complete. That's why I didn't complete the last one. All right. There we go. All right. The title. Do people really believe the earth is flat? Option 1, yes. They are that stupid. And you can just put in yes. And then you can put no. They are trolls. And that's going to be no. All right, guys. And we're going to add that. All right. And we're going to say done. All right. We're even going to get big time. We're going to play this.
Problemo going on here is, but Finland's had a lot of success with
lest we be accused of being biased.
Not very many homeless people. There's like 3 guys, and they're like googly gag or whatever. However they talk in Finland. Googly gag. So this is from the CBC article. Why the taxpayer argument doesn't hold up. Keeping people homeless instead of providing homes for them is always more expensive.
See what it takes to run 2 channels.
In Finland, we have some scientific evaluations of the cost of this program.
They are
when
that
a homeless
stupid.
person gets a permanent home, even with support, the cost savings for society are at least 15,000 euros per one person per 1 year. And the cost savings come from different use of different services. So yeah, if you have a big city with a lot of homelessness and it's becoming a real problem, like cities like San Francisco, like they're using as an example.
All right, guys, here we go.
The only
Start that
solution
poll.
is you have housing first, so you get people
Go to Pocket
into
Locker.
homes. So it's they're conflating these 2 problems in
Start
a way
that
that
poll.
just doesn't make any sense. These people are homeless. Are a lot of them addicted to drugs? Yes, but still, the problem.
What
is
if
still,
some are trolls
there's still
and
a
that's
homelessness
stupid?
problem.
You know
How do
what?
you fix that?
I didn't
You
think
put
of that
people in
option.
houses. Could they use drugs?
But
there?
right
Yep.
now, you gotta
But at least they're not gonna be
commit,
homeless.
guys.
Morons. I guess what they're
You've got to assume they're either true believers or trolls. Okay, there's no middle ground here. None of that softy maybe stuff. You got to commit. All right, you got to commit one way or the other. All right, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna vote. Let me vote. Just gonna vote.
kind of secretly saying, if you really got down to the bottom of it, is if you're a drug addict, you either just, your 2 options should be either you stop doing drugs or you die.
Good morning, everyone. Only 3 years ago today, I was sleeping on a piece of cardboard in the doorway on Golden Gate and Hyde in the Tenderloin, severely addicted to heroin.
Damn, Tom Wolfe.
I am living proof that there's a direct correlation between homelessness and substance use in the city.
You can build all the housing and get everybody off the street housed, but if you're struggling with addiction or mental illness, you're just housed with drug addiction and mental illness.
By the way, what up, Sandals? Thanks so much for coming through.
I became homeless. But then you have to ask, why did you lose your job? I lost my job because I was going to work and shooting.
Really? I think I'm going to be outvoted on this one.
And then going back and sitting on my desk and passing out.
Damn, I'm so sorry to hear that, Tom.
All right, I'm going to leave this open till 7:15.
I didn't know he had so many
while I have my
problems,
smoke break.
You know,
I'm going to leave this open till 7:15.
He wrote Bonfire
So if you,
of the Vanities. You know what I mean? He wrote the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test. These are some literary kind of jokes.
I'm normally going to just make them a couple minutes, but I'll make this one a little bit longer.
Stupid-looking suits.
I'm so
because I'm getting stoned, guys. Because I'm getting stoned.
Shit's back, bro.
It's a good story, and a lot of people who watch Project U are going to be like, "Wow, there's the solution." Because what they're presenting is
also maybe
moronic,
the next one,
stupid.
Guys, you guys want to see me be an asshole? All right, watch. This is how you. If you ever want to troll your audience, every once in a while, you get a little bit bored as a broadcaster. You get tired of the lovey-dovey stuff with your audience. You know they troll you sometimes. You get Rebel Nazarene showing up. All right, here's how you troll your audience, guys. All right, guys. I'm gonna send the winner of today's giveaway $100 of my own money, and it's better. It's I know what you're gonna say. Oh, Jay, you're gonna ask us for evidence of faith, and nobody has evidence of faith. You're a jerk. No, guys, it's way easier than that. All right. I'm also gonna make this worth 1 trillion pocket change. Yep, that's right, folks. All you gotta do is go right there in the little comment section. If you're later, live chat if you're now. Go ahead and all you got to do is tell me where the PragerU campus is located. That's it. We're all trying to go on a little. We're gonna go on a little field trip. Our first little Cult of the Flying Man field trip. We're all gonna get. And I'm gonna. Me and Nano and YouTube Punk and No Name and Tux and my one black friend, we're going to put our little funds together as the ministry, the usher people, Deaconess and Net, all the good people, Lena, the ushers. We're going to rent ourselves a little bus and go on a little field trip, guys. So go ahead, just tell me where this PragerU campus is. That's how you troll. That's what we call trolling your audience, folks. That's how you do it.
Here, which is just like, stop doing drugs. Stop doing drugs, and then no more. And then people will not be homeless anymore. By the way, yeah, a lot of rich people don't do drugs. Also, PragerU. But there's a big, huge bunch of problems with this moronic thing that they're doing. Instead of chronically homeless, instead of trying to figure out how to actually home chronically homeless people, and also, get them easier access to treatment and really what they're saying here, the absolute most mindless crap is just stop doing drugs.
The poll is going on.
This is your call.
PragerU campus is a social construct. Yes, Sandals. I love it.
And here's what they found. As of 2019, only 18% of unhoused San Franciscans reported addiction was the cause of their homelessness, and 8% cited mental illness. Meanwhile, and we're going to see there's more to support this. Meanwhile, 63% said an inability to afford rent was the primary culprit. 11% of unhoused San Franciscoans actually had
Nana, what have you been doing with your E-key?
11% of unhoused San Franciscans actually had jobs. So I was thinking, okay, PragerU, I'll take the bait on this one. If drug use is the problem, drug use equals homelessness. Stop drug use, it's stop homelessness. Then one thing we would look at is we would say, okay, what are the states with the highest drug use? Okay. And there's a bunch of ways to see this: highest drug arrests, highest drug overdoses, highest drug death, blah, 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 blah. We'd look at that. What are the highest states? What are the states with the highest amount of that crap? They should be pretty much the same for states for homelessness. Guess what? No. Does not match up. In fact, obviously, the highest homelessness states are the states where housing cost is just wildly unaffordable. So what PragerU is actually doing here is they're trying to avoid the real problemo, which we've looked at. I mean,
You guys know guys like Aaron Brown and myself, of course. We're really all about the laughs and the entertainment and the sort of everybody gather around the fire. Let's have a good time in the spirit of doubt, But I mean, this is the real issue, right? Is that when you guys are wound up in this religious bullshit and this conservative nuttery or whatever the fuck it is that I don't agree with, because I'm right and you're wrong. It costs people lives, right? Because, this is the thing. While you're all virtue signaling to the right wing of, hey, we should, not give money and support to the homelessness program because they'll do drugs. Which, bro, you ever done drugs before? Now, imagine being homeless. You probably want to do some fucking drugs, wouldn't you? Get the fuck out of here. All right? It's the people who are homeless, don't have time to wait for you to stop being on some bullshit so that they can get some help. And a lot of us out there, you might not be listening to this and you might not be homeless, but you could be one day. Right? Wouldn't it suck if, most of us wanted to help you, but the PragerU diehards of the world were on this bullshit, right? Just most of us want to end COVID, but the anti-vaxxers and the anti-maskers, they literally won't help, they just refuse to help. Women, we need to be getting more progressive, talking about male paternity rights, talking about expanding reproductive rights beyond the first trimester. Nope. Let's revoke Roe v. Wade instead, right? There are consequences to what these nutheads believe. And if you want to keep being nice to them so you can feel good about yourself, go ahead. You can do that.
I didn't know this fact that about half of people in every state in the United States can't afford their rent. What they're trying to do is avoid that little problem. And they're using drug addiction as a little... That's a personal responsibility thing. You're just taking too much blue chew. So if these slobs, these disgusting slobs, could just stop taking blue chew. So it's a personal responsibility problem. Instead of
the use
what's
item
actually happening. Just by the math, just by the numbers.
Which
as
game?
we looked at with half of people in pretty much every state not being able to afford rent because the amount people are getting paid is not keeping up with rent prices going
Does counter matches mean Counter-Strike or something? You got to tell me the game. I'm a noob.
And PragerU cannot. PragerU.
But yeah, I was noticing yesterday that my hands aren't built to use my pinky to press the one a lot.
You weird woman.
I didn't know if I should train it up or switch to a controller.
Highest states for homelessness: New York, Hawaii, 3 California, 4 Oregon, 5 Washington. So those are the highest.
Also, guys, Source and Go. I can't wait to show you guys this, so I'm going to show you it on Amazon because it hasn't gotten here yet. Just ordered more of this. If you don't have this in your kitchen, hot and spicy Japanese barbecue sauce, buy some now. You're welcome. just buy some now. Pour it on everything. You're welcome. I just got this, guys. A May Flash F300. So that I can be a real arcade gamer perv. Notice that I can't game, but I'll have the cool controller. All right? When is it coming? Monday. It'll be here Monday. All right? Oh, we're getting votes in. Oh, this poll thing is taking off. Glad we did that. Oh, and I'm glad so far nobody's voting on Jay Bundy. Everybody's voting on Pocket Locker. That's what we like to see. We like to see the people on the primary channel. That's what we want to see. Pocket Lockers for those shows. But the hardcores are in the building. All right, guys, it's time to close the poll. And I lost. I lost the poll. I did. I lost.
Highest homelessness states. Okay.
All right.
So,
but
of course,
6 people voted. That includes me, but we'll go with places. 6. And we'll go over here to the loyalty.
The states.
Everybody voted on Pocket Locker, so it's nice and easy.
States with the biggest drug problems.
And what I do is I drop a mill on everybody for everybody that voted.
2, West Virginia. 3, Michigan. 4, District of Columbia. 5, New Hampshire.
Because all I really wanted in my addiction was the drugs. That's how powerful it is. Some people criticize me for some of the stuff that I say, but you know what?
Thanks for voting, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Here we go. Because being on the street is not touchy-feely.
Hell yeah, Tom Wolf. What a badass. He's like, people get mad. Man, I'm like Adam Carolla.
And guys, I guess this has to influence me, right? I guess I have to like try to actually deconstruct some flat earthers. And I've got to, I think Rebel Nazarene's a fuckface. Oh, what up, Rebel Naz? You can tell when I get comfortable with somebody. I'm like, that fuckface. All right. But no, I guess if you guys are right? If more people think that people actually really do buy flat Earth, because I voted no. They're trolls. I just don't see how you could really believe it. I really don't. Kind of like the anti-evolution stuff. I started to think that this is just the way people get attention, you know? And then they try to like back it up to see how far they can take it. And then maybe they get kind of like really into it because it becomes part of their identity. But I mean, the same thing could be said about faith. Sometimes I really doubt if people really do believe the whole thing. Like, you really think you're going to live forever? You know, like, come on. But yeah, maybe they do. All right, let's go.
Well, I say the things that you can't say. Oh, censored. I say the things you're not allowed to say. People get mad at me about it, but it ain't all touchy-feely, man. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know, but these right-wingers will give
Beyond the Curve? No. I didn't see the Netflix documentary. Maybe that would influence my thinking. Maybe if I saw that.
A lot of these people, you know, their religion.
I should maybe check that out.
Idea that just private business, you know, private enterprise and all this stuff, the market, it's just things just magically work out, you know? It's sort of like the success of
Uber cars.
Everything just kind of magically works out, you know? Everything in this video is like, oh man, the government tried to step in and now that's the real problem. This is another thing from that CBC Finland article. Finland succeeds where the rest of Europe did not. A lot of progress has been made. We now have the lowest number of homeless. we call them just homeless. Look at those homeless over there. We have had a constant policy of providing affordable social housing. The state finances this. And in each new housing area, especially in big cities, at least 25% of housing must be affordable social housing. This has kept the supply to a reasonable level. Here's the important part. This has been probably the main reason why we don't have the kind of housing crisis.
Damn, that was fun, guys. That was really fun. I'm really glad we had a good chat, man.
We're seeing these people's little religion fall apart, and they're making documentaries.
I pretty much think everybody voted. That's awesome.
So really, in the most cynical, really kind of disgusting way, they're like, oh no, it's because these people are just a bunch of drug addicts.
I gotta be careful with my new robe.
San Francisco went so far as to deliver free drugs and alcohol.
Guys, I've ordered so many robes
that the city paid for.
Pause the tape. I've literally tried to order like 3 other robes besides even the 2 you've seen me with now, and they keep canceling them. The robes I try to get, the doctoral ones, I can only get from like a couple places. So I was really excited that this one actually came here.
What happens when a city plays drug dealer? In 2020, the death rate among...
Yeah, it's not a bad deal. It's kind of like a noob thing. Like it's they say it's pretty good. Like it's just got like it had good reviews and stuff. But also it's moddable. Like apparently it's a pretty standard sizes or whatever, so you can upgrade it too. So if you want to get, more out of it, I guess you can do that. But I'm a casual guy. I just wanted to have more fun. I thought it'd be just a little bit more fun playing some of these arcade type fighters and, look cool on stream with all the controllerism that I do. You guys know I like controllers and having all the fun stuff on my desk. So I figured, why not?
I mean, it's perfect for their audience because it's like, they're making people do
Be a
drugs.
fun thing to watch on the desk cam,
so sensational. Yeah. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. If you're just like an old boomer
also,
watching this, you're like,
guys, give me some advice on these games. Like, when I was playing Diablo, should I be playing a game like that with mouse and keyboard? Or should I be playing it with a controller? Isn't mouse and keyboard faster? And then I think if I change some of the mappings of the buttons, I could get it so that I'm not using my pinky. Also, when I game, I have this controller, this mouse that I have. Let me switch to my camera. It's a lot easier to see it this way. But yeah, see, I have this gaming mouse, right, with all the buttons on the side. So in theory, like I could be clicking on people, like when I'm clicking on people in like Diablo, like when I'm aiming on them, I could just be like pressing the button at the same time to do whatever I want to do. I also have like, hang on. I don't even have it plugged in right now, but I also have one of those cool like left-handed controllers, that you sit here with like your left hand, like the one hand, and you're mousing with the other, and then you've got like the half keyboard with the one hand, and it's got like a joystick on it. It's cool. I got my whole gaming rig all outfitted, and then had no time to game and do cool stuff, so I don't use them. But they're here. I got them. Got all the cool toys that I don't have time to play with. Oh, I just changed screens accidentally. That's not good. Let's not do that. Go back.
God damn it, they're making the people do drugs on my tax dollar. And this totally goes along with their
use the mouse and keyboard for first-person shooters,
and anything public, anything that's not the market,
RPGs and
forces
MMOs.
Them to do drugs.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking Diablo's probably more of a mouse and keyboard thing, right?
I'm gonna
even though, but it's mobile, so that's why it's weird.
Thing of like they were delivering drugs.
I see what you're saying though. Since it's mobile, it's probably fine with the gamepad because it's not going to be that many buttons.
Says anyone who comes to the hotel housing program is screened multiple times by health professionals and social workers. The goal is to make sure infected people stay inside and away from others. So this is during COVID. This is during 2020. Our focus is using the best evidence.
Oh, Nano, get Japanese cases, parts.
This will include
interesting.
Helping to manage their alcohol use and
you
their
guys are so
use
good to me,
so
man.
they can stay safe.
You guys are always hooking me up with the 411.
In place as much as possible to help their community and help themselves. Here's my part. They have arranged for delivery of prescribed opioid replacement drugs like methadone, and in a handful of cases so far, helped facilitate patients in buying medical, not recreational cannabis. This is classic like propaganda, like the goofiest form of propaganda is like maybe there were a handful of cases where somebody got some medicinal marijuana or something, and they're like, the government is giving these people marijuana. I think part of this has to be like the PragerU audience is some like just red-faced, angry, somebody who owns some dumb small business that they hate, they want to burn to the ground, and they're just like so pissed off all the time, and they're like, somebody gets to do drugs and they don't have to do.
Guys, also there is a program where the government is actually giving people marijuana. Like apparently, like basically, like way back in the day, they were gonna start a marijuana program, a medical marijuana program, and they only accepted like a few people into it, and then they like cut it off apparently, but apparently they still had to like keep sending these people marijuana for a long time. So there was one of the older weed documentaries showed their story, and they talked about these. They showed these little tins. They would get like these little tins every month filled with weed, filled with like pre-rolled joints from the government. It was really funny.
Do whatever dumb crap I do all day. That's not fair. So there we go, guys. More stupid ass, as we call it, that makes us go. We look at it and we do this. And then we say, weird.
I want that so badly.
And then we conclude by saying,
you're a moron. You're a moron. Are you aware?
I need that too, obviously.
You're a moron.
Well, guys, thank you so much for watching.
Are you aware that you're a moron?
Y'all are a bunch of
perverts.
Oh,
and y'all's like to
God, yes, all the sounds.
But I will talk to you later if you're watching this. If you're watching this on Friday,
all the great sounds,
the live streams. If you want to come on and be,
let's dick sounds.
It's 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. So bye.
That's my playlist for things I want to get sounds from. Jordan Peterson.
All right,
you know
man.
where on Jordan Peterson watch.
Where I talk all my little bullshit. Welcome to my thing where I talk all my little bullshit.
Guys, welcome to my YouTube channel where I watch other YouTube channels
okay, guys.
while I take a break
this video
longer
was brought
than I
to my
work.
attention, and
It's fucking Saturday.
One day.
Take long breaks on Saturdays.
1.2 million views.
What's I got to talk to my viewers?
1.2
my
mil.
chatters.
Many people say to save time.
Take really important polls.
What the fuck is going on? You think that's funny?
No. It's a song by internet famous person Jordan B. Peterson.
Uh-oh.
Jordan B. Peterson.
I got one of those from Nano.
It's dedicated under the current unfortunate conditions to the Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau. Oh boy, it's beginning.
No. He didn't. No.
What?
There's no way Jordan Peterson did some trippy ass shit like this. Oh, this is so bad.
So this song,
wow,
Jordan Peterson made, I guess, for the truckers, the Canadian truckers who are protesting. And there's nothing truckers love more than music that sounds like kind of like Tom Waits.
Yeah, truckers love that hippie shit.
Kind of folk punk. These truckers in Canada love early 2000s folk punk.
Damn, Jordy, you wrote these lyrics, bro.
You should be acting well. Damn, that's pretty good. You should be going home. Damn.
No way, bro.
You wrote that? Nah, you didn't write that. Somebody helped you, dude.
You probably got Frank Ocean in there.
Look, I'm giving Jordy a little
All
bit
right, guys,
of a hard time
I need.
here, but you gotta remember,
I'm gonna need to grab
back
some
in
cereal real
2020,
quick.
This is
I'm
the
hungry.
same guy who was like,
I need sugar.
People were out there protesting. You know, they were
Don't
saying,
protest,
hey, maybe
guys.
The cops, maybe, I don't know.
It's my body.
Maybe the cops
It has
shouldn't
limits.
be able
It needs
to just
food.
willy-nilly kill poor people.
I'll be right back.
I don't know. People asked Jordy Peterstone, they asked, hey, what do you think about these protests? And he's like, it's too public. It's too public for my tastes.
It's too public. You know, there's this old saying from the New Testament about not praying in public.
He is all over this one to the point of he's writing an angry 2000s Tom Waits song about it. It's way too public. If the police are doing this to poor people, stay home. You should stay home, play with your tokis, shine that room. But if a handful of anti-vaxxers in Canada, backed by a bunch of, right-wing lunatics, block off a bridge or whatever they're doing, get the guitars out! Get my bass guitar! Get my bass guitar and my keyboard! Get my Shure SM7B! They used it to record Thriller! I really thought that the boy band effect would have kicked in by now and his followers would be adults and they were like, oh, whoops, I got tricked on YouTube. But no, he's still doing this though.
You upload me to my YouTube channel with my great daughter.
I gotta say though, there is a guitar solo in the song that rips pretty hard, and I wonder, to that guitar player out there, all right, did you picture this is how you would be contributing that shredding?
There's gotta be something else. There's gotta be something else you can do with those shreds.
Going on the Joe Rogan podcast again.
Should I put them in my pants?
Also, of course, this video came up in my feed, so I'm not gonna feel bad making fun of this. This probably is a little ableist, let's be honest, but I'm not gonna feel bad about it, okay?
What the fuck is going on?
The whole time I was watching this, what I'm thinking, what I was thinking, not a joke, what I was literally thinking is, you all right, buddy? You all right, buddy? You okay? That's the rational response to this guy, I think. For the past 6 or 7 years, however long he's been famous, like, you all right?
In case you guys are wondering, it's definitely Apple Jacks. Apple Jacks on Saturday evening is the way to go.
You gonna be okay, buddy?
And it makes me cry to even look at him.
I think on these kind of videos, there should be a little, and I was looking through the comments on this video, and I do think, if we lived in a compassionate society, there should, how there's those little CDC things at the bottom of like COVID videos where it's like, oh, get the information here, click here, whatever, this warning thing that nobody pays any attention to on YouTube videos. Maybe there should be a pop-up over the video. Like if you're watching your like 10th or 15th Jordy Peterson video or whatever, a little pop-up comes over the video and it says, you all right, buddy? You all right? And then it's yes or no. And if you click yes, it's like, okay. And you can keep watching. If you put no, it connects you to a mental health professional, maybe. Or maybe the little link comes up and says, you all right, buddy? And you click no. And then automatically it sends
Uber cars.
It sends some
Uber cars
to pick you up. Maybe takes you to the local park or so you can get some fresh air on that brain. Get away from YouTube for a while and air the brain out from the decrepit YouTube rot that's being shot directly into that brain of yours. Okay?
You think that's funny?
I don't know where to go. Donate to my Patreon. I don't have enough Patreon money.
Speaking of the Canadian truckers thing, an interesting report came out from The Intercept. The Intercept, which I guess is like a football site or something. Give, Send, Go, which is sort of like a GoFundMe, but I guess for like, I don't know, for Jordan Peterson fans or something. They got hacked. So The Intercept found out like kind of who's donating to the Canadian trucker thing. Oath Keepers, anti-democracy activists, and others on the far right are funding Canada's Freedom Convoy. That sounds song-worthy to me.
And the small business owners were on YouTube too much.
So this website, Give, Send, Go, has been hacked very badly, exposing a massive amount of data about the movement's donors. The data shows that the movement is supported by a broad-based international network of far-right activists, as well as wealthy donors, who are also involved in activism against COVID-19 vaccines, American democracy, and the Black Lives Matter movement in the United States. Ooh, that sounds great. After analyzing the data set, The Intercept discovered that the majority of donors to the Freedom Convoy included in the data are Americans. Oh, yeah.
Sure, yes, sir.
Hell yeah. I think Canada should be free to adopt some of our kooks, some of our kookery. This is great. On Wednesday, a Washington Post analysis of U.S. zip codes in the data concluded that, quote, the richer an American community was, the more likely
the
residents
influence
were
between
to
the
donate.
U.S. and Canada is
And the biggest
officially
number of
going the wrong way.
contributions often came from
That's
communities
what this was about.
where registered Republicans made up solid majorities. The second largest donation record is $90,000 from a billionaire in the United States named Thomas Siebel, a Silicon Valley billionaire who founded the enterprise software company Siebel Systems. Siebel has supported right-wing causes in the past. In 2008, he hosted a fundraiser for then vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin. Oh, she's a good one. Money well spent by the billionaires of Silicon Valley there. So there you go. Those are the people who are throwing money at this thing. They're doing this. Kind of like wealthy people, suburban reactionaries, so people who are just, they love their YouTube videos and they love their TV stations, and they're doing this.
Everyone's scared.
So, yeah, you know, this trucker thing in Canada, it's got a few problemos. They call this guy over and over in these articles, the guy that I'm about to show you, they call him the leader of the Canadian truckers, CNAP or whatever. I don't know if he's a leader. I don't know if there is a leader, but he's definitely one of the main organizers, voices promoting this thing. Seems like a character. Seems like a bit of a character, to be frank.
Now, what it is the part of the depopulation. What? And a lot of people don't understand what that means, and what there is there's an end game. It's called depopulation of the Caucasian race.
Here we
or
go.
The Anglo-Saxon. And that's what the goal is to depopulate the Anglo-Saxon race.
Definitely in the DNA of these guys is filming videos in your car while you're driving. This is part of our heritage. We get the phone and we lean it up against the dash or whatever crap, or we go to Walgreens and we get one of the clamp things. Just focus on the road, moron. Focus on the road, idiot. So you're not doing some of this. So yeah, these kind of guys are all over the place, including Canada. So, you know, I would say, yeah, it's a little odd. Jordy, he's all worked up about people need to stay home, you know, when the cops are killing people. But
I think I'm gonna do this.
Guy
coming up soon, I think I'm gonna go visit my mom in Ohio, and I'll probably do like a dashboard stream. All right, I've done this before. It's super fun. You know, we're just kind of hanging out, going over the American roadways together, and then I can flip the camera. You know, it's like one way I flip it, and then you see me driving, and then if I flip it the other way, you see the road out in front of me, and it's just gonna be like a real nice, as you guys can see, a reality beam super stream. You know, just the real life of Jay Bundy, just there for you to consume.
He's one of the main guys. He's like, I'm all in. I'm all in. Fire up Ableton Live.
It's gonna be great.
My SoundCloud ready.
And I drank too much apple juice, and
I love the Ableton Live reference.
So yeah, I mean, one quick, more serious note here is I think why a lot of these rich perverts in the United States, I think part of the reason why they like this and like to donate to this kind of stuff is because it's this. I think they know this energy's got to go somewhere.
Should use some Ableton on this channel.
We do it for somewhere.
Service and
it
stuff,
can either go into just an absolute dead end.
I've used Ableton
like
for a long time,
or it could go into something like
many
taxing
years.
rich people more, stuff like that. You know, there's that side. There's that side of it too, which I'm sure. Also, I wish Jordy a lot of luck because this whole thing doesn't seem very popular in Canada. Despite the support of the international kook underground, not very popular. Not very popular. Nearly 3/4 of Canadians want convoy protesters to, quote, go home now. Survey. This is from CTV News. Nearly 3/4 of Canadians want convoy protesters to go home now. Oh, these poor truckers, man. They just want to, I don't know what they're doing. It's pretty funny. 72% of the respondents in this Angus Reid poll said protesters should, quote, go home now. They've made their point. 93% supported some sort of action to remove them. Oh my God, 93%. with 68% wanting the police or military to do so by force. Holy moly.
All right, let's see.
This is just so
what else
goofy
we've got
to
in
watch
here.
because protests are great. Like, protests are a good thing. Doing civil action. I'm going to stand up for my crap. Like this guy in this movie once said, he's like, I'm so goddamn mad and I'm not going to take it anymore. Of this shit, he said in that movie. It's a really good thing, but it's also like the cause kind of matters, you know? They're like, God damn it. And they're getting all this money from these rich American morons, and they're just like, shit. Or there could be, you know, maybe more of a infrastructure of some kind, more of some kind of a welfare state in America and in Canada for people to, you know, who don't want to get the vaccine to, I don't know, they could go somewhere. Or I mean, they would. The only thing that would make sense would
guys, there's a link in the description if you want to call in.
To be like, we need to be taken care of.
Not in the description, sorry. There's a pinned comment if you want to call in.
There's some public system to deal with that. So the only even possible solution, the only way to take this thing seriously at all, and I think Richard Wolff has talked about this, is to embrace some kind of left-wing politics that they never will, because the whole thing is run by lunatic right-wing
yes, you should join
idiots.
The Discord. I think most of you guys are probably in the Discord.
I would, if I were in Canada, as much as I like protests and
if you're watching this later, definitely join the Discord.
Civil action and civil disobedience and all this stuff, it'd just be like, guys, you're just blocking the street at this point. You're just blocking the street, and you're making all that beeping, and it's waking up my kids.
I gotta find the other thing I'm
Come
doing.
back when there's an actual cause to this, you morons.
That's
come
fine.
back when there's more.
Oh,
to
I
this
forgot
than
I'm on
just
this.
like, I like certain YouTube videos. I like.
Here.
Give my sign. I like certain YouTube videos. Having said that, I don't think I support the emergency powers and all this police crap that they're doing in Canada. But
Let's see what this is.
Taking it a little bit seriously here. Also, gotta say.
This is the abstract. Perfect.
Forever,
the title in the abstract. This is what I need.
We gotta give him props.
Free browser-based digital evolution software program developed specifically for educational purposes. Graphical user interface and visualizations allow you to observe evolution in action.
This guy who can't even kind of
more
like
information and
this
run
guy
the
who can't
software in the
even
web
handle
browser.
Twitter. He's gonna
organisms
solve
within the
climate
software,
change. When he's done killing
self-replicating computer
monkeys for no
programs.
reason,
Hang on a
he's
sec. Let me
gonna
pause
solve
this.
climate change. This is him. This is like from the beginning of this thing. He writes. Somebody says that Canada is blah blah blah. One of these social media right wing entrepreneurs is like, look at all these people.
All right. Let me read this. Let me go back to putting on some lo-fi or something. Wait, hang on. Let's Bart Simpson and chill, y'all. Bart Simpson and chill. Fucking love it. All right, that won't interfere with me as much. And now, of course, I lost the damn thing. What is with me today? It's all right. It's just because this is normally, I don't use this computer for whatever I'm streaming. So I don't have to manage all these tabs. And these are normally just here for me to monitor the stream. Yeah, I don't need any of these. Let's leave that open. Let's get rid of that. All right, and these are workshop materials. All right, we're in the right, we had the right thing going. All right, organisms are self-replicating computer programs competing for computational resources supplied by the environment. Their replication is imperfect, resulting in mutations in some of their offspring, which may alter the ability of those organisms to make use of their environmental resources. Populations studied over the course of generations therefore display all of the elements necessary for evolution by natural selection, variation, inheritance, and selection in time. EVIL thus provides not a simulation of evolution, but an actual instance of it. Ableton is expensive. I think there's like a free trial version, and there's a thing called Ableton Lite that comes with almost everybody's like if you get like an audio interface or something like that, it'll come with Ableton Live Lite. But yeah, I think if you're somebody who's not like into audio production, Ableton's a expensive thing. I've been using it for a long time, so I did buy a studio license. So when I change, I normally just have to like upgrade. But I don't think I've upgraded. I think I'm still using 10, and they might have like 11 or something. Oh, look who it is. We have ourselves a guest. Oh man, do we have ourselves a guest? You know, folks, I thought I had some really nice duds on. You know, a really good look going. Believe it or not, there's no remote for the monitor in front of me. But of course, Tux comes over here and just shows me up, you know, with this ensemble. How you doing, man? Wait, I don't think anybody can hear you. Something's going on. It's probably me. I thought I had my audio worked out because we just did the thing. Yeah, it does. All right, can you hear me, Tux? All right, he can hear me. I can't hear you, I guess is the issue. Let me... Shoot. All right, now I can hear you.
I just switched microphones. I might have to unplug the microphone.
Yeah, I can hear you now. So was I too harsh to the flat earther? I don't know. You probably didn't see that.
I was driving home. You were preparing for him to come on, and so I did not get to see.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I guess the chat thinks there's a lot of people who genuinely believe this. I just think, I don't think it really changes my approach that much, because I think whether somebody believes it or not, I think at that point you've got to cut through the noise, and you've got to try somehow to undermine their confidence in their abilities to assess the situation, because I don't think anything other than radically, you know, altering their sense of, I don't know. To me, I'm trying to appeal to a person's vanity. I'm banking on, you know, thinking about Doug's neediness IQ thing, right? I can just merge those.
The girlfriend effect.
Yeah, I can just merge those together and say what they need is to be made to feel like they have a high IQ. And so if I can really say, no, I'm not saying this to be funny. I know this is going to sound rude. You know, I know that I really do risk. Hang on, let me fix this up here a little bit. We can go with, since we're over here, we can put the chat on the screen there. All right. So I was like, you know, for me, it's like you got to like. So it's like I'm gonna risk being a jerk, right? And just admit that to me, this is very low IQ stuff. Like this is just alternate reality stuff, and I don't think that you're, you know, prepared to have a sophisticated conversation about, you know, science or anything like that. It's because it's a non-starter for most people.
Isn't it funny? When did you hear? How long ago did you hear that there was a such thing as a flat Earth? Like truly people believed in it. Like I heard it as a punchline growing up.
Maybe. But I think even, I don't know. I think for me it stayed there. Like it was something that sounded like a punchline thing. And then when I started to see it, I just assumed it was that thing where internet trolls try to like live out the punchline, you know?
Yeah. Well,
because how do you, if you're Kyrie Irving, how do you graduate from high school, play presumably maybe some college basketball or something? I don't know. But like how? Like I don't understand. And then it's like, here's the thing, like I think somebody noticed that I got heated. I don't know. Well, one, I just want to cut heated promos. I don't know. I just get, you know me, I get bored with all the friendliness. I got to be friendly during hot program. It gets.
What's Nano gonna zoom in on for his next edit? If
I'm not flipping out.
Your cackles out, man.
Yeah. So, but also it's like, I really do feel like these people are cheating in a way that just bothers me. It literally reminds me of just shitting all over the card table because you're losing at poker or something, right? Because like you don't get to like keep an ace up your sleeve, right? Like it's against the rules to keep an ace up your sleeve, right? And so it would be one thing to be dumb enough to try it, right? But it'd be another one to like pull it out in a situation where like people are counting the cards and otherwise no. It's like, no. See, there's two aces on the table and like, you know, this person was dealt one, this other person was dealt one. And now you've magically got this other fucking ace. Wait, I got to see if, I think Tux, something happened. Or did he just need to go off screen for a little bit? I'm not sure. But yeah, it just feels to me like they're cheating. Like they don't really want to play by the rules. And they're talking out of both sides of their mouths. Hey, the Bible is sufficiently evidenced, but evolution isn't. Hey, you can't prove to me that the earth isn't flat except for all the pictures where we can. Now show me a picture taken from space of a flat earth, right? That's the type of thing I'm talking about. Sorry, I don't know if you probably missed that. But what I was saying is like it just feels like they're cheating, right? Like they're cheating and they're doing it in front of everybody else. And it's like, we can see that you're not playing by the rules. Like basically I say things like, so saying the Bible is sufficiently evidenced, but evolution isn't, right? Denying all the pictures we have from outer space of round Earth, but not producing a single one of a flat Earth. Did he just go away again? Oh, I have the thing. I'm in full screen. You put me in full screen.
I've got some crash issues going on.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've got the USB, the thing that everything's plugged into, the USB.
The dongle?
Connected to the USB-C. Yeah, the dongle. The dongle just crashed.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
This is what I've been going through with like my advisor and stuff lately. Is like I'm trying to get like a new work computer, like a nice Mac. And then I've also been trying to convince my advisor that I need a new like streaming and recording PC for like broadcasting and stuff. And it's been having this conversation that like, yeah, I know this computer looks really nice or sounds really good, but it doesn't have enough USB interfaces because that shit makes a difference. Like I just need something for this that has enough USB that you can stick all your cameras and devices straight into a USB port. Because otherwise, they're on it. Something's always on the dongle, right? And it always ends up being something important, right?
Yes.
And
I have a camera, a microphone. I primarily use the camera on the MacBook. The dongle is powering a light, a TV for an additional screen, and the microphone.
Yeah, and really like, it's just always a risk, right? And then I can't explain to you how much time I lose in the studio because it's just always something going on, and then you've got to fucking plug and unplug or turn off and restart the fucking streaming software, or God forbid you got to restart the fucking machine. And, you know, so I've just started to have the conversation. There's just not enough I/O. But we're getting you this super fast, awesome computer. Sorry, there's just not enough I/O. Need another machine. Why? Because that's how I broadcast. That's just how I work. Sorry, I don't, like, it's just, it gets to, because it when you're trying to go all the time, every day, it takes a lot out of you. And I hate to say it, like, it makes you look bad in ways that aren't appropriate. It's like showing up as a band, being super well rehearsed, going through sound check, right? And then when you go live, like, all of a sudden the speakers just shut off, or all of a sudden the microphone just stops passing signal, right? The band looks dumb as fuck, but people are like, what, y'all didn't do a sound check? No, we did a fucking sound check. You know what I mean? It's like, none of this was all fine 3 minutes ago. I mean, this shit happens to me, like, on the daily. But yeah, it's just nice to vent about it real quick. But in the future, if you ever get an opportunity to just, like, you know, my thing is, like, invest in a gaming PC. It's not even about the gaming or whatever, or something equivalent to it. It's just about getting all that I/O, all those USB ports, something that can handle all the video processing and screen sharing, and you can hit the record on it, and it's got enough RAM to handle your fucking animation. And then if you're gonna do that animation stuff, you either got to get something super juicy to handle all of it at once, or just get two machines so that you're juicing out your animation, and then you've got something else for streaming.
I have 3 machines I could potentially use.
Oh, so you already got some multi. Yeah, you're good.
I have another one somewhere upstairs that I primarily use. It's actually my old one. This one I use it's just to be focused on Tux TV and whatever comes from Tux TV. And then I have an old one before that one that has lots of USBs and stuff, but it's old and slow, but man, it's still trooper.
So yeah, if you can
still crank along.
Yeah, if you could see how that one goes, you might be able to prop a new graphics card in it or something and use it as a streaming machine or something. But yeah, anyway, that's the deal. Just need something with plenty of I/O.
I suspect that if I put a big SSD hard drive in that, kind of redid a couple of things,
yeah, like it'd be good to go.
It would do all right in the modern age, but its processor is so much slower than the other 2 computers.
Right.
The amount of time that it takes just for the Wi-Fi to connect. If the Wi-Fi goes down, it's sometimes 2 minutes, where this machine, it's instantaneous.
Sandals,
internet.
Hang on a sec. Sandals, I feel you on that. I'm probably going to be too harsh on a lot of people. But also, he trolls us a lot here. So I kind of take it with, he's a known quantity. I'd probably be a little gentler on somebody if they were a stranger. But Nazarene, he throws some pretty hard punches in the chat and stuff. So I'm sure he can handle it. But yeah, that's where I do start to feel bad, right? Is the whole thing about punching down, right? But this is sort of my double-sided plea, right? Number one, it's really hard to do that there's no polite way to tell somebody that, right? Like, there's no nice, and so, there's nicer ways, I'm sure, right? But there really is no nice way to say, hey, dude, I just don't think you're mentally cut out for this. But I do think it's the message people need to hear, if for no other reason than the jarringness of it. I think it'll stick with you. I think, and here's another thing that really gets me. When I look back at a lot of these communities, a lot of these conversations that I see, a lot of these dialogues, I feel like a lot of times the apologist or whoever, they are literally almost acting like a parasite on our goodwill, right? So while you're up in your head like, oh, I got to listen to them charitably and shit, they're taking advantage of you every step of the way, right? Every time you're like, you know, oh, well, you know, I think so-and-so is a really smart guy. Well, you just gave them credibility that they're gonna utilize now, totally out of context. Oh, well, did you just admit that you can't prove there's no God? Well, you know, well, even by your own admission, you can't prove that there's no God, right? Well, do you really think that personal experience and testimony isn't evidence? Well, no, I didn't say that it isn't evidence. I'm just saying that it's not, you know, empirical evidence. Oh, so by your own admission, then it's evidence, right? And then your dumb ass is sitting there, oh, well, I'm going to just sit over here and play honky-dory and continue to try to be charitable. And this is the same thing I say about politics. Fuck it. Fuck it, y'all. Look, I'm kind of on the left, right? The right-wingers, bro, they ain't trying to have no goddamn conversation. You see the right-wingers sitting around here trying to convince y'all? Like, they'll have the conversations, but they're out there, they were like, yo, we need to get a Supreme Court majority. Let's get that. Oh, we need to make sure the Democrats don't have a supermajority. All right, we need to vote them. All right, no more middle of the road Republicans. If you're a middle of the road Republicans and you vote with the Democrats once, nope, completely ain't. Trumpist only, right? Like, it's about power. So at some point, right, like, this is Jay's Art of War type shit, right? And sometimes you got to stop acting like your enemy is a goddamn friend, right? Now, I'm saying that. Y'all saying I'm being hypocritical. I do think we're friendly with the enemy. This is a community where just because we disagree and we're opposite sides or whatever, doesn't mean we can't be friends. But there does come a point at which I'm going to be honest about the fact that I just don't think they're really having the argument in good faith. Again, like I said, they want to sit here and say the Bible is well evidenced, but evolution is not. Okay, we're not talking science anymore. Now you could sit here and talk to them for 3 fucking hours and try to explain it to them, right? But I'm gonna just keep it 100 with them from beginning. Sorry, we're no longer talking science. Fuck you, have a nice day. And I hope that gets them somewhere where they say, hey, I came up into a real scientist today and he just wasn't having it. He just wasn't having it at all. Just wasn't even going to entertain my bullshit. Maybe I should think about this. They probably won't. But can you really sit here and tell me that if I actually sat here and tried to explain the evidence to them, they'd have thought about that more? They've already heard all that shit, which is why they've already dug up their little obscure bullshit paper that they think counters the real science, because they've looked at the shit, decided it ain't whatever, and they've gone right back to their conspiracy bullshit. And I'm not arrogant enough to think that I'm so brilliant that one encounter with me is going to change them. So I'm down to throw some shit at the wall and see what sticks. Try something else, you know? Go ahead, Tux.
I don't really have much to add to that, but I did watch you go on, I don't know what day it was, Tuesday maybe. You went on and some Christians kind of tried to pin you down that there were some lab results that weren't kind to evolution.
Oh, that was awful.
You basically, I just remember you saying, okay, well, you're stupid, first of all. And what's the name of that paper? And he's like, it doesn't matter. And you were like, it matters. It matters. And as long as they ignore whatever it is that their motivation is, as long as they ignore the opposite of that, then they're fine. They can live in this own little, I don't know, bubble that says, I'm going to provide the evidence that I just preached from the pulpit, from the position of authority, and this is where we got him. This is where our creator finally did it.
Right.
And then you basically told them, you basically said, hey, this is deciphering 2 different elements in which there was only one before. You're discounting that there are 2 elements where there was only one.
Right.
this progressed to a point where it used to only like this. Now it likes this and this, but it likes this a little bit less because now it likes this too. If in layman's terms, that's what I understood.
Right. Yeah. No. Perfect. Yeah. That's and again, they're taking something that is literally evidence of evolution. That's why it's celebrated.
It's literally.
And it goes so neatly with evolutionary theory. I hate to say it, that the Linsky lab it's boring. Like it's literally boring. I'm actually interested in like all this cool stuff I'm doing with like digital evolution, where we're looking at more like behavioral type stuff. Because all of this lab stuff that just supports, it's textbook stuff now. Like I know, it's a really cool lab to graduate from, because professionally, right, when you're a black dude trying to be a scientist, right, you're trying to get every professional advantage you can, right? So being in a famous lab is really great. Like, it's just awesome to be in a famous lab. I never have to go, oh, I just graduated from the Linsky lab. People go, who? What do you guys do there? Right? Like, that just doesn't happen.
Yeah. I mean, I could care less about it, in all honesty. And maybe that's why we're so good together, because opposites attract. You are all about...
Well, I mean, in the field, right? Not in the... Yeah. He's my example of there are no famous scientists, right? We always say, like, something like 75% of Americans can't name a living scientist, right? Like, they can name a lot of old or dead scientists, but very few Americans can name like a famous like living scientist. Some people can give you Neil deGrasse Tyson and will be charitable. A lot of people say he's not active, he's a science communicator. But anyway, but my point is, like, he's just evidence of the fact that there are no famous scientists, right? Because if there was a famous biologist, he'd probably be it. But my point is, his stuff...
He's an astrophysicist.
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. I was just saying about Richard Lenski. Like, if there was such thing as a famous, like, if you could be famous for doing biology or whatever, like, he'd be the guy, right? Like, everybody would tell you that, but there's just no such thing. And my thing is to say it's so mundane that it's in textbooks. Like, now, like, most of the undergrads know about the Lenski lab because they read about it in their biology textbook in high school. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's just one of those examples you read about in a high school textbook. That's where it's at, right? It's just that plain. And then, again, he's won the Friend of Darwin Award and National Academy Sciences, all the things you can do in biology he's done, right? And so then to go, oh, well, he failed. Yeah.
Well, he failed. He failed because he didn't have the love of Jesus in his heart.
It's just... And again, like, he comes from a Christian family too, right? The irony. And this is the part that really actually gets me, that really angers me. Like, I don't talk about it a lot because it's so, like, it almost would make me want to fight somebody. Because what people really do now, and I see how they really, it shows you how people really treat people, is they just see an atheist, right? And so they just put you in this box and they write you off as whatever. You're wrong, you're dumb, you were hurt by the church, you know, whatever it is, right? And they don't see the Christian inside all of us. They don't see the person that, like, wanted to believe in your case, or that spent, you know, the better part of 25 years believing in my case, or, you know, the people that believed till they were 45 and had to come out to their married, to their, you know, to their believing spouse and their loving family that they're no longer a believer. Like, they just spit in the face of all that, right? None of that's legit to them, right? In other words, they're never talking to another believer who looked at all the shit they looked at, who heard all the same sermons, and who went looking for the answers and just found out they're not there, right? They're always talking to some dumb atheist who doesn't get it, who doesn't know, who just hates God, who doesn't want theism to be true. In other words, they always see the atheist that's in front of them, but they never see the Christian that it took to get here, right?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, like, they don't see the Christian that it took to get here. You know, and right now I'm dealing with the fact that both my grandparents got COVID, and I'm pretty sure they got it bringing their dumbasses to church. getting a very real disease to worship a God that doesn't exist. And if if it costs them their lives at some point, I'm gonna have to deal with that too.
Let's welcome Wesley.
Oh, Wesley, yeah. Go ahead. Switch us to the everybody the same size thing. This makes me feel like I have to take the stage. Yeah, here we go. What's up, Wesley? How you doing, man? That's fine. Wesley, your audio sounds like you are underwater in a tunnel.
Yeah. Sounds awful.
Does it really? One moment. It's
getting a little better.
Is that any better?
No, It's still bad.
I just wanted to express a bit of news.
You gotta give us your musician setup. You're supposed to be a music producer. You gotta have a whole recording mic over there and a nice audio interface going to a good computer, and then you hop in from your porno laptop or something.
I'm caught. Caught cream corn handed.
Yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm sure. Well, before I bore you with my piano, here it is. It's right here.
Oh, you broke it out today. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing me. I'm a gearhead. I appreciate that. Thank you.
More importantly, for what people might be viewing you now, you really did see your souls last night, and you're going to see them for 4 nights in a row again.
What does this mean?
About 2.5 weeks ago, you were shown your soul about 4 nights in a row. And many years ago, about 16 or 17 years ago, you saw your soul back then too. I saw mine years ago, and it was the filthiest, deadest, gray ashes anybody could imagine. It was like filth in the bottom of a garbage can. And there was a pearl, only good, a Jewish pearl, a light in my belly. And it was snow white of color. And that is written in Psalm 23, the valley in the shadow of death.
Wesley, hang on. I have a question for you. All right. Have you ever played a video game?
Sure.
All right. Of course. So last night I was playing Diablo, right? And this game is just amazing. It's demons and magic and spells and stuff like that. All right. So I was kind of having that experience. And then now I'm kind of like sitting in a room talking to people on the internet. Actually makes me question how I'm using my time right now, because that Diablo thing was a lot of fun. But I would say that the experience I had playing Diablo, as enthralling as it was, is less real than the experience of playing drums on stage in a room full of people. Would you agree with that? Because in some way it's like a virtual thing. It's like I didn't really experience any demons or cast any magical spells or shoot any real lightning beams at anybody. That was just in a game. It was like a virtual game, you know? So with that in mind, I've never experienced anything even video game like in the spiritual realm. Like I've never seen my soul or been able to assess how clean or dirty it is, or, see, when I hear people say these things, I think they're talking about their imagination. I think, or at least that's the level of tangibility I think that it has. But I'm willing to believe that God might just not like me that much.
Well, if you saw a pearl of light in your belly, it is the valley of vision.
But I haven't. I've never seen a pearl of light in my belly. Madam Knack, I've never seen anything in my belly. I've never, ever gazed inside my belly. I've never seen anything in my belly.
And if you saw dead gray ashes, that is the wages of sin, death. That is the names blotted out of the book of life.
But see, I don't, you don't buy this. And you know what? I've been realizing you guys are giving sin a bad rap. As an atheist, I like sin. Stop talking. Sin doesn't make your soul dark. Sin makes your soul beautiful. Listen, we're gonna all die. And I don't think anything happens after that. So I think you have a very limited window to smoke weed, to drink alcohol, to have sex. And some people think, well, Jay, it's going to come back crashing down on you and then your life's going to be really bad. I think you have the right to end your life with dignity. So to me, it's like ride this monkey till the wheels fall off, right? And then when the doc tells you, hey, this ride is coming to an end, hey, say, doc, shoot me up with the game over juice and we're good to go, right? No need for all that painful pooping myself, not being able to remember my family members' names at the end. Now I'm skipping all of that. Doctor tells me it's over. I've got the terminal, whatever. All right, everybody, we're having one last banger of a party. I'm trying all the drugs I didn't try when I was worried about my health. All right, that's gonna really fill me with regret. I'm like, man, I should have done this. Should have done more of this cocaine, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's my thing, man. I don't see that world, you know? I wish it was as real to me as Diablo, but it doesn't seem to be.
Okay.
But how are you doing otherwise?
Oh, okay.
Do you go to church?
Sure. Not any longer, no. I used to go to church. 4 churches every Sunday. I would go to 4 different churches on any given Sunday.
Oh, that's why you don't go to church anymore. You did. See, I see what you did. What you did was you did a lifetime of church, but you just did it like 4 churches at a time. That way you'd be done sooner.
I got tired of a man standing in a pulpit claiming to believe in Jesus. And I would lift my hands and say, it is he. And Jesus would appear right there next to me. And the man in the pulpit would deny he saw him. I got fed up with that. I've had enough of that.
So you can physically see Jesus appear?
I did. Yes, I did.
And then the man in the pulpit didn't see him?
Well, I'm not supposed to condemn, but that's what happened. I lifted my arms up. I said, it is he. And Jesus is standing right there. And no one in the whole congregation confessed.
But why did you start a church? Because you're not a disciple anymore. You're an evangelist. You've had an apostle, rather, right? Because you've had a vision, like the Apostle Paul, like Peter claims to have had. Like now you're an apostle. You've had your own authentic vision of the Lord, and you shouldn't be in any churches. You should be starting a church. That's how I became the Most High.
For that.
Yeah, I had a vision of the flying man.
Soon. It's very soon. My time will be given for that. In the 7 years of hell, I'll be visiting everybody on earth to teach the vision.
In the 7 years of hell. So the time when you're teaching the vision is going to be hell for you. Why? You're not going to enjoy teaching the vision?
No, it's going to be teaching the vision is baptizing. The fire is the nuclear bombs that are going to be going on worldwide, every country.
Oh, so you think we're headed towards a nuclear holocaust?
Undoubtedly.
Do you want that to happen?
No, of course not.
Okay.
But I cannot stop it.
Why do you think it's going to happen? Where did the nuclear holocaust portion of this come from?
Well, in Scripture, in the Old Testament, in Ezekiel, it is the wheel in the wheel, the color of beryl. A nuclear bomb built into a green car that will be parked in downtown Chicago. And it begins that day.
But you know what?
The fire unfolding in itself is the mushroom cloud from the detonation of the wheel in the wheel.
I don't think there's anywhere in Scripture that it tells us we're going to have this 21st century nuclear bomb situation. But I also will admit, I don't believe anything it says in Scripture. Matter of fact, I would say as much as this. I could have an amazing day tomorrow if only there was a Bible passage that says Jay Bundy will surely die tomorrow. Because that would be the one day I knew I wasn't going to die. If the Bible says I'm going to die on a particular day, I'm doing the craziest shit possible on that day. Because that's how little faith I have in the Bible. And I'll tell you why. Because it just didn't get me anywhere. It didn't get me anywhere. I put a lot of faith in the Bible. I put a lot of trust in Jesus. And ultimately, it just didn't get me anything that I felt like I could really. It didn't get me anything that could pass the outsider test of faith, right? It didn't get me anything I didn't feel like a Muslim had. Like I've met some really devout Muslims in my life, and you know, they had the whole personal experience and their lives were transformed, and you know, they knew the authority of their scriptures, and then to have to so much in there that is so you've heard the supernatural, what is it, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? Or that which
I asked Jesus to send every person on earth an angel as they sleep in bed in these 4 nights, and that their souls, if they're ashen, those are scales.
Can you ask Jesus what?
Go ahead, Tux.
They be removed so that they can see their souls for a moment as they sleep in bed tonight.
Hang on a second.
So that they can see the
when was
Spirit
this?
and the mystery of it in their bellies.
When was this?
These 4 nights. I asked Jesus
be
to
specific.
do.
Which 4 nights?
What 4 nights?
Last night, tonight, tomorrow night.
Oh, okay. The nights he was talking about. So I think that I appreciate that. Go ahead.
I thought you were talking about past tense.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you Hebrew?
No.
I'm the man of the earth that gave Noah the plumb, if you are.
Say that again? Your audio is horrible, by the way. Do you have a better method of communicating?
Do you have a better audio setup?
Sure.
I don't think it's getting closer to it. I think it's finding a different method, because
if you are a
Wesley, do you have a mic with an audio interface?
Who gave Noah the plumb?
You're the what that gave Noah the plumb?
The man of the earth, a Jewish secret passed down from the days of Noah through all Hebrew families, never written on paper, never told outside of the Jewish house.
And we should heed your warnings for this reason.
Yeah.
So can this plum produce better audio at times? No, seriously. What does Noah really have to do with this moment in time? Because to me, Noah is just kind of a turd in the Holy Bible.
Yeah, he's tall enough to be a pro basketball player. I'll tell you that.
Wait, Atangelo, call in. The link's in the link is pinned. Boy. Yeah, Wesley, we're gonna have to take some other calls. Thanks for calling in. Bro.
Thanks for listening to me about just the news that you're seeing yourselves for these 4 nights, and
I will,
the reality.
If I see my souls, I will let you know.
That's what you look like to God.
I will let you know what I see.
I'll come and visit you, and I'll teach you how to restore it, and so that you can become completely Jewish, holy, full of light and wonders.
All right, appreciate that.
So
okay.
Good day, Wes.
Bye-bye.
So
the boy needs to get himself a podcast set up, man.
He does. And before we take a Tangelo, I just want to say something. I think Wes has a history of, substances or whatever. So he's probably got some psychological stuff going on. But look, folks, I want to make this clear. I think all theists are this unintelligible, right? Take off your, I grew up in an American or European culture where Christianity is totally normalized, And imagine a motherfucker comes to you talking about some of this shit. Hey, Tux, I got a good question for you. Where are you gonna go where you die, right? And you're like, nowhere, I'll be fucking dead, right? No, brother. You were born deserving of eternal punishment. Oh, okay. Yeah, but I can grant you eternal life. Oh, can you? Yeah, all you got to do is believe in Jesus, the one who died for you and sent his spirit to live inside. I mean, come on, folks. Come on. You want to tell me you would sound better than Wesley's nonsense?
Well, I have had a vision. I just don't know what the plum from Noah means, especially with choppy audio.
Nor do I know what fucking Son of Man or Lion of Judah or
yes,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? Like,
or some Pharisee, and we were warned about the Pharisees by Jesus according to the Gospels.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's no circle argument there.
But Otangelo's gonna set us straight.
But by the way, I got to go pick up some carry out here in about. I'm gonna try to be on for 5 minutes or less with D'Angelo, and then
all right, and then I got to get back. I got to do a little bit of the presentation before I get ready for late night Counter-Apologetics, which is coming up tonight.
D'Angelo, the floor is yours. What you got?
Yeah, I got a show to get ready for. What's up, D'Angelo? How you been?
Yes, hi guys. What's up? Well, I just heard you say that if someone tells you the gospel, it's on the level of Wesley. Is that what I understood? Or
yeah, I mean, I think here's what I mean. So there was a guy who did a TED Talk, right? And it was called "Why Religion Is Going Away and It Isn't Coming Back" or something like that. And basically, his argument was that there's people who grow up in a religious culture and they leave. And there are some people, although very few, who, convert to a religion, as they become an adult or later on in life or whatever. But for most people, the thing he's saying that's really different now is people are not growing up as religious. And the idea is that if you don't grow up around a particular religious tradition, the customs are just too weird. And what he does is sort of an outsider test of faith thing is he doesn't show people he shows people doing like Christian church and everybody's like, he's like, yeah, this probably looks pretty normal to you, right? And then he starts showing pictures of rituals that are critical to religions from other parts of the world. And they all just look weird. They just look weird. And that's his point, is that if you don't grow up indoctrinated in a particular religion's lore, so to speak, from an outsider, it just sounds weird. And so I'm not saying that I get that to a theist or to a believer, the gospel makes sense and you understand it and you've read it. But you got to remember, that's a lot of time invested, right? And it's just like if you come to me and you say, Jay, I got this game I want to show you, right? All right, cool, Otangelo, show me your game, right? I might, because I really like you, play your game for an hour, right? But if I don't know you that well and it's just a normal type of situation, your game really does need to be fun in like the first 5 or 10 minutes, right? Because if it's fun in the first 5 or 10 minutes, I'm like, all right, cool, I can learn more about this. But if it's just like, oh, this is really weird, right? And so what I think a lot of theists sometimes, because I remember I was a Christian too, right? I think what's easy to lose when you're living the Christian life is that people have not put the time into reading the Bible. People have not put the time into listening to sermons. People have not put the time into apologetics. And so if you're just coming at them with this story, it's a weird story. And it comes with a lot of constraints. Hey, you're going to have to stop jerking off. Hey, you're going to have to stop, sleeping with your girlfriend. Hey, you really need to watch what you eat, and you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. And without like some, knock my socks off evidence to support these claims, I just think people are going to be not interested. That's my thing. Because it just sounds weird. Even if it was true, it sounds weird.
Well, Jay, I think you know better than I do that we are talking here about spiritual things. And the Bible is very clear. It says, for the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of God. And spiritual things need to be understood spiritually. And
but Otangelo, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You have that's a presumption, right? You don't really, even as a believer, right? You genuinely, truly believe we are talking about spiritual matters. Most people don't know that they're spiritual matters. And if you're honest, you would say you don't know that they're spiritual matters, even though you believe there are. And so for most people who only have time throughout their very limited day to deal with challenges they know they have to deal with. I have to get to work. I got to pick up my kid. I got to feed the baby. I got to get enough sleep. I got to go to the gym. I don't have to attend to spiritual matters. And if someone is trying to convince me, oh, you really ought to pay attention to your soul, you really ought to get saved, you really ought to do all of this, I'm just saying that if I'm not even there, right? I've had this, again, I still was a worship drummer at a church, right? I've had this conversation with people in my church, right? And I'll listen to them talk to each other about evangelizing, right? And I've heard someone I really respect, like one of my really good Christian friends, say this. I've been having a hard time talking to some of my college friends, guys. Oh, all right, what's going on, buddy? He's like, I can't, I'm trying to talk to them about Jesus, and I can't even have a conversation with them about Jesus because I can't get them on board with God, right? That summarized the moment we're in right now. And I know Christians, it hurts. It's very difficult to accept this because it was hard for me to accept this as a Christian too. The world has moved on.
Yes, but Jay, I see no problem because I see everything from a spiritual perspective. And I don't expect that I tell you or to anyone else about Jesus, and that then, therefore, I should expect that you will believe what I am saying and convert. I don't expect that, and I don't never expect it. Why? Because I see the spiritual component in it, because I think I cannot convert you, and it is something that you need to come to by yourself. And as Jesus said, if the Father has to draw people to himself. So if God doesn't do anything, who am I to expect that I will be having that power to convert something?
But to me, this is no good, because one we've just shifted.
It's not about what you think is good or not good. The question is what is going on here? And if the Bible says that there is this spiritual component, then all I can do is, when I give the message of the cross to someone, I can pray for that person.
But why do you believe the Bible, Otangelo?
Well, before that we come to this, Jay, I think that you need to if you believe that the Bible is false and that God doesn't exist,
totally.
This is what I understood is your current
definitely
view and position. And I think in our previous conversation, I told you that the common scheme that I see with atheists is they criticize the Bible, they criticize theism in a general sense, but they never touch to what actually would support their actual and current position, which is you need to have better explanations in regards of our existence, of how we came to exist, removing God from the picture.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
We answered this question. You guys just won't accept the answer. So that's I think that's and I appreciate you saying this. And this is what I think this is why I don't get along with a lot of the way Christians argue, because like I say, you see the atheist in front of you, you don't see the Christian it took to get here, right? I was a genuine believer who went looking for evidence to support my faith so that I could better evangelize. So what I hear a lot of Christians saying is they found a truth, they found an evidence, they found an argument that I didn't find. Or I was stupid, I don't know how to read the Bible. I hear a lot of insulting things. But what I hear sometimes, once in a while, is a glimmer of, something I can actually hold on to. And this is one of the things, right? I'm gonna just keep it honest with you. We could have a whole theological conversation, but I'm gonna keep it very basic. I believed in the God that was the creator, right? If this God is not literally the creator, not interested, right? It's not the God I'm talking about. Now, just to your point, if we can explain how we came to be, how humans came to be on this planet, and we don't need a God for that explanation, that God is not the creator. And if that God is not the creator...
Yes, and do you have that explanation?
Yes, it's called evolution by natural selection.
Okay, so first of all, evolution explains supposedly biodiversity.
Nope, wrong.
It doesn't. Well, let me finish, please. It doesn't explain the origin of life. It doesn't explain the origin of the universe. It doesn't explain why the universe is finely tuned to support
It does.
life.
It explains all of these things. It's a universal law of nature.
Well, the thing is that in order for you to have biological evolution, you need DNA replication.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. That is the definition of what
You're literally
biological
talking to someone who
evolution
gets
is.
paid to teach people at a university that you do not need. I'm a digital evolutionary biologist. I do evolution every day without cells or DNA or any of that. And you don't need any of that because you had all of that before you had a cell. Evolution was happening before we had cells. Evolution was happening before we had DNA. Evolution was actually happening before we had a planet, but you won't accept this explanation.
Okay, so let me quote you here. Darwin persuades us that the seemingly
Who cares about Darwin? Why are you quoting Darwin?
Can I? No. Can I quote you here, and then you will understand?
I just want to ask you a question. I'll let you quote me, but let me ask my question first. Let me ask my question first. Do you ever go? I'm gonna let me ask a couple questions. Do you ever go to the dentist?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a long time, but
I get you. I have COVID. No worries. All right. So, have you ever gone to the dentist, right, and said, "Hey, I have this pain in my tooth," right? And the dentist says, "Open up and let me take a look," right? And he goes in, he looks around. You want to know what he thinks, right? Do you ever pull out your phone and go, "Hang on, let me quote to you what this dentist from 1700 said," because, right? No, you wouldn't do that. Why wouldn't you? Because there's a dentist in front of you. So it'd be far better to ask the dentist in front of you today what he thinks than quoting Darwin from the 1900s.
I'm not quoting Darwin. I'm not quoting Darwin. You didn't let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
Jake.
But the question is still, why are you quoting other people? I'm an evolutionary biologist. Why don't you ask me?
Because I am quoting someone which is an authority on the issue.
Right. And so my PhDs in evolution make me an authority in what?
Okay, so I would like to quote.
Not evolutionary biology, right? Got it. Go ahead.
And if you disagree, then you can.
Hang on a second, guys. This is what I deal with all day, every day, and you wonder why I'm mean to people. I literally, basically, get people to tell me, "Hey, Jay, let me explain evolution to you, because clearly you don't know anything about it." All right, go ahead. Quote your guy to us. Teach me about evolution.
Okay. Darwin persuades us that the seemingly purposeful construction of living things can very often and perhaps always be attributed to the operation of natural selection. Natural selection requires three processes: reproduction, variation, and inheritance. So if you have things that are reproducing their kind, if there are sometimes random variations nevertheless in the offspring, if such variations can be inherited, if some such variations can sometimes confer an advantage on their owners, if there is competition between the reproducing entities, if there is an overproduction, so that not all will be able to survive to produce offspring themselves, then these entities will get better at reproducing their kind. What is needed for natural selection are things that conform to those ifs. Self-replicating cells are prerequisites for evolution. None of this was available prebiotically to explain the origin of the first life form.
Okay.
So that's why I claim that to explain the origin of life, nothing to do with evolution, and you cannot invoke natural selection or evolution to explain the origin of life.
Whoever you just cited.
So you
go ahead.
Tangelo, I want you to repeat what you just stated. That very last 10 words you just stated. Repeat that. Not read what you said. What you just said. And you concluded
what I am saying
your conclusion.
Is that, yes. My conclusion is that if you want to explain the origin of life, you cannot resort to natural selection. And this is not something which I base on what I just quoted, but I can give you many quotes from other scientists which will agree with me that there was no natural selection prebiotically.
So what you're suggesting is that there has to be something that started that, right? That's basically your claim.
Yes, what I am claiming is that
you read us a long quote that basically says these things have happened, but it's not enough for there to have been a natural selection process for everything to be started. So that means there has to be a creator, right?
What I am saying is that you can eventually try to explain biodiversity through natural selection and mutations. You cannot invoke evolution by mutations and natural selection when it comes to explain the origin of life.
So you can evoke who?
I say that in order to explain the origin of the universe, it's fine-tuning the laws of physics and the origin of life. God as an intelligent, powerful, eternal creator is a superior explanation compared to, well, what exactly? Because if you remove God as an intelligent being from the picture, what is left?
Okay, there's another God. God has to have a God. God has to have a creator. God has to have a mother or a father. There's got to be a little evolution in the little.
There's got to be something that there's got to be a creator with a creator.
Right you can't just say, well, it can't be this because we need this creator. Well, your creator needs a creator. The firewall shouldn't go up right there and say, sorry, folks, here's God. I found it. I have this book and it came from him. The problem is there doesn't appear to be a God. There's divine hiddenness. He's evil. He is in cahoots with Noah, who appears to be evil. He's in cahoots with the devil, who appears to be evil. He's in cahoots with Jesus, who appears to be evil.
Don't Gish Gallop. You just made a list. You just went off on a list, and if you actually gave us an if list, if that's not Gish Galloping, look.
So what the problem is there is a creator. I'll grant you that there's a creator. What I need evidence for is that you believe that there's a creator and that creator's name is approximately Yahweh or Elohim, and that he has a son, that he has a hitman called the devil or Satan or some variation of a tempter, accuser, deceiver.
Right.
And he's got an invisible guy who goes from God's mouth to humans' ears and writes down this stuff. And I need evidence for one of those four things. Just one of them. Just one of those four things. I especially need for me to become a Christian and believe as you do, stand up and talk to atheists just like you do. This is all I need, Satan's alibi that this isn't deception, that your holy book that you believe in isn't born of deception. The Holy Spirit can go from the devil's lips to the writer's hand just the same as it can go from a God, a son of God, and some variation of an invisible man doing it, an invisible spirit doing it.
Okay, first of all, I like the cumulative argument for God's existence, where I don't start actually with the Bible. I can do that, and if I would have to do it, then I would go straight forward to the resurrection. But that's not the way I like to approach these things. So my first question to an atheist is always, does an intelligent, eternal, powerful creator exist, or does he not exist? And if he does not exist, how do you explain our existence without that creator?
Yes.
Now,
he exists. Now show me the evidence that it's Yahweh or Elohim.
Can I finish, please?
Yes, he exists. The creator exists.
I would like not to be
Show me God's God. Show me God's dad.
I would like not to be interrupted.
Just let him talk.
I don't care if you like to be interrupted. You're talking gibberish because this has already been asked and answered. You did this like 4 or 5 minutes ago.
Be respectful and let me finish, because I let you finish as well. Thank you. So you said that God needs a father and a mother. No, he doesn't. You cannot have infinite regress. We cannot have an infinite regress, because otherwise we would not be here and experience this moment in time right now.
Listen, Otangelo, I gotta be honest with you. There's no evidence for any of this.
There has to be. There has to be an eternal.
That's not true. No, this is bad.
Otherwise, you would have to claim that nothing has causal power.
Oh my goodness!
Nothing has causal power. Wait, Otangelo.
Because nothing is the absence of anything. So either
causal
the
power.
universe,
Otangelo, stop.
Was eternal,
here, I'm gonna mute him.
All right, you can mute him.
So here's the thing, Otangelo. The infinite causal powers, or whatever it was that you called it. If you want to demand that there is a creator and that nothing can't come from something, you have to include your creator. You just have to. You can't say that there is a line between this infinite mind and causal activity if you're going to precede it with nothing can come from something, right? Unmuted.
Right.
No, I said something cannot come from nothing. And obviously
that's what I said.
Possible. No, you inverted it, but whatever. But it is obvious that nothing, which is the absence of anything, cannot create something. So either the universe.
So where does the something that is God come from?
Boil it down to its ultimate conclusion, Otangelo.
Finish, please.
No.
Finish, please.
You're talking.
Okay. You are talking for 5 minutes, and I let you.
I haven't talked for 5 minutes. That's not true.
So listen. When
show me the evidence. Show me the receipt, Otangelo. Where is God? Where is God?
I would like you to follow.
Where is the receipt that he created everything? That's all you got to show. That's all you got to show. Can you show that? Yes or no?
I don't have to show you anything because you cannot show me.
I can show you that there is deception. I can show you that there is deception in the Holy Bible. Oh, you cut him off.
I booted Otangelo. I can't deal with this. Look, you have to have a way to fight back against people who just look. They don't care. They don't care what the truth is. I've only got limited Otangelo. Did you really want to argue with Otangelo for an hour? Did I rob you of? I'm trying to give you some time back with Mrs. Tux.
Well, Mrs. Tux is on her way back from a ball game. Which luckily no green barrels of dirty bombs went off.
But what do you really think it takes to get through to an Otangelo? I just don't think there is. Like, I don't think there's. I think they've decided the evidence doesn't matter. This is what I mean. I just can't, like, I don't know. I don't know how you guys do this. I don't know how you do it.
I just know this, Otangelo. Your argumentation for Jesus and your argumentation for the Shroud of Turin is very simple. It's really simple. Back in 2018, there was an article in Reuters that said the Shroud of Turin has been dismissed because it is a fake. It is a fraud. And then it follows it up with, there are other known first century shrouds that are suspected to be Jesus's, even though there's no evidence for them. So, if you go down the wrong path in life and you believe full faithfully in something that isn't true, that means you believe full faithfully in a lie. Believing full faithfully that there is a creator and you're worshiping that creator, if it's not true, that means you believe a lie. So, bring the receipts.
Yeah.
That is the only way you have as a defense against being fooled, being duped, being in a position in which you are somebody's indebted servitude voluntarily.
And when you have the receipts, show them up front. Yeah, Tangelo and Rebel, if you guys both call in and let me facilitate a discussion between you, I'll do that, because I bet you it would be all of 5 minutes before they were at each other's throats or doing some sort of weird dance to avoid questions to not be. And again, like, how long do I have to sit here and be told I don't know anything about the thing I've been studying my whole adult life? Like, I don't know. Would you take that kind of insult often? Like, it gets a little irritating. Gets a little irritating.
Yeah, I'm
well,
just
me too. I'm just
a wannabe Christian who became an anti-biblical apologetic.
Same thing. And then I went to grad school, and these motherfuckers had the audacity to act like, but and then it didn't matter. But no, seriously, it's just again, how often are you going to tell a mechanic he doesn't know how to fix a car and he doesn't know what a transmission is? And then I'm trying to tell people, like, guys, I'm trying to do my best to genuinely educate people. If you came into a science class with this, you'd fail. That is.
Let me ask you this.
Come on.
How does Tangelo completely put that firewall up that I was suggesting? How is it that his God, without any evidence, is definitely there, is whatever descriptions that he used, but clearly, if something can't come from nothing, clearly the creator that he's describing has to have come from something.
So when you defeat, we call that a self-defeater, right? Like when you own or self-own, when your argument defeats your argument, you're done, right? Like you just beat you. Like we didn't have to. We were just like, okay, we're done now, right? Because like that thing you just said, we're like, all right, cool, we're good. Good, thanks for coming in. It's like, what else is there? What else is there to say? But Tux, I appreciate you. You always have a sharp way to come at these things, because you were going with the yes. I just go with the why are we granting any of this? Like honestly, if you want an explanation of where we come from, and here's the thing that gets me, right? I said this about the planet, right? I kind of took a joke, but think about this seriously. Do you know how much human effort it takes to put a fucking camera out there in space that allows us to point it back at the Earth and take a picture of just how round it is, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine what this would have done to the minds of the disciples and shit back in the day, right? But anyway, setting that aside, right? It's kind of the same deal for me. Talk about the missing link and where do we come from? How can we explain our origins? Y'all don't care. Because do you know how much human effort it took to come up with the theory of evolution, to dig through the fossils, to dig through the mountains and cut them away so we could find the fossils, and to scrape, like, do you know how much work goes into preserving a fossil? That's what some of us love, right? Is that when you read the books of these people, you realize how much human effort went into like just preserving one fossil, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, y'all just spit on all, you just spit in the face of all those people. And it reveals that you don't care. You don't care.
Well, I care sometimes, but I would like to have a conversation with Tangelo. But Tangelo, you really got to see that you're blind to this. You're blind to that your end all be all. It isn't really the end all be all. It's just some writings.
And again, where does it?
You have anything that describes as receipt. Going to a microbiologist and saying, I got to go pick up food.
Sorry.
So the fact that Tangelo wants to bring things to the receipt and bring things to your attention that have already been found. It's a long-term argument that was falsified long ago, and not only has the person who falsified it moved on to something that's better evidence, and he's still hung up on whatever it is.
Right.
Just like he read that entire article, whatever that entire article was. He read that entire article. He believes that justifies his belief into a creator to start the evolution process.
No
right?
way.
So he's come to a conclusion that's probably true. Where he is failing to realize is that his something coming from nothing is a variation of the special pleading.
So I'm sure he'll call in. He'll call into No Good and Evil. Tux has to go, Nazarene. He doesn't have time to debate flat Earth right now.
Oh no, I was just I heard you guys asking Otangelo, or one of you asking where did God come from? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
I would have said something very similar to that your God is under the same stipulation of the entire article that Otangelo read. Otangelo read about a 5 paragraph article, I would say. Right? And somehow that concludes that the evolutionary process had to have had some sort of unnatural, supernatural beginning. Now, the argument to me is that supernatural beginning is fine, but that supernatural has to have a supernatural being just the same. The creator has to have a creator. The creator has to have a mother and a father. Or is some variation of how many things that are living on this planet right now that replicate themselves.
With the information given by a supreme intelligent being originally. It didn't just pop out of nowhere. It's more complex than any computer program or anything like that we know of.
Not interested, but it's still got to come from somewhere.
Here's the thing: a 747. You're right. The 747 does not fly together all by itself in the midair. It required roughly 450 engineers, 250 architects. It took a
100
bunch
years
of materials,
aviation history or whatever.
It took a funding partner. It took, the list goes on. There are 50,000 scenarios for that 747 to have come together. Now, your supernatural being is far more complex than that 747, but we can trace back that 747's origins almost to the T 50 years later, right? Now, we should be able to trace back to a supernatural being just the same.
Okay, Tux, I hear what you're saying. I totally get you. But see, the problem why that's not a fair analogy or comparison to make is a Boeing 747. It's not an inanimate object, but it's a machine. Okay, we're talking about life and nature here, living, breathing, very complex organisms. So there's a fundamental difference between a machine that can rust and break down, and there's no death to it. It can stop working, but it doesn't die in a biological sense, right? So there's a difference between a man creating a machine and a God creating life of nature.
Okay, that's a good point. I agree. So let me tell you how you got here, right? You got here by an act, a sexual act, that you started out with a requirement of to be seen by me approximately 4,000 times magnification. Yes?
Wait, What about the magnification? Sorry, I missed that. What do you mean?
If I saw you coming together, like I just used the analogy of the 747, it would require 4,000 times magnification for you on the point of conception. Yes?
Oh, you mean my cells replicated to me being a fully developed adult now? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm talking about the origin of you. Your origin.
My origin.
Little piece of your mom, little piece of your dad, voila.
Amen. That's true.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That required 4,000 times magnification, yes?
But is that what you mean by cell replication?
I'm just talking about you. A little piece of your dad, little piece of your mom came together, fell in love, and made you, right?
Yes.
They required 4,000 times magnification.
I'm just not sure where you're getting 4,000 from, but okay, I'll go along with it.
If I want to see the interaction of the initial cell coming together, the first doubling, I would require 4,000 times replication.
Oh, I see what you're saying. To see it, to see at the level of the cell. Got you. All right, yeah, let's go with that number.
You mean like the conception in like the women's uterus or whatever?
No, it's not going to happen in the woman's uterus.
Or wherever it is.
It does. The cell replication initially does not happen on. There is a 2-week journey after you've done the first cell replication to adhere to the uterine wall. It actually happens in one of the fallopian tubes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not an anatomical expert, but okay.
So you have done what? You have developed, just like that you went on that 2-week journey. Then you adhered to a uterine wall. Then you went through the various trimesters, yes? Then you were born. You were a completely different person from 1 minute to the next in that process, yes? How many times have you changed physically? We don't need any magnification. You're outside, you're in the physical world. How many times have you changed since then?
Since being born?
Since being born. Yep.
It depends on
innumerable. Every day you changed. Every hour, every minute, every second you changed. You went through transformations and metamorphoses from the time that you were completely unable to do anything to starting to learn things to going off to school to metamorphosing into adulthood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For instance, the 40-year-old me and the 50-year-old me are two different people, right? How many times have you done that? Now, let me ask you this. You've experienced that journey on your own, all right? What is it in this world that you think a God who is not going to try to deceive you wants you to know?
Strike until you have victory.
Until you have it. How many times would it take for God to transform on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, and not deceive you, try not to deceive you like he has in the Bible? What is it going to take? What is it going to take for you to say, God, I need a receipt. I need to see one of your transformations. Just one. That's all I need. If I can go through this many changes and the supernatural being you're telling me exists, they can go through the transformations just the same. And not only that, but they've got angels, they got demons, they got devils, and they got a son. All of them can be some form of a transformation that should be visible at some point. Otherwise, I'm going to hang my receipt in that these folks have deceived you. Somebody wrote this book. It didn't come from a beginning supernatural being. It came from a deceiver.
Also, I got to ask a question, like, because when y'all come up, all right, man, it's cool. I'll take it from here.
I got to go pick up food.
But yeah, I did my duty. He wanted to talk to Tux. He got to talk to Tux. Yeah, man, you have to call into me and Tux's upcoming show to talk to him more. But look, man, like my thing is this: if y'all don't trust current scientific experts, then why do y'all trust people from thousands of years ago? Like, I just think we do know. Look, we know where people came from. We evolved. We know where religion comes from. People made them up. They come from books. We know people wrote the Bible. Like, y'all can hit us with, it's divinely inspired this, sacred text this, oh, it's all in the spiritual plane that. We're just calling your bluff on it. And I think y'all going to have to just work harder. You know what I mean? I just, and to be honest with you, I think here's the deal. At the end of the day, I think there's such a thing as wrong and right, true and untrue. And I think y'all just need to leave us alone because it's not true. It's not true. And it's never gonna be easy to argue wrong, right? Like, and there's scientific evidence of this. It's what we call the peer learning effect, right? By peer learning, I mean that, like, I could explain something to my students on and on and on. A lot of them get it, especially my students are super bright. But it's more effective if one of their peers explains something to them. And the reason that peer learning is so reliable, right? There's a reason that it's so reliable. It's not magic, right? The reason is because if two peers have the same response, if they both go through the thing and they get the same answer, they're probably at the right answer, right? But if one of them has this one answer and one of them has the other answer, right? More times than not, the student with the correct answer will convince the student who's incorrect. Now, yes, every once in a while, the incorrect student convinces the correct student to change their answer to something incorrect, but that very, very rarely happens. You can study peer learning. There's a lot of research on this. More times than not, the correct students correct the incorrect students. And what y'all have to realize, Rebel Nazarene, is there's a reason the overwhelming majority of scientists reflect and accept the heliocentric model. There's a reason all the scientists accept evolutionary theory. It's not an argument from consensus. It's the consensus of the evidence. And your opinion can't change that. So you really need to consider that maybe you're in the minority of people for a reason. That these views you hold are considered fringe for a reason, because they're incorrect. And if they were correct, they'd be persuasive to the majority of experts, but they're not. That's where we're at.
Is there any way you can give me a general, like, evolution 101 from the very origin of whatever was here first to how we came about to have all these variety of species in animals, plants, and fungi, and the different species?
Yeah, things just became adapted over millions of years to their environments, and they changed over time. Look, man, you got to just look at your body. Go take a good look in the mirror. Go take a good look in the mirror. Look at your hands. Look at your feet. Look at your nipples. Look at your brain. Look at your hips. Look at your knees. Okay? Then go look at a chimpanzee. Then go look at an orangutan. Mm-hmm. You will notice that there's a family resemblance. Primates, like mammals, are the only group of mammals that all have these nipples. Why do we all have them? Because we share common ancestry. Why do we have hands and feet that literally are ubiquitous? Hands and feet are ubiquitous throughout fucking primates. Do birds have hands and feet? Nope. Any lizards running around with hands and feet? Absolutely not. Seen any snakes with hands and feet recently? Nope. Right?
But you're saying they're all related.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They are related, but they're not as closely related as we are. And that's how we know the gradations. That's how we know we're much more closely related to primates than we are to those other species. Right?
So how come we're not seeing primates evolve now?
They are evolving now. We are seeing them evolve now.
Okay, so where's the midway species between monkey and fully like Homo sapien?
They're fossilized. We've observed them during the fossil record.
Why didn't they survive though?
They did survive.
But
we have fossils of them because they survived. They lived. They lived. That we have actual proof that they lived. Then they died because everything dies, and the population kept evolving. Listen, guy, I don't have time to give you a whole evolution class. You gotta study these things. But here's the first step: you have to genuinely accept that it might be true first, because what you're doing, right, is you're going into something and you're asking people to teach you something you don't want to learn. Right? And it's really hard to teach somebody something when they're essentially rejecting everything you tell them. Give me this, give me that. Because what I'm trying to tell you is you're making demands of evolution that evolution doesn't make. It doesn't predict that you should see a monkey turning into a person. We would all say humans don't live long enough, and our generation time is too short to observe that type of process. So again, this is just not understanding the theory, right? So if you're gonna shit talk evolution and say it's not true, you got to first learn it. But you have to learn it with the full understanding that it might be true, because it's very hard. If I teach somebody 2 + 2 is 4, all right, and then they go no, it's 5, and I go, okay, well, here's 2 objects, here's 2 more objects, count them. We have the 2 objects here, we have the 2 objects here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 objects, right? Everybody in the class get it. All right, and then I can ask the rest of the class. What's 2 + 2? Everybody says 4. Now that one student still says 5. Look, I got to move on and teach the rest of my students. You and I, you'll have to get some math tutoring. But it's the same thing. Hey, look, we know we have primate ancestors. We know we have common human beings. We've got chimps. We've got bonobos. We've got orangutans. We've got gorillas. All right. And then y'all are like, all right, well, show us transitional species. We've literally found transitional species in every single one of these lineages. Hundreds and actually thousands of specimens. Y'all just won't, y'all stuck on stupid. Again, it's hard to teach somebody something they don't want to learn. You've got to first be willing to learn and say, oh, you know what? That is the evidence. We asked for the evidence. If evolution was true, it would look like we would find transitional fossils buried in different, layers of the Earth's crust based on, according to how old the fossil is. And that's exactly what we find. And y'all are like, nope, you didn't show me what I'm looking for. All right, well, here's all the models. Okay. Well, we analyzed the DNA. Okay. Nope. Hard to teach somebody something they don't want to learn. I'm telling you, dog, y'all are wrong about this. I wouldn't spend 10 years studying evolution if it wasn't true. We figured that part out. Trust me.
And just to be very clear, I have believed in evolution for most of my life. I'm 30 now. It's what I was taught in school, all the way from kindergarten to elementary, middle, high school.
Well, what happened?
Even college. Huh?
What happened?
You can say I saw some evidence that was to the contrary.
There's no such thing. Honestly, this is the thing. If you can look this up, right? I have a colleague. He's passed, unfortunately. He wrote a paper about intelligent design science, basically, right? And his name is George Gilchrist. The paper basically documents that if you look in the scientific literature, there are 0 published papers about intelligent design. Any paper that's actually published in the scientific literature about intelligent design is something you probably guessed. Number 1, engineering papers, where people are talking about intelligent design principles or the way to design things intelligently or whatever, some fashion and aesthetic stuff. And then there are, papers refuting, creationism trying to mask itself as a scientific theory. Yet every day, apologists try to get up here and tell us, oh, I saw some evidence that undermines evolution. You've never read anything legitly in an actual biology research paper that undermines evolution. I can guarantee that.
Is evolution still a theory or is it fact?
Both. You could read Evolution as Fact and Theory by Stephen Jay Gould.
Okay.
It is a theory that, like I said, Darwin's law, evolution describes a law-like process. This is why these conversations about, oh, you can't have evolution before you have a cell, and, oh, you can't have evolution prebiotically. This is all people, again, who just don't know what evolution means, don't understand the theory, don't know what they're talking about, the blind leading the blind into more darkness, and into fucking walls, basically. But the truth is, it's a law-like process that does describe prebiotic conditions. Many people, if you look at the anthropic principle, believe it. You can explain like how our planet came to be or how we came to exist in a sort of a life favorable planet, right? Because you would have these sort of laws of physics. And if life were to emerge, right, it would have to emerge in a place where the environment was favorable to the emergence of life, right? And so if like we find ourselves in that sweet spot, then you really don't need any sort of magic. You just need sort of a law-like physical process to explain how the universe and our solar system could evolve or change over time such that this particular rock orbiting around this very particular star we call the sun happens to inhabit creatures that are talking about it, which is really amazing. And it disgusts me that people want to spit in the face of all that research so that they can believe a bunch of hoo-ha from sacred books, which, by the way, is not honoring your forefathers, right? If the people who lived in biblical times were alive now, they'd be like, get your asses vaccinated. Of course, evolution is true. Of course, the earth isn't flat. And we were desperate for knowledge, right? They were desperate for knowledge, right? They literally believed that when a volcano happened, it was because they had pissed off the gods, right? They had no idea that germs cause disease, right? And y'all are like, oh no, they were so much smarter than us. Oh, those scientists today, they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. Oh, but old Paul, oh Peter, you know, all those disciples of Jesus, oh the prophets who lived the thousands and thousands of years before Jesus. Oh, they were some of the wisest motherfuckers who ever lived. Oh, but those scientists today, those scientists, those biologists today, they're all part of a fucking satanic cabal. Come on, man. Come on. You gotta try harder than that. That's some fucking weak sauce. Those people had no clue what was going on in the world around them. And they were desperate and fearful because of it. And we're this much less desperate and fearful because of everything we figured out.
But Jay, you just said that all those people, all those ancient biblical patriarchs would agree with what scientists have considered to be the scientific consensus today, as far as vaccination, you know, the cosmology and stuff like that. So, so maybe they were as wise, according to you.
No, I'm saying they're. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they were like that much dumber than us, like IQ wise. Like, I just think they lived in the world where the information wasn't available. And it's history, right? The accomplishments that we've made since then, we hadn't made yet. The model of the world that's publicly available to us now at the tip of our fingertips wasn't available to them. That's the difference. Yeah, I think we've probably evolved since then, but you know, it's only been, you know, maybe a couple hundred generations. That is a lot of time for evolution. So we're very different. You know, we're Homo sapiens sapiens or whatever the fuck. I'm sure they were too. So, I mean, I don't know. That's a whole open debate we could have. But I don't think it's about like we're light years, you know, smarter like organically or anything like that. So much as it's just, you know, they hadn't made those advances. And my point is that you're disrespecting the human effort it really took. Here's how I see it. I was a Christian, bro. I was really looking for the answers, and I couldn't find them. And so eventually, here's what I said to myself. We should celebrate the people. Forget my God. You know what? I couldn't prove that, but you know what? It's like science is the best thing we have going, man. And I just left it alone. Like, you know, it comes a point where you're looking at the scoreboard, right? And you're saying, man, this science thing, it hasn't figured everything out, but it's reliably figured out like pretty much everything we know when we look around at the world around us. And religion has had a thousands of years head start, and comparatively, it hasn't really helped us figure out anything we can all agree on. And even look at all of these rules, like it's supposed to be some kind of moral authority. Why do you want your moral authority from them? They couldn't figure out that slavery was wrong. They couldn't figure out that women had every right and privilege that men should have. They didn't figure out that homosexuals were just people and there's all of this bullshit that we had to deal with because people just insist on telling the rest of us that we should live according to these books. Come on, man. Take an honest look at that book and go talk to any kindergartner, and you'll realize any 5-year-old today has better morality than that God. So I don't care how much God happened to get right. I don't care what people believe or don't believe. The ideas I found in those books are trash. So they're not interesting to me. It bores me when people start talking theology. It honestly bores me now. The only thing I'm trying to figure out is how can people honestly still believe this? That's the only interesting question left.
Well, I'm not surprised by your answer because even biblically itself, the scripture itself does claim.
Can I tell you something though?
Wait, let me finish, Jay. Hold on.
Okay.
Real quick. The Bible itself, okay, especially in the Old Testament, talks about only a remnant of people being saved.
Right.
And the definition of remnant is a very few amount of people.
Okay.
Right? It's like not only a minority, but it's like the minority of the minority. It's the remnant. It's like, say you were drinking a cup of chai tea. It's like what's left at the bottom of the cup. Okay? That's the remnant. Okay?
Right.
And then the other thing is, just last thing, Jay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So very few people, so mostly people are going to perish in non-belief anyway. The Bible says that.
Exactly, right. So like this idea that Christians want to go around and try to force their beliefs down everyone's throat as if everyone's supposed to believe in the thing, that tells me they're not even reading the Bible that they claim to believe in.
I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I agree. They don't read the Bible. Sure, go ahead.
In the parable of the sower and the seed, okay? This is in the Synoptic Gospels where the Messiah was doing his ministry. He himself said that parable to his disciples and whoever else was listening around, and he broke it down for them because you speak in a parable. And so what he said, and basically, generally speaking, what he said was that on average, only 1 out of every 4 people in the world will actually truly accept his message and to take it to heart, to have it be as their faith. 1 out of 4. That's 25%, Jay.
Right. Well, yeah, but you know what? To me, though, I'm telling you again, you could talk to my one black friend. So if you call in Hot Program, you could talk to my one black friend. He really likes this Bible nerd stuff. But to me, it's not interesting because the lowest level of understanding is constructing an infallible story. I could very easily just sit here and say, oh, I'm the chosen one of God. But most people will perish because they won't believe in me. And the evidence is actually in the numbers. Right now, I'm streaming on 5 platforms, but I have 11 viewers because the Lord revealed to me that most people will reject my message. And so if you see how entertaining my show is, how much production value I bring to the table, I really should have a few million viewers by now, but I don't because it's just proof that people reject my message because of how powerful it is. And then also, I was born to a virgin. Now, you can't, of course, see that, and there's some woman running around that claims to be my mother, but that's just because she's caught up in the cabal. She's caught up in the cabal conspiracy. I was truly born. Do you see where this is going? We can all tell stories to the point that we sound like the story is so profoundly true because really we're just pulling shit out of our ass and we know that every religion does this. So the thing that I think people don't get is it doesn't sound interesting when your religion does it because every other religion does the same thing. And there's so many other religions that even did the same thing with the same source material, right? And at least some of them are scary. If you live in one of these Islamic countries under Sharia law, fuck you. I'm wearing a turban, right? I'm walking around real respectful, bowing, and you know what I'm saying? I might not be Muslim, but I'm sure as fuck pretend. Why? Because they scary. And there's real evidence that they will chop your head off, right? But with the Christians, it's y'all, we live in a place where we don't really have to live in fear of y'all, but at the same time, y'all are terrifying and you're trying to ruin like the good like democracy we got and all that kind of stuff. So we're free to like, it's like a two-way street, right? Y'all are really free to like try to convince people and take over the government and stuff, and then we're really free to push back. But I feel you with saying that Christians, you know, should just let themselves be the dirt at the end of the cup of tea. But at the same time, like, this is what I mean about not being interested in the Christianity of one. Christians don't really feel that way. And a lot of times when, yeah, I mean, a lot of people present me with a Christianity. I'm like, oh, it'd be cool if your version of Christianity was Christianity. But I got to deal with Christianity in the world that I live in. And in the world I live in, Christians are trying to convert everybody. And they'll even point to the scripture and say, you know, Jesus said, go and make disciples of nations. So the same way you could point to a scripture and say, hey, Jesus said most people won't be saved. Don't worry about it. Leave these people alone, right? They'll point to a different scripture and be like, Jesus said we got to save everybody. We don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So that's what I mean. Y'all could do the Christian on Christian, sort out your theology amongst yourselves some other time. But for me right now, it's like I have to deal with Christianity in my face. And the Christianity in my face is the one that just stripped women's reproductive rights away, which, by the way, is everybody's reproductive rights, because I can't knock a bitch up and then be like, oh, you can't go get an abortion? Don't worry, I'm a man, I'll go get an abortion for us. So basically, nobody can get abortions right now, which has dried up all the pussy nationwide, and this is a real problem. And y'all are still playing Bible code. Nobody cares about the Bible right now. See, we're at what I like to call war. See, people, this is another thing the fucking leftists. The leftists are softies, and they want to be nice to everybody. And because of that, they don't know a war when they see one, right? People fought a war on terror, and they were like, oh, no big deal, because they're not bothering me. Then they fought a war on drugs. People like, oh, I don't, you know, this is just cool because nobody's really bothering me. Then all of a sudden, they fought a war on these motherfuckers' uterus, and then all of a sudden, everybody was paying attention. These motherfuckers have been doing this type of war on fill in the blank shit from the beginning. That's all they do. So it's time you recognize and fight back. So for me, it's like, look, all of that friendly, hold hands and smile, oh, just Christians, just let everybody be. That's a great version of Christianity, but I don't really know them Christians.
Okay, Jay, just on a different note, because I just remembered it. Like, without going to scripture or talking about anything like that, any kind of theological ideology. What would you say if I told you I've had, and maybe you can come up with something like it's like some phenomenon or something that I went through that can be explained in a naturalistic point of view. But how about if I told you I went through very powerful, unignorable, undeniable experiences starting 2 years ago, where there was a handful of things that happened to me. There's one that stands out, of which at the time that it was happening to me, it was such a powerful of an experience that I've never experienced before. Right. To the point where it made me call 911 for the very first time in my life. And I thought at the time I was getting poisoned by the CIA because
yeah. Were you on drugs? No drugs?
Nope. I mean, I've smoked weed for a while, since like 6th grade.
No, I mean at the time.
I was just hitting my little weed pen, like the vape thing.
Oh, I think you got something laced, bro.
No. Well, actually, wait. No, that was another experience actually. But this one, I was just hitting my weed pen, which normally
he's chilling. All right, I got you. Just smoking some weed. I got you.
Yeah. Like,
and you had this, but here, all right. So here's my thinking. Number one, right, is you got to do the outsider test of faith. Do you honestly think to yourself that there are people who believe in other religions that you don't believe that would say the same thing? And I think you'd say yes, right? Like there are Muslims who would say, oh, I let Allah into my heart and I had this unbelievable experiences or my life changed, right? And Hindus have this experience, and people who believe a lot of religions that you and I would both say we just don't believe what their religion is. So one, you gotta that's what I appreciate you bringing this up. That's what I realized, right? Like I wasn't one of those phony flag waving Christians who didn't have a spiritual life and have a walk and talk with Jesus. No, I come from a family of ministers. I was a worship minister. I worked in a church. Used to work in a church day in, day out, every day, 7 days a week. I was in that goddamn church, right? I was a minister. Okay, like, it's my job was to minister to people. I used to tell people that it's my job to preach the gospel to people. Okay, but all the people I knew, it didn't matter how powerful our experience was. It didn't matter how great our worship was. And oh man, we brought down the walls of this place. And I feel the Spirit, and you feel the Spirit. Everybody else feels the Spirit. Once I realized I could go into any other religion and they be feeling the Spirit too, and I don't believe their God. Come on, Christians. Y'all got to catch up. We're not saying this to tear down your faith. We're saying this because it wasn't enough to hold up our faith. And the next thing I would say, so number one is the outsider test of faith. Other people, other religions had the same thing. And the second one is on you. If you're going to be skeptic, the first thing you have to doubt is yourself. Well, I mean, here's one thing I like about science, is that you really shouldn't appeal to authority. If my boss, I know it's a lot of lines of work, right? If you have opinion A and your boss has opinion B, right? And let's say you really think you're right? A lot of times you got to just go with what your boss says, right? Because he's your fucking boss. You see what I'm saying? And if you don't agree with him, it could be bad, right? But in principle, I'm not saying it's always the case, but in principle, as scientists, my boss could be wrong about something. I could be like, no, look here, right? And I could be like, here's the evidence of what I'm saying. And then and I've had this happen with bosses. I'm like, oh, now I see what you're saying, right? In other words, the evidence is supposed to move you, right? So what I mean is that's a check on our personal experience. It's a way to say, well, I really have, I feel this idea really strongly, or I feel this. So you as the person who has the experience, it's not about me undermining your experience. It's about you questioning your experience. Saying, wait, I had this really powerful experience that coincided with finding Jesus, joining the church, believing in the Bible, whatever it was. And now you got to say to yourself, how do I make sure I'm not fooling myself? How do I make sure I'm not being swept up in the emotion? So that's where you go to the outsider test of faith. That's where you've got to really dig into what is true and demonstrably true about the world we live in. And so you may very well be having these experiences. So I wouldn't try to take the experience from you, but as we say in this community a lot, it's the attribution. I'm perfectly happy to grant you the experiences, that they've changed your life, that they've been unexplainable, all of that. But unexplainable should be the starting point of your investigation, not the finish line. It should just be, I don't know, right? And then you've got to figure it out. But I'm sure you can imagine a lot of people having similar experiences, and it would be to something you probably wouldn't ascribe to. So you just got to guard yourself like that.
Yeah, but that was just one out of many.
Right, but think about it this way. Do you think that my personal experience is more valid than empirical scientific data about any matter in general?
No, because what I'm talking about is fundamentally spiritual and faith-based.
I'm not even talking about that. Just in general, do you think my personal experience in any realm or domain is as valid as empirical scientific evidence in any domain?
It's really hard to generalize like that.
It's not a tough question. Any geology, chemistry, name an endeavor, reality. Do you think that if I'm trying to convince Cameron Bennett or Nano or Dearth Funk about what is true in the world, do you think that they would ever value my personal experience above empirical data?
For a scientific topic, which is what you would need empirical evidence for, no.
Okay, well, what's real about the world is we consider a scientific topic. So what I'm saying to you is you have to have that same standard for yourself. You got to say to yourself, this is the tough part. You got to say to yourself, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how spiritual this experience is. It doesn't matter what the Bible says. None of that matters because...
Jake, can you provide empirical evidence for a relationship with your wife?
I don't have a wife. So no, I definitely can't.
I'm just saying hypothetically, if you had a wife.
Yes, yes. I'd be like, look, there's photos. There was a wedding. Here's the baby we had. You can check the baby's DNA.
I'm not saying that you got married. I'm saying like the best way to have a relationship with your wife to like keep it, make sure it's healthy. You guys love each other to the point where like you won't divorce. Like there's no science behind it.
I could cheat on her. I could cheat her on a bunch and slap her upside the head and see how long it takes her to leave me, and then I could compare that. I could compare that to loving her tenderly and being a good provider and see if she stays with me longer. But here's what I'm saying. I get that, but you got to remember you're now arguing against empiricism for personal reasons. Why would you even want to do that? See, what I'm talking about isn't emotional. I'm just saying, yeah, of course, there are probably going to be some things we can't collect good scientific data about, right? But that doesn't change the fact that empirical evidence is superior to personal experience. That's just a fundamental truth. So as long as
evidence for existence of God as well, though.
Maybe. What?
Maybe?
But if it was empirical, the rest of us would see it. That's the nature of empirical. Because again, I don't see it. I've been asking people, I've been telling people, I'll give you $100 if you can provide me empirical evidence of God. But you got to provide it.
How about a rocket hitting a dome?
That wouldn't do it. That definitely wouldn't do it.
Oh.
A rocket hitting a dome sounds like a rocket tragedy. Sounds like an engineering problem. Somebody done fucked up at their job. Somebody about to get fired. Probably not. They probably knew it was probably a test rocket. It's okay.
The dome would be independent of the rocket itself. It's something.
Yeah, no, I don't. I have no evidence that gods and domes have anything to do with each other.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you are somehow convinced that
Lena, this is the pre-show. I haven't even done my show tonight. I'm just getting warmed up. No, go ahead.
If you are somehow
hang on a sec, guys, don't forget late night Counter-Apologetics. I guess I'll probably do it at 11. We'll be talking about the joys of slavery. Oh, it's gonna be a treat. It's gonna be a treat. You're not gonna want to miss that. The joys of slavery coming up tonight. You could just rock here at Pocket Locker all night long. All right, go ahead.
Like for example, you know Doug from Pine Creek, right?
I do.
Well, I joined the show for the first time.
My friend Doug. All right, you joined the show. What happened?
For the first time 2 weeks ago on Atheist Thursday, as he likes to call him. And I told him about my belief of a geocentric cosmology.
Right.
And he stopped me at one moment and he said, you know what, Rebel, if you are right about your cosmology, about the Earth being a level plane and closing a dome, then almost verbatim, he said, then I would have to believe in God. I would have to become a theist. So, he admitted himself. And this is a guy who's been an atheist for quite a long time. So that's why I believe this topic is very important, because I think the main reason why they lie is to make people atheists. I think it's to cause a sense of nihilism, like as if our lives don't matter. There's, like YOLO, there's no God, there's no creator.
See, I think Doug's interesting. And to me, Doug's a little right leaning. Doug probably halfway is like Tux, like he really wants to be a theist deep down inside or something. Because and he would admit this. I've heard him say it a bunch of times, which is that, if you did this demonstration, right, it would leave him shaking in his boots and he'd become a theist. But he's admitted that a lot of atheists wouldn't, because they would say, again, it hasn't really proved you're God. I didn't get the dome example when you first mentioned it, but now I see what you're saying. You're saying the truth is we're in the invisible dome of the Bible with the firmament over it. And so if we shot a rocket out of it and it hit the dome, then that would be proof of the biblical cosmology. That's what you were saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to misrepresent what you had said originally. At first, I was like, if it sounds like a rocket accident, if a rocket hits a dome. But I see where you. I wasn't quite following you. Am I following you more now? Right? It's the cosmology, right? The rocket bounces off the dome. Then, is that what you're saying?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. There's no dome on a globe. Exactly. That's precisely what I'm saying.
Okay. So I make this point a lot, which is that I feel like as skeptics, we're really lucky because the Bible, I feel like, is so bad that it really undermines itself because it's so discordant with reality, right? But we'd be really kind of fucked if it accorded with reality much more, to your point. Like if it had like laid out evolution for us, right, and like explained the Big Bang, right, and the reason I say that is to say it wouldn't really improve the value of the epistemology, right? It still really wouldn't be a good idea to believe things because the Bible says so, right? It still wouldn't mean that, because it says this in Scripture, that's itself like a great reason to believe it just because so far what it says in Scripture checks out, right? But I think it would do a lot of work. I'll put it that way. It would do a lot of work if it happened to accord in reality in that way. But here's the question you got to ask yourself: why doesn't commit you to anything when we send all the rockets into space and there is no dome?
Because from what I've researched and sort of come to a conclusion of, the big reason why they have those rocket launch stations near the coast of the USA, like in Florida and Texas, is because they're actually ultimately ending up getting dumped in the Atlantic Ocean as opposed to like actually going up into space. They catch them like the Bermuda Triangle.
Now there is some of that, but that's just part of the way they launch rockets. So there's a couple things there. One is there's sort of like a lot of the space billionaires, right? Like a lot of the space billionaires, you know, they're like, I'm going to launch my Jeff Bezos rocket into outer space. And there's a way to which, like, if this microphone thing, this is going to be our new dome. I should probably get like a globe skin over this or something.
Huge mic, by the way.
It's actually not the mic. The mic's inside. This is just, helps isolate the sound a little bit. But it's like, if this is it, right? They didn't really go like, pew, like way off into outer space. They did kind of like one of these things, right? Which is like they left like the atmosphere a little bit or whatever, and then they kind of came back down. And that might be like a more advanced rocket-like form of advanced air travel, right? More than even what we think of when we really think of like space travel. And then there's the fact that when you genuinely do launch a rocket into space, a lot of times it has to eject like a pod or a thrust thingy or whatever the fuck. And a lot of times that's strategically engineered to land in the ocean. And then sometimes when the damn thing comes back, right, we have to catch it in the ocean or something like that. And sometimes that misses. And that's supposed to be the advantage of trying to catch it in the ocean, right, is that if it misses, it'll fall into the ocean, which isn't ideal, but it's better than it crashing into land, right? So there's some of that happens. But again, none of this has made anybody think that the Earth is a dome. And so my curiosity with somebody like you, and again, you should see a shrink because I'm not a psychologist, but I'm only interested in psychologizing you. I'm only interested in why is this person so resistant to the reality we all know and share? It's so precious to share this knowledge. Why not share it with us instead of denying it?
Well, that's part of the beauty of life. Not everyone has to agree on everything. And in fact, I would argue that if everyone did have the exact same beliefs about absolutely everything that you could have a belief about, the world would probably be a very boring place.
I agree, but I just think that there will always be plenty to disagree about. Let's not disagree about the fundamental tenets of reality. Let's agree on things like the heliocentric universe, evolution, and whatever else, because we've got serious problems. So I'll give you an example. COVID, right? we don't really have a great fucking solution, right? But the people who are not getting vaccinated, not social distancing, refusing to wear a mask, we all know they're not helping. So that's not to say that if they did all the right things, the shit would magically disappear. But it is to say them denying the reality of the problem isn't helping anybody. And so that's what'd you say?
You can group me as a COVID denier.
Why?
Well, can I explain without you interrupting maybe for like 2 minutes?
Sure. I'm gonna light a joint and let you have the floor.
Okay, and to respect your channel, I'm gonna try to use as many what do you call it? Like code words, because you know YouTube is very
Sure. We'll try to follow you. If we ever get lost, I'll let you know.
Yeah, they're like communist Nazis.
And hang on a second, guys, before you flame them too hard, y'all know we're pro science around here, but like he said, we want to have the conversations with people that disagree with us. And also, Rebel, I talk a lot of shit about you. I'm always going to talk shit about you. I think you're a fucking moron. No, I'm kidding. But it's all in good fun, right? And I think you've been a good sport about it, and I appreciate that. So go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say, you're right. I do not have a PhD in, I probably should have said biology instead of evolution. Anyway.
You're good.
So, but what I do have is not a master's, because, you know, school is very expensive.
Fucks with you on that. Actually, see, now you're getting me to think your IQ's going up. He's like, hey, y'all, I ain't do all that grad school. That shit's kind of expensive and it doesn't really pay off. I'm like, Rebel, you're a lot smarter than I give you credit for. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. You know, in fact, earlier when you're talking about me being in your class and failing me, I thought maybe I got a scholarship because I don't remember paying tuition to be in your class. But anyway, that's besides the point. So
there you go.
I do have a degree in. Yeah. I have a degree in public health, okay, and nutrition. All right. And so when this I like to call it the macaroni bug, because it kind of sounds like corona, but it's not. Okay. So macaroni bug, all right. When this whole thing came out back in late December of 2019, all right, and then it was like it was in full effect in March 2020.
Sure.
Because of the news being related to public health, I was immediately curious and interested in the situation because it was in the it was up my alley. It was the field that I studied in. Okay, so I immediately started doing my research. Besides what I see on CNN and Fox News and just your average mainstream media, and after about maybe,
so good. Go ahead.
After about a couple weeks, up to a month or so, I came across something called the terrain theory, or I like to say the law of terrain, and more specifically, like as opposed to germ theory, and more specifically,
as opposed to germ theory. Oh my goodness,
there are two opposing theories. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. And more specifically, something called German New Medicine. Okay. And now let me tell you this. I'm 30 years old now. I used to get sick as a dog, back to back, over and over again, ever since I can remember, since elementary school.
Sure.
I remember even in middle school having a chronic sort of respiratory illness to the point where I'd have to get up and leave the classroom every couple of minutes because I had a big old like loogie phlegm type deal.
Sure. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. And so I've always dealt with sickness. I used to take off work. Weeks off work and school dealing with it. But ever since this whole macaroni bug thing came out, the bat poop virus out of China, ever since it came out, and I did my research about what I can say the true science behind health and disease, I have not gotten sick, not once. Well, recently, with the exception of one time, in over 2 years. That is a completely total change in what I usually experience, like of getting sick back to back. Okay, and so what I realized is I was getting sick. I was making myself sick due to my own levels of stress, poor stress management, and it's weird to admit, but actually depression as well. There was a lot of poor mental health involved that was that was manifesting physically as a respiratory illness. And when I figured that out, that was mostly psychosomatic influence as opposed to me just catching some, microbe in the air or like me touching something.
So you think COVID is psychosomatic?
I think respiratory illnesses in general and a bunch of others are psychosomatic. Yes, I do.
But they're not. They're respiratory illnesses caused by viruses. Oh my goodness. All right. So Nazarene, here's the thing that I find weird about people like you is again, there's this, I don't know if it's like wanting to take a shortcut or what it is, but there's this like, all right, here's what I would describe it as. I'm gonna just describe my reality, right? It's really hard as a young scientist, and I'm not that young, but as a recent graduate, let's put it that way, to get a scientific paper published, right? You do all this research in the lab, it takes forever to do, it's really hard to do, and then you start sending it to journals, right? And they come back full of all these critiques, and you got to play this whole song and dance just to get one paper published in one journal, right? And then what it seems like is somehow, without doing any of that, right, you guys have managed to figure out how the whole, anarcho-science medico-syndicate is wrong about everything, right down to the germ theory of disease, right?
Amen.
And so it just feels a bit lazy to me. It feels a bit like if your evidence was that strong, you'd be at least like, like the what's Answers in Genesis, right? At least they like send some moles, like they send some people to grad school to like pretend they believe in evolution or geology or whatever the fuck it is, and they make them like defend like valid PhDs, right? So that they have to actually get awarded PhDs from public universities, right? And then they go on Answers in Genesis and they like cherry pick some nonsense and like pretend it supports intelligent design. But they at least went through that like very, elaborate legitimizing first step. Whereas like you guys are all like the I did my own research crowd. Always happens to be the I did my own research crowd that's figured out that the professional researchers are all in
Is that lazier than
collusion.
just believing what Dr. Fauci has to say on the TV? Is that lazier, really?
I'm not a Fauci fan, actually. I think Fauci's a little, I think Fauci's soft. I think Fauci's a flag waving phony. I think Fauci talks out of both sides of his mouth. Fauci's like, hey, y'all, the pandemic phase is over in America, but the world is still in a pandemic. This nigga said this in the same paragraph. What? Does somebody need to teach Dr. Fauci what the word pandemic means? Then he'll be like, yeah, so everything's cool. We're good to let go of the regulations. So Dr. Fauci, there'll be like a state dinner. Do they need to wear masks at the big state dinner with all the Congress and the government getting together? Oh, nah, they don't. They'll be fine. Oh, so you'll be there with them unmasked? Oh, no, I've decided due to my own personal assessment of my personal risk, I won't be attending. And then all those motherfuckers, it ends up being a super spreading event. A whole bunch of the government gets COVID. So yeah, I ain't a Fauci apologist. To me, Fauci don't go hard enough. Fauci himself needs to revisit the germ theory of disease, as far as I'm concerned. Tux is back. Tux, get in here. The people want to hear from Tux. They're tired of the worship pastor. They want to hear from the real man of the word.
So I listened to most of the conversation. I probably missed the last 15-ish
You're
minutes.
good. You're good.
But I just wanted to ask Rebel, what's your best 2-minute pitch for becoming a Christian? And what denomination of Christianity are you also? Answer that in there before you start the 2 minutes.
Oh, I wish I had something prepared. I don't really have a little bite like that. But as far as denomination, I don't subscribe or have any identity label for that, especially since the Bible doesn't say anywhere where you should label yourself any denomination. If anything, I would be considered a Nazarene, which is the original word given to the disciples and followers of Christ, Yeshua the Messiah. So that's that.
Thank you. Thanks for filling us in on Nazarene. We have been openly wondering what that meant. So thanks for addressing that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's besides the King James, I read what's called the Sefer. That's Cepher. And whenever the word Christian comes up in the normal Bible, it's translated as Nazarene in the Sefer. But was your question, why should you become a Christian, Tux?
Yeah, give me the 2 minute. Give me your best 2 minute. We're at a network marketing event, and you got an elevator pitch.
Yeah, the elevator pitch.
What is the Christian, or your version of the Christian elevator pitch?
Yeah, well, I guess it starts off by, I would say, the reason why it would be beneficial to your life to become a Christian or Nazarene, if you will, is by first you realize that there is an all-knowing, omnipresent, omnipotent, eternally wise and intelligent creator, greater than all of us, and he is the creator of all things, of the heavens and the earth. And so, we are created in his image, and that's the reason why humans, mankind, men and women, are intellectually and in all ways, even physically, superior than all the other living organisms of the earth. Like, we're the only ones that can do things like build cities and entire civilizations to take up the majority of the habitable earth. Okay, so that's the first thing, and then you got to realize this gift of life that we've been given by God is just so incredible and miraculous and amazing that I don't know about you, but me personally, I don't want it to end, right? Like, just the complexity of it all, the beauty of it, the wonder, the awe, the some places you can go to, it just absolutely takes your breath away, right? These are all things that unfortunately I cannot explore or have the means to, like, travel to every destination, vacation spot there is on the earth. And so when the Bible tells me that there's a gift of eternal life in the heavenly kingdom of God that I can have, which means I'll be able to live forever in a new glorified body, like as an angel, where I can have the ability to, like, fly without a plane or anything. I can play with wild animals. I can go surfing, skateboarding, snowboarding, anything, any of your wildest dreams that you can think of, right? Without the risk of injury, because you can just fly out of an accident. And I'll be eating all the best food. I'll be reconnecting and conversing with my passed away loved ones, and all the people from history that I didn't get to meet in the past will come back to life, and we'll just share amazing times together, get to talk about what they went through, just sit down and have a meal together, and forever. Okay, like something as much, and I know I'm going over 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Something as mundane as, like, reading a book in your backyard on a nice sunny day, and especially if you have like a nice nature kind of garden setting, that's something I think people can, like, think about doing, like, a lot. Like, in other words, they'll never get bored of it. Okay, like, just something as mundane as enjoying a nice day. Okay, but the promise of what God tells us is what's going to be in the next life is something unimaginable. Like, just say, take your favorite vacation spot right now here on the earth and multiply that by like 1 billion, 1 trillion. That's what the heavenly kingdom of God is going to be like. And so that's why the idea of living forever can't be boring. And if it ever does get to be, you can just sleep it off and wake back up, when you get bored of sleeping. So there you go. All
right, that was good. That was a good enough summary. So I made a couple of notes. I'm going to go over those. I'm going to try to equal your time. You did about just over 4.5 minutes, I'd say. So the first point was about the creation, a little bit of the creator. So here's my question to you. Let's say I want to become a Christian. I've always wanted to become a Christian. But you read the Bible and you assume that it came from God. And there are warnings upon warnings about being deceived in this book. It warns you about blind leading the blind. It warns you about the false prophets, false teachers, wolves in sheep's clothing, ravenous dogs. It warns you of false evil fruits, evil deeds. And when I look at the beginning of the Bible, I see God walking through the garden with Adam. That's the first thing that happens. It's one of the first things. And then he gives him the rules of the garden. He says, I want you to partake of this tree of life. All right. Now, I believe that tree of life is what you and I are enjoying right now. And then he warns you not to partake of what tree in your book? What is it referred to in your book?
The tree of knowledge of good and evil.
The knowledge of good and evil. Now, convince me that what you worship from isn't the knowledge of good and evil. That the deceivers didn't win. That everything that you took on faith and accepted therein isn't some form of seduction by the deceiver. It can be beautiful, but it might be deception.
The way the Bible describes sin can be deceitful because it gives you pleasure.
We haven't gotten to the sin part of the Bible yet.
Well, no. Well, Adam partaking of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of evil was the very first sin.
All right, God is just, we're only at the point where God has walked into the garden. He's just advised not to partake of that knowledge of good and evil. Right? So in Genesis 3:1, there's a deceiver. There's a clever serpent. Genesis 3:1. Just by that deceiver being in the garden before there's sin, doesn't that suggest that if a deceiver can get into the Bible, get into the garden of good and evil, the garden, be right next to the fruit of good and evil, and tells the truth, doesn't that suggest that there is deception, and the deception starts at Genesis 3:1?
Yeah, the snake was the one doing the deceiving. The serpent.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because that's what the Bible says. And
how many times did the devil lie to be the deceiver?
Are you talking about like in a technical way? If you read Genesis 3, I can't remember. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe a couple times. Like it's like 2 or 3. I don't know.
What if I told you 0 times?
Well, yeah, I know you're a Gnostic, so I know that's what you guys believe.
I don't believe everything that the clever serpent said was true. Everything he said. And just by the existence of the deceiver being in the garden of good and evil, next to the tree of good and evil, would that suggest that God had not told the truth? That everything in the garden wasn't good and very good indeed, for instance. Can you have the deceiver in the Garden of Eden and the Garden of Eden technically still be a perfect paradise?
I believe God was just showing mankind's ability to have free will and choose whether or not to obey and love God on their own.
I mean, that's a very good answer to a question I didn't ask, but it's a valid point if we go a little bit farther than just Genesis 3:1. But I agree. I do agree that if there is a God, that God would want us to have free will. He would want us to live according to his words to Adam. He would just want us to live. He would not want us to partake of something that is of deception. So let me just boil this down to my ultimate conclusion, because I'm not going to accept probably anything that you say from here forward when it comes to biblically being anything after Genesis 3:2 is of the deceiver. Every single word.
Everything after Genesis 3?
Everything after Genesis 3:2
is the serpent talking?
Is of the deception. Okay. Every single word. Think about it. Think about it. Good God, he's there, wants you to enjoy life. Soon as this knowledge of good and evil comes into the picture, and the deceiver is there, who's telling the story? Who's telling the narrative? Is it the good God who walks with you in a garden? Or is it a clever deceiver?
We have a powerful cumulative case.
I might have to go back into the text to see, but I'm pretty sure the narrative kind of goes back to God, because God, one of the first thing God does is he asks Adam, "Where art thou?" Like, where are you? And it's sort of a hypothetical question, because he has all-knowing knowledge of where his whereabouts may be, but he's asking him in a sense like he knows, he can tell that Adam feels guilty about what he's done, and so he's asking him like, "Where are you? Like, have you, like, in a sense, like, have you sinned against me? Like, what have you done?" kind of thing.
No, I'm going to push back on that a little bit, but because Adam's first response is shame, but his actual second response is to blame.
Wait, sorry, I was reading my Bible. You said something about sexual. What was that?
I didn't say. I stuttered. I'm sorry. Second response. I didn't say sexual. It might have sounded like I said sexual because I stuttered, but I meant second.
Okay. You're talking about Adam's second response to God,
I posted the link on the.
which
if I remember correctly.
What was it? I mean, okay, what was his first and what was the second?
So you're talking about, let's see.
I'm looking at Genesis 3 now. It looks like God starts questioning Adam and Eve in verse 9.
Verse 9. Do you have a preference? I don't know that one. I usually use ESV, English Standard Version.
That's fine.
But the one I have up, I have King James. I don't even know what HCSB is. Do you know? New American Standard.
That's an okay one.
New International Version.
That's my least preferred.
Okay. ESV.
ESV is fine.
Okay. But the Lord called the man and said to him, "Where are you?" He said, "I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself." He said, "Who told you you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree of which I commanded you not to eat?" The man said, "The woman who gave," so it's blame, "gave me to him. She gave me the fruit of the tree and I ate it." Then the Lord said to the woman, "What is this that you have done?" The woman said, "Serpent deceived me, and I ate it."
Amen.
So, my question to you is, could this entire book be deception? From Genesis 3:1, previous is God's doing. Genesis 3:2 and afterwards is all the deceiver.
No, there's no way that could be the truth.
No way. Absolutely no way that you could be deceived.
I could be I'm sure I'm still deceived in some ways or another, but as far as when you're specifically talking about the context of the book, like everything past Genesis 3 being of the serpent talking in a sense, no, I think that's a very, very far reach.
Let's go to Luke 4:6.
Okay.
Oh, I hit the wrong icon. This is why I can never have nice things.
Wait, is it the serpent talking, or is it a perfectly evil message through imperfect human beings?
Wait, are you referring to Genesis 3:1?
No, I'm just clowning on the whole, like, would it really be the deceiver, or, you know, the imperfect vessels, the human vessels? Don't ignore me. I'm telling bad jokes.
Mm-hmm. So the context of this is, and the devil took him up. This is tempting Jesus. This is the section called the temptation of Jesus. I'm going to start with
Which
5.
verse are you starting? Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, you're in 5 now?
Mm-hmm.
Luke 5?
Luke 4. No, Luke 4, verse 5.
Verse 5. Oh, got it.
And the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world, and in a moment of time. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know when that is. Might be now. Might be 1,000 years ago. Might be 1,900 years ago. Right? And said to him, "To you I will give all this authority and their glory, for it has been delivered to me, and I give it to whom I will."
Mm-hmm.
The devil's got it. It's his. Now let's go to this Revelations 12:9.
Yeah, I'm not. If you're trying to make a point about that somehow proving the rest of the Bible is of the serpent's word, I'm not sure how that works, because he would be exposing himself there.
Sure. Okay. This is an area called the War in Heaven. Revelations 12:9.
I posted that in the chat earlier. Yeah.
And the great dragon was thrown down, the serpent of old, who is called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him.
Amen.
So let's go back to Luke 4. And let's see what Jesus, after he's been given basically 3 opportunities of enticement, of it, basically, if Jesus worships this devil, after he's given him, he says, "I have the authority and I give it to whoever I will. If you then will worship me, it will all be yours."
Mm-hmm.
Jesus answers him, "It is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and only him shall you serve."
Amen.
And he took him to Jerusalem and set him on the pinnacle of the temple and said to him, "If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down here. For it is written, he's commanded his angels concerning you to guard you. And on their hands they will bear up, lest you strike your foot against a stone." And Jesus answered him and said, "You shall not put the Lord your God to the test."
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, before I read the next verse, I want to ask you one simple question. Is answering a question like that a no?
Oh, wait, you mean the very last temptation?
Both the way he answered, on your hairs they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. And then his next answer is, "It is said, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test."
Yeah, he's basically.
Do you think that's a no?
Yeah, he's just expounding on the no. He's being more thorough with his answer, and it's actually what he says here about not. The KJV says, "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God." He's actually referring directly back to Deuteronomy, somewhere in there. It's in the Torah. He's not just saying out of nowhere.
And when the devil had ended every temptation, he departed with him until an opportune time. So, an opportune time. The devil got everything in his grasp right here. He is described as deceiving the whole world. There's no exemption for Christians. True. None. True. There's 0 asterisk saying except for, and we're talking including Jesus. right?
Well, no, not exactly.
Okay.
Because a major reason why the devil wants to deceive you in the first place is to cause you to sin. And then when we read in the book of Hebrews, we read that Christ, because he was born in the flesh, was tempted in every way that we feel, yet without sin. Therefore, not deceived.
Do you really think he didn't sin?
Yes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the perfect sinless Lamb of God that was worthy to be the quote unquote sacrifice for our sins. That's the only way he could have been in that position.
Anybody who's in cahoots with Beelzebub, would they be considered sinless?
I would say no.
I would say no too. Anybody who's in cahoots with, say, the devil and follows him around to go up to be tempted, do you think that is a person that's sinless?
I mean, are you talking about Yeshua here?
I'm talking about the devil and Jesus in the wilderness or in the desert, depending on the translation. Yeah.
He was, I believe
he's palling around with the devil, right?
But he's doing it yes, Tux, I hear you. But my answer to that is he's doing it for a very specific purpose, which is when us Christians, we read the story, we can see how this was a great example of how we can resist and say no to the devil in our own lives.
Okay.
He's making that he's giving a prime example of how you yourself can resist the devil. That's why this is happening.
Last question. Would you worship and think that a Jesus is perfect if he is possessed by a demon and he is accused of being a demon?
I know the Pharisees and Sadducees accused him of being possessed, but I know he wasn't, so.
Yeah. So I ask you this with all sincerity. If you wouldn't worship and you wouldn't be any part of worshiping the devil on purpose, let's say I was a Satanist instead of an atheist, and I wanted you to come follow me, and I proclaimed how great and good my life is now that I've been bestowed these gifts direct from Satan. I want you to have eternal life with me instead of the punishment that awaits you if you don't bow down to Satan. And you came to me and you said, Jimmy, that's ridiculous. Tux, you can't do that. Do you realize what problems will arise if you do that? And I'm saying, I don't care. He's been good to me. I've had some really nice sunny days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after just the brief conversation, the 20-minute conversation we've had, would you worship Satan on purpose? Ever?
Of course not.
Would you go up to a mountaintop with him and be offered a massive kingdom with him?
No, I don't think he would even offer me that in the first place, because I'm a nobody compared to the Son of God.
He's offered it to me. Why wouldn't he offer it to you?
I mean, I guess he could, but I would reject it.
Yeah, you'd reject it. But would you go along with him in the first place if you knew who it was?
I mean, you're trying to compare me to the Messiah here. That's not a fair comparison.
I am making you the Messiah. I'm making me the Messiah.
Why would you do that?
Because the next words out of my mouth are going to test whether or not you're prepared to be the devil or prepared to be the Messiah. And what if the line is so blurred between the two? It's actually both. All right? This isn't a trick. This is on full display. But here's the thing. When you go to the desert and you walk through the wilderness for days upon days, you become an alter ego of yourself. And my question to you is, are you prepared to accidentally worship Satan as Jesus, as an alter ego of one of the other? And it's hard to tell which one is which.
Wow, I'm getting incredibly Gnostic vibes from you, man. So kudos to that. You're definitely filling your role for that. I mean, you're almost speaking in doublespeak, which is very common amongst politicians.
Don't worry, I've got scripture to back this up. It's not doublespeak.
Oh, you're gonna tell me that both Lucifer and Jesus were called the morning star? I've heard that before.
It depends on the translation, but if you are participating in a religion that calls both of them some variation of the light, it's very possible. The first thing that's called good in the Holy Bible is what?
Light, yeah.
Light. Is that Jesus or is that the light bringer?
I still have questions about what that light is in the very beginning of Genesis. It's not very specific about what it means. There's a lot of contention and debate around it, so I can't give you a sure answer.
Yeah. Well, I simply believe that your holy book is orchestrated by deception.
That exposes the deception on itself?
That it exposes it. Hey, it's no fun. It's no fun if you don't have an adversary. God proves that in the story of Job. It's hard to tell who is the bad guy in that story. I mean, looking at through the Gnostic eyes, I can't tell what the difference between a God who wins and a God who manipulates his win.
Tux, hang on one sec.
Yeah.
I'm doing late night counter-apologetics at 11. The joy of slavery. Do you want to hang out for that?
Oh, you sexy talker, you.
Because I could put it on No Good and Evil if you want. I could go live there too.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. I'll add it. All right, continue. I'm just getting ready.
I forgot where I was at now. Well,
worshiping Jesus, but he's really Satan.
You're giving me a proposition of some kind of controlled opposition.
Yeah, if Joel, the story of Job, what is your take on the story of Job, for instance? God needs somebody to pal around with. And this celestial council guy who's known as the Hasatan is really the only person that gives a challenge.
Sorry, what's your question?
So in the story of Job,
I love that book, by the way.
Yeah, I can see why. But there's a moment in Job where God has been successful with his essentially bet. What I find curious is the whole story as a whole is an exemplary source of evil, bestowed upon one man just as a test. And one of the things that frustrates me is if there's the bad guy, but the bad guy always goes to God and gets the permission in the first place, then it really makes him more of a button man. It makes him the yes man to God. But he's the best adversary that the God would have.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes Satan and God some form of boss. Makes just Satan, God has an employee. Even though they're a part of the same council.
Wait, who's the employer?
God.
Is employing Satan.
Yes.
Okay, I believe he can use them for that purpose when as he sees fit. I do believe Satan does have a certain degree of free will, though, which of course all happens under the sovereignty of God. So he still ultimately does allow it to happen. But in this specific case with Job, it was a case where Satan came before him in heaven because God knew Job to be a very exceptional man above the average person of faith.
So, do you believe that Satan, when we talk about the temptation in Luke 4 and Matthew 4, who has more free will?
More free will. Actually, okay, if I had to pick one, it would be Satan, because
Satan has more free will.
Yes.
So, do you understand math in infinity? Infinite math?
I'm not a big math guy, no.
So, the problem with infinite math is whatever the larger number is absorbs the smaller number. So, just as you said, and I believe it too, if the devil has more free will than Jesus does and takes him around, then there's an issue with infinite numbers being absorbed by a smaller infinite number, which makes I got muted. I got unmuted.
Sorry, I was trying to get rid of the echo. You're good.
Oh. Which makes the free will of, if there is a deceiver, the free will of that deceiver gets to run over the free will of the Son of God.
I would say they're mutually exclusive, though. They're two different individuals, so they can make up their own mind about what they choose to do. I was just saying Satan has more free will because Christ himself said, "Let me not do my own will, but the will of my Father who's in heaven." He was sent down to earth to specifically carry out the will of his Father, which, because he was born to the flesh, he felt some of the temptations like we feel, so he had to fight that off. So I'm saying he didn't have as much free will as Satan did, because he specifically came down here to do the will of the Father. So in that sense, he didn't have as much free will. But he's still very individual, separate, distinct person, an individual from Satan, who's the master of like the evil spirits. He's in control of all the demonic spirits roaming around.
Could he be in control of the Son of God?
No.
But he has more free will.
It's to do whatever he wants. Clearly, we saw that Yeshua didn't, even after the 40 days and 40 nights of fasting, which, I think part of that was to show you, even after all that, he could still reject the things that Satan was tempting him with. Even through all that, he had the willpower to follow through on his Father's will for him.
So let's go to faith then. Wouldn't a non-deceiving God possess the power to bring us this holy book in a way that alleviates 100% of the factor of being of deception?
That's a good question. Yeah, and that's a tough thing to answer, because I don't know what it is about the God that I have faith in, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Holy One of Israel. There's something about him where there's a sense of mystery behind him. Like, he wants you to meet him halfway. He wants a little bit of the glory, for him to be exemplified by you having the faith yourself to believe in his promise and him as God, as opposed to him just outright obviously showing himself in a way that would be like undeniable and non-debatable between everyone. There's a certain sense of faith that he likes, like the book of Proverbs says, it's the glory of God to conceal a matter, but the glory of kings to search it out. So there's a sense of mystery behind him. And I don't have a problem with it because I believe that he's the creator of all things, the trees, the animals, the plants, the food, the environments, right? So if a God like that is so wise and intelligent to create something as incredible as nature as we see it, the beauty of it all, I trust him. That's it. I trust him. If he's that wise and intelligent to create like life that's so complex and so amazing, I have to put my faith in that and trust in that kind of God. I just do.
Well, I think we're pretty much in a similar path. The difference is that nature that I see around me is true, and it doesn't tell me that the God wants me to worship that God in the way that the writings of anybody who's anonymous, anybody who might be pseudepigrapha, anybody who is attempting to manipulate a word that is taken as God's word. And that's what you see over and over again. I assure you, God's word isn't going to say, hey, by the way, you guys got to watch out that there's some pitfalls out there. And here's the parables of the pitfalls that you're going to get to enjoy. Because if a God could have a plan and that God could bring us the word directly, he would. There wouldn't be a middleman. We'd just get it. We on our bar mitzvahs, our bat mitzvahs, equivalent for a Gentile like myself, we would get a visitation by I am Malak Yahweh, an angel of the Lord. Right?
I believe I have, I don't know if you heard me say it to Jay, but I believe I have been visited on a handful of occasions by an angel of the Lord, you know, that I believe God specifically sent to me. Whether it was an angel or the Holy Spirit, one of the two. I can honestly tell you wholeheartedly, I'm not making it up or anything like that, that I have experienced several occasions and experiences where it was something obviously supernatural.
Well, I've had my visions, and I believe one of them was of a supernatural being, but I can't say for sure that it is a lack of deception. But I can't say for sure, in all honesty, that it isn't a lack of deception, something that I can say for sure, take a selfie of. That it is, I'll put that way. It isn't a lack of deception. And I believe that if I'm going to, I believe I was given a ticket to start my own religion. Basically, I was open. My eyes were open to a way to be like Saul/Paul. Start my own. I have a choice to either profit off of it or just give it away for free. And what I'm doing with you is giving it away for free. What I plan on doing with the ministry is to put out there in the world a way to no longer be a Christian. Maybe still practice a spirituality, but know that the writings of God are suspect. Every single word of it. Until it comes from God directly, I believe every single word after Genesis 3:2 could be the control of a deceiver. And to be honest with you, I don't see how anybody can't see it. From Genesis 3 on, the God who is supposed to be the creator is completely incompetent. There isn't anything he does right. You read the rest of Genesis, he's just kind of on the fence. And to me, it looks satanic. To me, there are several steps to being a Christian. Do you go to a church on Sunday?
No, not a physical building. I usually meet online on a Saturday, which I consider to be the 7-day Sabbath.
Mm-hmm. So are Nazarenes similar to fundamental Latter-day Saints?
You mean Mormons?
Sect of Mormonism, yeah. or closely
No,
related? No.
Quite the opposite.
I mean, both Jehovah's Witness and Fundamental Latter-day Saints are on the Saturday.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a Seventh-day Adventist.
Seventh-day Adventist. Yeah. They're in the same, aren't they in the same group also? I mean, they're different denominations of essentially that type of Christianity anyway.
Mormonism, as I know it, is not biblically sound doctrine by any stretch of the matter.
Your Bible, their Bible, it's just fine.
The Book of Mormon?
Yeah.
It was written by Joseph Smith, who's a 33rd degree Freemason. And if you know anything about that, you know that they worship Lucifer as their god.
I think there's a lot more to the Book of Mormon than that. So,
Right, but I'm just telling you who it was created by.
Look, if the angel Moroni came to him, doesn't look like deception to me if it looks like deception to them. And I said that backwards. It looks like deception to me if it doesn't look like deception to them. And it's the same thing with whatever vision Paul /Saul.
Yeah, I believe the Bible to be, I mean, it's probably not 100% perfect. I know there's, a couple editions or mistranslations in there, but generally speaking, I do believe it to be the true word of God, and not just the 66 books, by the way. I believe the number 66 is actually a cultic Masonic number that they came up with to be the closest to 666. If anything, God's number would be closer to 70 because he deals with the number sevens a lot. Seven colors of the rainbow, 7 feasts, Seventh-day Sabbath, stuff like that. And the 7 candlesticks on the menorah, and it goes on and on. So 66, I believe that was that was deliberately done by the Council of Nicaea or whoever they were. So I believe in more like up to like 81 books that give a more full context to the whole biblical story.
So non-canon books, Gnosticism books, or
no,
like Jesus ben Sirach, Enoch.
First Enoch, yes, not second or third. Those would be Jewish mysticism.
Mm-hmm.
But Book
Jesus,
of
Jesus ben Sirach 1 and 2.
I'm not familiar with that one, so I'm going to say no. But I'm talking about books like, let me see, Jubilees, Jasher,
Book of Jubilees,
Wisdom of Solomon.
Now,
Maccabees.
It's interesting because there's I think in Jubilee there's a deceiver named Satan L.
Satan L?
Mm-hmm. Which
might be I think it's Mastema or something like that. Mastema?
Mosset is the angel of death that is in the Passover story. And there might be a play on that. Oh, Mastema. Yeah. Is there a Mastema in the Jubilee?
In my Jubilees there's a Mastema, yes.
Yeah.
And that's the alias for Satan.
Yes. It's amazing. Redeem Obama. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what your view, how it's more beneficial than what I proposed to you at the beginning. Like I'm saying, if you have my faith, you can have eternal life in the heavenly kingdom of God, which will be just pure bliss and joy, and just peace and happiness. No more pain, no more tears, no more wicked, evil running the earth, and forever. And a new glorified body. We're going to be given like a body of spirit and water. It's going to completely change the physics of what we're used to now. Because right now we're made out of flesh and dirt, right? Because how Adam was made from the dirt. But we're going to be reborn of water and spirit. And so we'll be able to do supernatural things like fly and even turn into different kind of, forms and glories, like the book of Second Baruch says. Okay, so that's what I'm offering. Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm offering you to look for facts. The truth will set you free. I believe that you are in a situation where you've accepted something to be true on the premise that it came from God. And I believe from the very beginning of the book, we don't get to know God that much because deception occurs. And what I'm offering to you is, are you familiar with the quote from C.S. Lewis? That the doors of hell are locked from the inside?
No, but okay.
The doors of hell are locked from the inside. Let's assume that's true.
So I'm in hell?
No.
Okay.
No, but someday you're going to get judged. And according to Matthew 7, 22, 23,
Amen.
You could be told, go from me for I never knew you. The list of things
Why, though?
in Matthew 7.
Oh, do you want to go to it? Yeah, he specifies the reason why he says, I never knew you.
Why? Why is it?
Because he says, ye that work iniquity, or in other translations, you that work lawlessness, which means you had a cheap grace belief, like a easy belief. Like all you have to do was, somehow make a mental assent to believe that Yeshua is the Messiah, and that's it. You can go living on your life just as you were before. There's no repenting. There's no renewal of your mind to become a new creature. There's no, and specifically speaking, when he talks about iniquity, that you didn't even make the attempt to follow the ethical and moral standards of behavior that God had listed out in his Torah, which is the instructions for righteous behavior.
So I'm not sure exactly what you said, but from my information, there is a large list, specifically 3 things that people are going to say to God on Judgment Day.
Right.
Are any of them things that atheists do?
Yeah. Well, hold on. No.
No.
It's all talking about doing
No.
in the Lord's name, right?
No. None of those things are things atheists do.
Well, hold on. Let me go there. I want to read along with you just to make sure. This is 7:20 something, right?
7:21 is that the story actually starts at 15.
Right. Okay.
But the specific 3 things that I'm talking about and that we're talking about is 21, 22, and 23.
Yeah. So to answer your question by now reading this, I don't think an atheist would prophesy in the name of the Lord, nor would they cast out demons in his name. But the mighty works thing, they might do, just not in his name. Things like help the homeless, help the poor, stuff like that.
So doing the things that are contained within this book, the high probability of a Christian doing the things contained in 21 and 22, because I'm not going to prophesy in God's name. I'm not going to cast out demons. And I'm not going to do many mighty works in his name as an atheist. But the Christian is.
A lukewarm Christian, a Christian that doesn't have the proper true biblical doctrine. Because 23 is the kicker. 23 is
23
really
is the kicker. Yeah. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness. So here's my question. If the doors of hell and a Christian is sent, say like yourself, who is, sent for whatever reason, you didn't have it down, and you're sent, you and I have an opportunity to stand arm in arm, looking at the door from the inside of hell with it locked. And are we going to open that door knowing what on the other side we have to bow down to? And that could be Beelzebub. It could be devils and demons themselves. It could be Jesus, who's just plain evil and drowns babies. Right? And you and I are standing there, and we could choose to go through that door and worship this evil monster. Locked arm in arm, we make sure that door stays closed. If if we stand before God and find out who he really is, and you've done the things that a Christian would do, and I've done the things that an atheist would do, and we stand there with the doors held locked from the inside, you and I could stand there arm in arm and say, no way are we going on the other side and actually going to worship that monster. Or if we go on that, we got to worship that Lord for eternity. Which one would you choose?
When you say God, is this the same God that created the heavens and the earth and all that within there is, like all of life and nature?
Well, that's a very good question. And here's my question to you. Is the one who's judging there, who just told Christian things that they do are going to be unfamiliar to this entity, is the Lord, is the one who's casting out demons, is the one doing mighty works, been deceived? And they stand before a God they don't know because they went down the game of, let's take 360 tunnels, you got to choose one. And everybody that's on that path is saying, yeah, you're on the right path. Come on, keep going. And you finally get to the end of that path, and it's too late to turn back. But you chose the wrong one. There were 359 wrong answers, and there was only one right answer. If deception is that right answer, you, as an atheist, have a better chance of being told, thanks for seeking me out and not falling for that crap. I didn't design that Bible. That was written by men. Everybody knows it was written by men. Why would you worship from it?
Right. But do you not read anything that influences your faith, also written by men? Are you just going off completely your own understanding of the world based on your own experiences and not reading anything?
I believe that the Christian is deceived, and I would like to see evidence so that I am not deceived also. And somehow faith is a substitute for that evidence. Your faith is somehow supposed to be good enough evidence for me to follow along. And at no point can I see your culpability for my decision. At the end, that lawlessness, ye workers of lawlessness, if I fall in line with what you believe and I get told I never knew you, it's because I was deceived. That's what I believe.
It's possible you may have been deceived into lawlessness, which is the failure to even attempt to keep the law of God. But it's also possible that you knew that you had to, and you just chose to walk in your flesh instead and fulfill the lust thereof. Things like fornication, adultery, murder, revelings, drunkenness, things of the world that it promotes, like sex, drugs, and rock and roll, that kind of lifestyle.
But what if that's a part of the life that Adam was walking with God and was told to enjoy? I mean, it at no point when God's walking with Adam does he say, hey, I want you to enjoy life. Oh, by the way, there's this book. I want you to read that. To me, the knowledge of good and evil is this book. Stay away from it. Deceiver is promoting it. He really wants you to enjoy it. That's what it says to me. Go and enjoy life. Go and enjoy knowledge. Go be a part of whatever this is. This organism we call Earth, for lack of a better name. Calling it beautiful and being a part of it, as you've already recognized, is a great thing to do. That might be a better thing to do than picking up this holy book and saying, yeah, it's from God. See, humans wrote it. But there was an invisible kind of middleman who kind of put it onto their pen for us. When there was a son of God supposedly here who could have either commissioned it directly wrote it himself, and protected it by miracle. But instead, he decided, nope, I'm just going to say that there was evidence, and then I'm going to let people for a next century and a half dictate what actually is to be in this book. And I need, in about 3-ish years, this Jewish guy who accepts Gentiles into the fold, and he's going to modify things, and he's kind of going to start the seed of faith that everybody's going to enjoy for the next 2 millennia. That is God's plan. Have I got a bridge to sell you? And it's not over swampland in Florida either.
Okay. I don't know what you know about me, but I have several different, very significant reasons why I believe the Bible is true, other than just it being told that it was as a result of me growing up Christian or something like that. Like, do you have any idea how long I've been a Nazarene? How long I've believed the Bible to be true? Any idea? Just from our conversation, can you guess?
You said that I think I heard while I was driving that you were around the age of 30, and it sounds like a little around a decade, but I could be wrong.
No, actually just 2 years now.
So 2 years.
Yep. Okay, and I'm 30, so there's something significant. There was a significant epiphany that I first came across when I was, I guess, 28 now, that led me to realize the Bible is the true word of God. And in fact, it's only grown increasingly, not exponentially, but slowly but surely. It's actually grown increasingly ever since then. From reading the Bible more, learning more about it, getting more knowledge from my main ministry that I listen to online. I'm by no means a theological expert, and so I was even worried I would not be able to answer some of your questions, like some of these other people who have been reading the Bible for like 20 years or so. But like the first thing that made me realize, at least for me, okay, I'm speaking for myself, is that I believe the cosmology described in the Bible for the earth and our universe is 100% accurate. And it describes it as a geocentric, level, stationary plane enclosed in a dome that it calls the firmament. On top of that, the prophecies of the 4 major kingdoms that would come upon the earth, that was said in the book of Daniel, when he had that vision, the vision to interpret King Nebuchadnezzar's dreams, playing out to be the Babylonian kingdom, and then the Medo-Persians, the Greeks, and then now the Romans. That to me is another sign of it being supernaturally written. And then there's even evidence for an Exodus, the Egyptian Exodus. There's evidence for a worldwide flood, and then I've even seen evidence of the remains of Noah's Ark. And there's some other things I'm missing out. So, but yeah,
what are the evidences here that you're talking about? Because let me tell you a story about how long I've been a Christian or not been a Christian. And that was, I remember picking up some sort of Christian equivalent to a Boy's Life magazine and seeing the pictures of, hey, we found Noah's Ark. We think we found Noah's Ark. We think we found Noah's Ark. Great. I read the article. I believed. And then about 6-7 years later,
guys, hang on. Guys, can I interrupt this? Sorry, I know this has actually been really great, but I gotta check some things out for late night Counter-Apologetics. All right, so first thing is let's do oh god, we need a decent audio sound check here. All right, give me Aaron Brown.
And Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire, who's basically created a boy band.
All right, can you hear him now?
Through advertising.
You can?
You know, it kind of helps when you have billionaires.
I can hear.
All right,
just
great.
tossing
All right,
money.
so
Can you hear me
that's-
all right?
Yep. That's the setup we'll use. Actually, no. Let me do. Yeah. We'll have to do that for now. Actually, you know what? I want to change. What browser is this?
YouTube Punk. Yes, YouTube Punk. Noah's Ark is getting discovered every other year. So.
All right, so look, I'm gonna do that. Also, but I'm gonna end this broadcast. Here's what I'm gonna ask a huge favor from everybody. This has been super. I didn't plan for this to go straight up into late night counter-apologetics, but it did. But I have to end this broadcast, or else this will end up. It's already been a 6.5 hour stream, and if I do late night counter-apologetics, it'll end up being like a 10-hour stream. So I've got to end this stream. And then I've got to go live again on Late Night Counter-Apologetics. So I set up a different event. So if you guys are on Pocket Locker 86, just sit tight. Jay Bundy, just sit tight. We're also going to go live on No Good and Evil. The show must go on. It's 11 o'clock-ish. We're going to do Late Night Counter-Apologetics. You should have an overwhelming sense of impending doom because we are talking about the joys of slavery and the problems with black Christians. It is going to get realer than real deal, Holyfield. This has been awesome. I appreciate Tux being here. We got more Tux to come. Please stay with us. Again, we'll be live in like a minute or so. I'm going to do my intro, and then we will get started with Late Night Counter-Apologetics. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you literally in a couple minutes. I just need to end this stream, change over the title, start the new one, and I'll go straight into my intro. All right, thank you guys so much. I'll see